was no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass.
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Analyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch in the days of
See, Carolyn, I'm actually kind of on time today. I started the stream at 8:35, so that's better than normal. I have been away from Telegram and the group, and my phone apparently wasn't getting text messages all day, but I think I finally got everything straightened out now.
I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season.
Welcome, everybody. I was trying to put the exhaust fan on the camper. The motor was bad, had a dead short in it. Every time you try to turn it on, it arced a little bit and then would blow a fuse. So I went to try to buy one, but the new motor and fan are too big, so I had to try to get the 3D printer going to print an adapter plate. 3D printer got broken the move, so then I just started trying to fix it. It's just been a mess today. I felt kind of down today too. I don't know why. I don't know. Feel weird. Yeah, it's BT, it's hard. The motor's like, it's just a little 12-volt motor. It's probably like, man, I don't know. It's probably like a 2-inch to the center round motor, and it's hard for me to turn it with the blades on it. Like, it's fucking locked up, dude. I don't know what's going on. But the new one spins free and shit. It's just, I gotta get an adapter plate made.
I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back. I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now. I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's so Silent. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes. Fighting for the best, still black, Freddy Chapin. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne. But I'm still alive and I can't complain. The drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work and goddamn, I can feel the change.
I got a bunch of content to go over tonight, mostly exposing who Negative 48 is, like his picture and shit. But yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to go over tonight.
The reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet.
I think I'm not a Tennessee fan. My dad is. I think they lost right at the end. They had a chance to win it. They were up in the first quarter. Then Pittsburgh come back and took the lead, and then they had a chance to win it in the fourth quarter. They were on like the 30 going in. Got the ball and threw an interception, of course, and Pittsburgh ran out the clock.
Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms, just a word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days.
I just we're gonna show who Negative 48 is. Expose. I commissioned a painting of what JFK would look like in JFK Jr. would look like in 2021.
Isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Try to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell, I still lost you in the end. I take.
That's right. Nasera was actually a proposal written by a high school teacher, and it was sent to Congress. And he said that he personally believes and has inside knowledge that not a single member of Congress read it. He printed off enough copies for every member of Congress, and he doesn't think anybody read them.
Guessing what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension. My bleeding heart, fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind, lose your mind.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Catch up in the days of sin, wonder how my days really numbered. Shit, I don't know, but I ain't.
All right, guys, let's get started. Let me make sure I kill the music the right way. All right, here we go. Hey, Hick Chick, hope you're feeling better. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're feeling better.
Hey.
Teach me how to dubby.
Hey.
They be like,
What?
will you teach me how to dubby? You know why? 'Cause all my bitches love me.
All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you, to back it up and dump it.
Pump it out.
Put your arms out front, clean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that Dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with thunder.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie. Break it down.
你好吗？你好吗？真长你好高兴，这真快乐，没过来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas but I D-town boogie. I show my moves off now, everybody trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me. Now you just do you and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Help us.
Say what?
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us on a solemn day, 20th anniversary of 9/11. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm not real good at like memorials or stuff like that. I either have no emotion or get way too emotional. So we're not going to do a show like that. But I appreciate you joining us. If you're on Facebook, make sure to like the video, like the page. If you're on YouTube, like the video and subscribe. You might have to close your live chat to like the video. That's cool. Go ahead and do it. If you want to support the stream above and beyond that, I'm going to start the bot. You can go to Cult Club. You can go to Cult Club is just Stream Elements. It's a stream donation site. It's not my site. It's just a redirect. You can go to Buy Me a Coffee. It's also a donation site that some other people use. If you're coming from Facebook, it works a lot better. Or we have the GoFundMe still up. Still looking for a place. No updates as of yet. We found a couple we want to check out, and that's about it. Like I said, it's the 20th anniversary of 9/11. I'm not real good at like doing like a recap or a memorial show or anything like that. I just kind of tell you my story and then we can start the other part of the show. I was in 7th grade when it happened. I was in 7th grade, and the class that I was in, all the classes would constantly play the TV, and it would be muted. And it was usually like on CNN or some type of news, right? And it would play all day, but it would be muted. And I was in a math class, and I think we had just changed classes and just got there. And we're getting stuff out to start the class, and someone in the class said, "What happened? Is that a plane?" And no one knew what they were talking about, and everybody looked up, and clearly it was on the TV. So it was a replay of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center. And we sat there, and like no one knew what was going on, and the teacher gave us volume back, and all the teachers went out into the middle of we had our classes were in what they called a pod. It was like a circle. All the teachers went out into the center of that and kind of trying to decide what we should do. No one at this time, I think everybody still thought it was an accident, and should we be showing kids this on live TV? The answer is no, you shouldn't, but they didn't know any better, and they didn't know what was fixing to happen. So my whole 7th grade class got to watch it live, the second plane hit the tower, and kind of, even though we were just in 7th grade, kind of figured out we were under attack from that. It was strange for sure. Then kids started getting checked out of school. Like parents were like freaking out, and the office was calling down, checking on people, and the whole thing was just weird. But like I said, I was young. Then I went to. I remember getting out of school and going to my mama's house and watching the news on her TV and what all was going on, and kind of figuring out how the extent of it. Like we didn't know if we were just seeing a portion of it and it was all over the country. We didn't know if it was going to happen in every town. I mean, there's a lot of people that were scared. I think a lot of parents were scared. That's why they checked out their kids. My parents both worked. I was one of like 6 kids that like stayed the whole day. but they checked everybody else out. But one of my aunts worked there. I remember her coming to see me and like check on me, which I thought was weird. But I don't know. The whole thing was pretty weird, but I was pretty young. Mariah's even younger than me. So it was definitely strange to watch it live and kind of the confusion and not knowing what was going on. I remember being pretty upset like when I finally figured out what was going on and who it was and what the extent of it was. But I never figured that we'd be here 20 years later, and there's literally people that claim that it was all a green screen, that the towers were evacuated, that no one really died that day. Scott McKay said the other day on his show that no one died on the airplanes. The airplanes were landed at military bases, and those people were given new identities. And I never thought, it was a weird... It went from this like rage and like confusion and not understanding and being young to really a pretty good time. Like everybody came together. I know it sounds shitty, but we at least all hated the same person. There wasn't a time that like you go over, like it was a very patriotic time. Everybody hated the same people, and people got along during that. It was strange, but. So I don't have some type of crazy story where I ran and like joined the military immediately, or I don't know, screamed out, or I was just young. I was in 7th grade. So Mariah was younger than me. I think she was in 5th grade. She wasn't even in middle school yet. So that's my story. Actually, I think I have a picture of me back then. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, that's not me. Who's that? Who's that guy? That's definitely not me. What are those? What the hell are those? That is definitely not me. I think that's 107. I saw this picture in Telegram earlier and thought that's a keeper. Look at those shorts. Man, thighs for days. This little purse. He's got it going on, huh? Anyways, back to the show. Okay, today we're going to show you who Negative 48 is. We're going to show you who he is, but we got to have a little bit of build up, a little bit of suspense. Make sure you share the show. I am going to show who he is, a picture of him, and I don't know a whole lot about him, but I at least know who he is now. Here we go, guys. Let's start off with David Nino and Charlie Ward, because that's where our story starts. I think I started the bot. If you want to support the stream, I started the bot. I can't remember if I did that or not.
Hi guys, just to let you know, we've got a brand new website, Dr. Charlie Ward.
All right.
All our videos will be loaded over the next few weeks, and you'll be able to view all of those there's no charge for watching any of those. We've moved them all onto our own platform because all the doctor ones, which are very, very important, have been taken down, so we've now got control over those, but every single video
good deal.
will be free to watch. That's very important for you to know. The other thing is we're getting an awful lot of people asking us about gold and silver. And I've always been an advocate of gold.
I think it's so weird they all write books. Do you guys not find that weird? That they literally have nothing to say, but they all write books? Is it like a rite of passage? Or just like something to put on their resume to get invited on other podcasts or something? What's the point of being like, oh yeah, I'm a published author, by the way? Is it just to brag?
Gold and silver and
make money? They can't be making that much.
Give financial advice. I'm not qualified to do so. I'm just going to tell you what I've personally done. I've personally bought gold and silver, and I've used a company that I trust, which is shown below here. They've always
Chahurston said that Amazon owed her $32,000. Seems like a lot of money, but I don't know.
I am here with the one and only Charlie Ward, one of my favorites, man. Because actually all the podcasting started with you in 2020, Charlie. You were like one of the first people I started talking to within the roundtables and giving a go at this. One of the first truthers that I came across, at least. And so I'm gonna put this on Nino'sCorner.tv because YouTube is a fucking mess. And I mean, depending on what we talk about.
Yeah, exactly right. In fact, it was Denise Boland, wasn't she? She brought us together originally.
Yeah, Denise.
Denise bringing everybody together. By the way, I saw someone say in the chat earlier, check out Intel Lady's got a new video. You can get to her channel. I don't know how, but miraculously, if you go to patriothunkers.com. Also, Dreamweaver started a channel if you want to check that out. I saw it yesterday.
She's a connector for a lot of people, man. She's a go-getter. She puts a lot of people together.
She certainly does, but we're now right in a very, very important time of this journey because there's so much happening now behind the scenes. We're starting to see the collapse of the cabal and the deep state. The mainstream media turn on Biden.
Oh, by the way, absolutely nothing happened today, but I'm sure they'll come up with an excuse for that. Remember how big 9/11 is supposed to be, the 20th anniversary? It's going to be a big day. Big deal. You just wait. Nothing.
I mean, the guys, they got in what we would say in English, he's fucking useless.
Yeah, but Charlie, I agree with everything you're saying, except, this is what the deep state, this is what the New World Order wants. They put this guy in, the CCP, deep state, put this guy in as a Manchurian candidate to bring down America. He's doing his job.
Yeah.
I just don't think they were counting on people waking up. Do you agree with that? I don't think they were counting on such a mass awakening.
I think you're absolutely right. This was their plan.
I got you, Patty.
And the whole idea was to give the power to the Chinese. And there's a very simple reason. The Chinese mentality, the CCPs, is the Chinese are very easy to control because they were part of this communist regime for so long. Whereas the whole idea of the CCP was to destroy the middle class because the lower class, what have you, they're very easy to control. They're very easy to manipulate. They sit in front of the telly. They don't know it. They don't do any research. They do as they're told.
Good deal, Greg. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate those type of stories. I don't want anybody to some people are embarrassed and stuff of stuff. I like hearing them if you want to share them. I like knowing that I made a little bit of a difference for somebody.
But the people in the middle who've got just an ounce of common sense start asking questions and go, hang on, this is not right. And they don't want that. They don't want that at all. They want the elite to have the full control.
Yeah.
And they love having people who just do as they're told. That's what they love. They want their own people in control. And they also have this agenda to reduce the population, which
is what they're doing with the vaccines right now.
Well, they are to a level. And the question I've got for you this morning is, are they reading the figures like they did with the virus?
Are they reading the figures? I mean, I think it's all falsified. I mean, they're not. I mean,
exactly.
It's all falsified. I mean, I think what's going on here, I think the most important part of this is that these jabs have nanotechnology in them. And I think that's the most dangerous part. I think it's AI. I think it's all AI, and I think it connects to the towers, Charlie. I mean, that's the most dangerous part of it. And then the blood clotting, the spike proteins, the shedding.
God. I'm going down the list, aren't I?
Every time you take one of these jabs, you're like knocking 10 to 15 to 20 years off your life. That's what he said.
No, I agree with him. And then the nanotechnology they've tried to get in there, it's not just in the jabs, it's in the PCR test that they put up your nose as well. That's nanotechnology. Is that why they go so deep with it? To break the blood-brain barrier? Yeah. That's why when I've had PCR tests, I always point out to them they can only take it from the mouth, not from that. And they can't do that to implant nanotechnology. And I've provided proof to 5 or 6 doctors, and they're in shock when I pointed out to them.
By the way, Phil, our pedophile, is now claiming that Nasara Gassara was actually enacted on September 8th. He's confirmed that through multiple of his sources. They're just pending the announcement now.
The information is there. With regard to, from my understanding yesterday, I had many, many conversations with people about the jab because of Donald Trump and his comments about the jab. It seems like the White Hats might have taken control of the vaccination very early on and switched most of the vaccinations. There will be a number of people.
What's up, Turbo?
Through the fact that they weren't switched. Hey, Bear Man. Also,
hey, Bear Man. Shauna Lee Jones bought you 10 six-packs. Will, you and your family are effing amazing. Lots of love from Yorkton, Saskatchewan, Canada. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Little north of the border there. I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. I really do.
Numerically, it's impossible, physically impossible to produce the amount of vaccines they claim they've done. It's like me saying to you, Nina, let's do a barbecue and let's have a dozen people around.
Oh yeah, Michigan girl. I did the breakdown on the phone call.
Oh no, Nina, we've got 35,000 coming tomorrow. And you go, Charlie, piss off. That's just putting it in very simple layman's terms. The number of vaccinations they claim to have had is impossible. There's also a wonderful smokescreen that's just come out where the FDA have claimed that they've approved the vaccine. Well, of course, that's to wake up the doctors and the nurses, because all the doctors and nurses will go, hang on a second, your protocol doesn't even allow that.
Right. I mean, well, I'm hearing different things about that it is just approved for emergency use, but they approved a name change. I mean, there's a lot of mixed up information coming out on the FDA approval, but the mainstream media is running with it.
Well, they are, because they're so corrupt. And this is, I believe that the mainstream media at the moment is being overseen by the White Hats. And I believe that this is being allowed to wake up the medical profession, because any professional doctor will know that the protocol is set in place for testing before they do verification. So yeah, the wording.
This is just more smoking out the swamp rats.
That's exactly what it is.
There's a lot of smoking out. I mean, this is getting to the point now where it's honestly, Charlie, for people that are awake, it's become comical.
It has. It's brilliant.
It's fucking comical. I look at this and I go, really? You're not awake? You're not awake yet? Some people though are starting to shift, but I see this and I'm like, this is a fucking joke. It's a joke.
It is. I've had one of my friends who thinks I'm completely bonkers, and he phoned me up the other day and he's gone, you know, I'm starting to think you might be right, because Biden's a dickhead. And then he hung up on me.
Yeah, well, Charlie, I mean, the guy gets up there, says his little statement, and then walks off, doesn't take any questions. And when someone asks him a question that wasn't tailored for him before the speaking engagement or the speech, he that wasn't the question you were supposed to ask me. He says it point blank to these people. Oh, that wasn't the question you were supposed to ask me. You were supposed to say, have you seen that?
Yeah.
Where the reporter asked him a question, goes, oh, that wasn't the question you were supposed to ask. This is crazy.
This is the White Hats being a little bit naughty, because for those people who know, Biden was actually officially taken out last year. But this is the pantomime, and it's either a clone, it's a body double, or I don't know what it is, whether it's CGI. I don't know. One thing that is 100% sure is the person that we're seeing on the screens is not the same person that was Joe Biden 2 years ago.
There you go. You heard it from the man. Dude, he's got a hair plug and a facelift.
Even Donald Trump has alluded to that. He said, I don't know who he is. I don't know what it is. These are all little hints. There are hints out.
The U.S. has declared war, I think, 11 times against 10 countries.
I had the other day Michael Protzman on my show, Negative 48.
All right, here we go. Here's the part we're looking for, baby. Here we are. We're here. We made it.
What is it? These are all little hints. There are hints out there. I had the other day Michael Protzman on my show, Negative 48. And he's, boy, oh boy, well, for people who are watching, they'll see, he as good as told me he's JFK Jr.
Negative 48 is, or?
Excuse me? He told you what?
I had the other day Michael Protzman on my show, Negative 48. And he's, boy, oh boy, well, for people who are watching, they'll see, he as good as told me he's JFK Jr.
Negative 48 is, or?
Negative 48.
Negative 48 is claiming he's JFK? He's saying he's JFK?
In as many words. You have to watch what he says, and it's very interesting.
But does he show his face, or does he not show his face?
No, he doesn't show his face.
He's doing a 107.
I got his face. You guys don't have his face. I got his face.
And for people who...
Isn't it sad that it's called doing a 107? It's called doing a 107 when you pretend to be JFK Jr. without showing your face.
Donald Trump has alluded to that. He said, I don't know who he is. I don't know what it is. These are all little hints. There are hints out there. I had the other day Michael Protzman on my show, Negative 48. And he's, boy, oh boy, well, for people who...
You guys will learn I don't say shit without receipts.
Watching, and they'll see, he as good as told me he's JFK Jr.
Good as told me he's JFK Jr. Now, I've never heard 107, or I'm sorry, Negative 48 say is JFK Jr. Negative 48, 216, Satan's little helper 216. I've never heard him say that, and I damn sure don't trust Charlie. So the very next place we need to check is Charlie's video. We can't let him lie to us, so let's hop over here. This is Charlie's video that he was referencing in this video, August 29th. Oh, actually, that may be wrong. That was from August 29th. Because this is from September. Actually, I need to get a previous video. Where's the first time Negative 48 was on? I actually pulled the wrong one. I about showed you the wrong one. Go back to August. Okay, that was posted September 1st. That actually might be close. That's the one where he's on with... here's the one we're watching currently. But that's the one where he's on with Prime Minister and the other guys. Let's see if there's another one. Free gold, no joke. Charlie Ward. We're looking for negative... Here we go. Negative 48. I would say he's probably talking about this one. This was 6 days before the... this was 6 days before the Nino interview. Let's see what he says.
Oh,
if Negative 48 tells him.
Athens.
He's got Jimmy Schwinn on.
Calgary. Wow. Philadelphia. My kitchen, bless. Like that. Heinrich. Nevada. Ipswich. Wow, that's where I was born. Toronto, Alabama, Boston, Hartlepool, stop, Isle of Wight, that's where my kids were born, St Mary's Hospital, Newport, Iowa, Derry, Calgary, Stratford upon Avon. Oh dear, that takes me back. What a beautiful part of the world it is, Shakespeare country. I lived in Wellsbourne, just up the road. Well, Loxley Lodge, at Loxley Hall, many years ago. So, right. Well, welcome to everybody.
I don't know if it's true about the rings or not. I counted the rings on my eyes, Uranus, and did the gematria on it, and it spelled out Illuminati. Scared the shit out of me.
This is an incredibly busy weekend this weekend.
Damn near scared the shit out of her.
I know things I'm not allowed to say, but fingers crossed that we'll get some green lights that I can tell you everything that's going on. Super exciting weekend and the next few days. And there's so many distractions out there. I mean, ridiculous amounts of distractions. A shout out to Tiana Islam, who's I've done quite a few shows with. Young Bangladeshi girl living in the UK who managed to break down the video of the fake plane with all the people running in Afghanistan. Thank you, Tiana, for your detective work, because it seems like all the mainstream media thought that was a real plane, but it just shows you how they're controlled. And of course, thank you to Colonel.
Why would you ask me how many wars we've been in? The U.S. has declared war 11 times on 10 enemies, officially, and then tell me how many years we've been at war.
Haroon, who's the ambassador from Afghanistan, who I'm very, very good friends with, who pointed out to me that the women that were screaming in the streets in the video were actually talking in Syrian. So they weren't from Afghanistan, and it's not in Afghanistan. So again, the mainstream media put that out as complete and utter rubbish. And for those who know, the picture of all those people stuck in the plane, you could reverse Google that one, and that was taken in 2008. So all this mainstream media stuff is not that hard to debunk, but it's just a question of getting people. And I'm going to have a couple of guests on in about 10, 15 minutes who are going to help me debunk a lot of stuff. Because what we need right now is to understand what's going on. And we've got certain people who've managed to decode and debunk everything. And it's fascinating when you start to unpick it. I remember being told a year ago, for those who remember a year ago,
technically, anything past World War II is not actually a war. Well, we haven't declared war, not through Congress.
I said on my videos that they were going to use their own tools to take them down. They were going to use their own tricks, their own numerology, their own symbology to destroy them. And yet again, I was right. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're using all of their own ammunition to take them down.
Come on, let's get to negative 48.
It's absolutely beautiful for me. Having said this a year ago, this is what
oh, Michigan girl, you just got to catch up.
Deep in my heart, I knew it was.
You're talking about some of my favorite topics.
But when you actually see it, it gives you such a feeling of warmth. And for the first time for a very long time, I came in contact with some trolls a couple of days ago. I was sitting here in the apartment, and I decided to watch David Nino Rodriguez, who I think the world of. It's a smashing guy, you know, and he's just got a grip on what's happening. And I commented,
I'm going to skip ahead till the guests get here. I can't.
Justice. At this moment in time, we're going through a period.
And I've been working.
I heard someone else.
Yeah, and for those people who don't know,
it's coming. Not the best time to do it, right? But I just was working hard day and night, and then finally in December of 14.
Okay, it's not going to show. Okay, it's not going to show his avatar, but that is negative 48 right there.
He's been bang on the money, and this is what is very, very good, that we can all connect together. And as I've said many times, we're all pieces of the puzzle. And seeing as we've got negative 48 here, we're going to have Tom Numbers on in a moment as well, so that we can break down this sort of stuff. So welcome to you, Michael. If you want to introduce yourself to my audience, I'd be very grateful.
Well, my name is Michael Brian Protzman, and there seems to be a lot of confusion out there because all my numbers line up with the Kennedys, and I'm just after.
So I told you we can't trust Charlie. Now, again, I've never heard negative 48. Michael Protzman is what he claims his name is. And someone left me that in a comment the first time we ever heard of negative 48. And I said, yeah, but that could be a fake name, or he just grabbed a name off the internet. But he just told Charlie, my name is Michael Brian Protzman. A lot of people freak out. A lot of people, it's not Gould. I thought it was Gould too. I've been doing a voice analysis, and it did not come back good on Robert J. Gould. But he just said my name's Michael Protzman. A lot of people freak out because my numbers line up with Kennedy, but I'm just a guy. So he just told you the opposite, Charlie. Why'd you tell us that?
The truth.
I know everybody loves. If you type in right now, if you go to YouTube and search and type in negative 48, it about about a quarter of the videos it brings up, it says negative 48, and then in parentheses or dash or whatever, it'll say JFK Jr.
and Justice. That's it. I
It must be getting good
go-to,
search hits.
studying money, health, and China on the side for fun, and found out real fast that they were all three connected. And I knew the people were being lied to, and I knew they deserved to know the truth. And then I was working day and night, because of the housing crash in 08. And I started a business in 07 knowing it was coming. Not the best time to do it, right? But
I don't know why he's so interested in gematria. I would say he chose a -48 because of the gematria. I would say that's part of the plan or whatever. Before we hop back into this video, let me read this. I talked to Ryan, who is the merch guy, who's not been in chat lately. I know some people got some merch orders, and like I said, if you got an order in there, sorry for this delay with the Hurricane Ida. If you need a refund, I understand. I'll issue a refund. That's no big deal. But I talked to him. I said, "Hey man, just checking on you. How's it going?" And he sent me a couple pictures. He said, hoping to have the power back on over the weekend, getting tired of manning the generators and finding gas. I have to keep an oxygen machine going for one of his family members. We're okay, though. I'm kind of a prepper here. The only thing we don't have is water and internet. I'm really missing the show. Can't wait to catch up. And then he talked about the merch. There's some other stuff in the merch. He said, we'll get everything shipped out as soon as we're back up and running. Let everyone know I'm extremely sorry for the delay. And I told him not to worry about it. But like I said, if anybody needs a refund or anything on that, I understand. This has been a long thing, but they are coming. I think he said the majority of the orders were printed, and if they weren't destroyed or damaged or nothing, all he has to do is put a flag on them, and he'll be good to go. But I just thought I'd give you that update while I was thinking about it.
I just was working hard day and night, and then finally in December of 14, I decided I didn't have to work day and night. I was either going to work day or night, and I started studying, and I realized that I was going to put these bastards down that killed my president.
Yeah, exactly.
Put these bastards down who killed my president. 348.
And I've been working on it every day since.
Yeah, and for those people who don't know, Donald Trump
Could be, Tim.
and John F. Kennedy Jr. were very, very good friends many years ago. And Donald Trump,
you don't have to tell me right now. I appreciate that, 007. You don't have to tell me right now. If for some reason you do want a refund, just shoot me an email.
To John F. Kennedy Jr. that he would deal with the perpetrators that killed his father. And that is exactly what's been happening for the last 5 years. And this is all a massive process. And we're very, very fortunate.
Did you hear? Charlie's trying to make him JFK Jr. He said, I thought -48 said, I thought that I would put these bastards down who killed my president. And Charlie says, yep, JFK Jr. has been working since then to get the bastards who killed his father.
John F. Kennedy Jr. that he would deal with the perpetrators that killed his father. And that is exactly what's been happening for the last 5 years. And this is all a massive process. And we're very, very fortunate to be alive at this time, to actually see justice. It's many, many times we see crimes committed, but we never actually get the chance to see justice. At this moment in time, we're going through a period where we're going to be privileged enough for those people who are awake to see justice for those who did what was completely wrong. And I'm very, very grateful to have you on here, Michael.
Well, thank you. We're all responsible for where we're at because if we let these people run over us, we deserve what they're going to give us. And some of us just don't want what they want to give us because it's not even remotely close to just us.
Yeah.
For just us, that's how they look at it.
Sure. Exactly right. Well, maybe you could give my audience more of an insight as to what you come to understand.
Well,
okay. Yeah.
On drop 40,
maybe he's fixing to tell us right now.
Yeah.
It says 4, 10, 20. And then the line below it, it says A, B, C, D, E, ... So it's clear to me that 4 is D. I mean,
there we go.
You are so much appreciated for your laughs. Thank you for your service. Love and blessings to you and your family.
Thank you very much. That was from Praying Maga Mama. John Frank bought you 5 6-packs. I just had an idea. I'm going to infiltrate the grifters under the name of Positive 69. It's going to be epic. There you go, John Franks. Thank you. Thank you. That was John Franks with the coffee, and that was Praying Maga Mom with $50. You are so much appreciated for your laughs. Thank you for your service. Love and blessings to you or your family. Thank you, guys. I'm not good at a whole lot. I kind of lost my mind, but I seem to be all right at making people laugh sometimes.
It says 4, 10, 20. So 4 is D. And then 10 is the ... You have to continue. Obviously, it's the alphabet. And so you're counting on our fingers back in the day, and we find out that J is 10. And then 4, 10, 20. 20 is T, DJT, Donald J. Trump. And so then it's like, holy into us in this language, you know? And then I told a friend named Jacob, and then he disappeared for like 30 days and came back and blew my mind because he actually read a book and educated himself. And I still, to this day, have never read that book, but I've learned a lot of secrets from him. And so I pretty much know most of them. And so I just realized that Trump was talking in code. The first example, you go back 33 years ago and Donald Trump's on the Oprah show. And
hey, I don't want to alarm anybody, but you guys know how how Jason Q feels about the Khazarians, if you know what I mean. The Kushner type Khazarians with the noses like the Melkays, you know what I'm saying? Jason Q is not very fond of those people. And gematria was invented by those people. Maybe that's why JFK, or maybe that's why Jason Q doesn't do it. Maybe that's why he doesn't hang out with these people. He doesn't talk like that. He doesn't ever mention the numbers. He doesn't ever add them up. He does something completely different when he does all his numbers and this and backwards and deltas and cut that in half and add 2 and subtract 1 and double it over. And that's a bogey. And here we go. We're going to the next one. That's a water slide. So you just drop that off the end. Carry the 1. Who carries a 2? Like, you know Jason's math. It's not exactly A equals 1, B equals 2.
She asked him, hey, Don, do you think you're ever going to run for president? He says, probably not. Probably is 91. Not is 49. Let's see what Donald
Okay.
said. Hey, Donald, you think you're ever going to run for president? POTUS, yes. POTUS, 91. Yes, 49. So
yeah, because that's how people talk. Hey, Don, you think you're ever going to run for president? POTUS, yes. Me, strong POTUS. You, ugly lady.
He's obviously, talking code when you do
math. I think that's it. Yeah.
The more you do, the more you realize that he's really talking to us. And he wears that red coat open all the time with that big long red tie, super long, so the press makes fun of it. And that red tie, he wears it 90% of the time for a reason. Red tie. Red 27, tie 34. JFK 27, DJT 34.
Wow.
Wow is 61, just like 27.
So it is actually a Jewish invention, I guess, where the Hebrew alphabet is substituted for corresponding numbers. The first 10 letters of the alphabet are 1 to 10. I just learned this today. The first 10 letters are 1 to 10. The next 8 letters after the first 10, the next 8 are values that increase by a factor of 10 from 20 to 90. So you have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And then the final 4 letters are given values that increase by a factor of 100 to 400. So 100, 200, 300, 400. And that's it's kind of like the Roman numbers, right? Like the way they do the Super Bowls. It's kind of the same way. And they would use that in lieu of Arabic numerals when recording their own dates and numbers and calculations, partly because they wanted to keep it, pure within their tradition and without the Arabic numbers. But also, it kind of worked as a code, but it wasn't secret, and it wasn't secret at all in ancient Hebrew customs. Everybody knew it. It was the way they wrote down numbers.
734.
Yeah.
U61, Wow 61, Oh My 61, New 61, QAnon 61.
Oh, God.
Miracle.
QAnon 61.
Get ready for a miracle, Charlie, because they said it was going to be the greatest story ever told. There's only one way that's possible, Charlie.
Yeah, that's true. And I just said just now, we're so blessed. All of us that are listening to this right now, we're so blessed just to be alive and awake and aware to the greatest show the earth has ever seen.
It's not 107. No.
On June
We're
16th,
fixing to see him. Let me get through this video and I'll show him to
it
you.
was the 167th day of the year, which left 198 days in the future. So on that day, the future was 198. Well, 167 is enjoy the show. 198 is President Trump.
Yeah.
It's more things that, I mean, there's more messages there. I mean, Trump went around and handed out all kinds of intel and control files on these freaks, and they all folded within 24 hours. They all handed over all the power and all the money because they were going to be Gitmo Garden fertilizer within the week if they didn't. And
oh, that makes sense.
So King of the World, 167, 167th day of the year.
Yeah.
King of the World, 167. President Trump, 198.
Yeah.
That's 365. And 3 and 36 and 5 is 41. USA 41. King 41.
Yeah.
MAGA.
Uh-oh. Hey, Bear Man, I guess you're kind of funny, but I come to chat with Mariah. There you go. 5 6-packs from 55. A Patsy.
Plus KAG is 41.
Thank you.
MAGA is 22. KAG is 19. 22 and 19 is 41. King 41. So there's a lot of meanings on all these numbers. And then we're always told to think mirror. And of course, think mirror is 153, which is the 17th triangular number, meaning if you put one pin down for A, 2 bowling pins down for B, 3 for C, 4 for D, by the time you get to the 17th row, which is Q, you'd have 153 bowling pins down there. And so think mirror is 153, John Kennedy Jr. 153. And it's quite the puzzle. And we believe we figured it out. And we can't always, tell every piece of it, but and we've promised to tell the story on the Scott McKay show, and then the show number 3 that Mickey Klon and Sabrina Gal, who's an admin on my.
I don't see him on this show basically saying. I think he said the opposite, that he's not JFK Jr. Even though people keep saying he is. I wish he would just come out and say it in plain English when he starts a show. If there was a rumor, okay, let's say there was a rumor about me, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's the famous Canadian mime, Gerald Chelsea." I would literally start every show saying, "Hey, I'm Will Bard with the Cold Beer Confessional. I'm not the famous Canadian mime, Gerald Chelsea. That is not me." But what I want to tell you today, I don't understand why. Same thing with 007. He never said he was JFK Jr., but he didn't stop a damn person from saying it over and over and over again. Then he claims JFK Jr. was the co-author on his book.
My channel, and Tom Numbers is going to do it. We just Lisa Marie was supposed to be on yesterday with Tom and I and Mickey, but she had a family issue that came up.
I haven't seen your link. I've got his picture here.
He does a really cool show called the Hopi Indian Prophecy.
What the whole show's about.
Retweeted it. Il Donaldo Trumpo. he tweeted that the same night, just like when we were. I was down in Palm Beach filming some iguanas. Put up 3 iguana videos on Negative 48 chat, and next thing you know, Il Donaldo Trumpo made iguana the word of the day that day, and so he's watching us. They said they'd be watching us, and they are. And Tom has plenty of what he calls Trump proofs, is Tom's words, where Tom says stuff, and then Donald responds.
Was that
and we have
Discernment Files? Was that you?
The people that do our show.
Who said that?
And we call it a show. There's lots of different presenters on our channel that do shows, and so it's just not me, but it has grown really fast because of Mickey and Tom that put everybody together. That like yourself. It's going to grow faster now that your listeners are going to hear this and realize that it's something they are interested in, then they'll go over and look at it. So it's been real fun.
I've said the whole way through this journey, Michael, that every single piece of the puzzle is incredibly valuable, and when we put all the pieces together, we start to understand exactly what's going on, because a lot of people have been living in fear and not knowing because they didn't know what was going on. But the more people we get together that are on the same frequency, the clearer everything becomes. And it's so many little things. Like this weekend, I've had 5 or 6 different messages from completely different people, different areas of information, and they're all on exactly the same frequency as to what's happening this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla said the secrets of the universe are frequency, energy, and vibration.
Yeah.
And if you only knew the magnificence of 369 and 3 6.
I think Charlie's doing his best to make him JFK Jr. because it gives Charlie's worried about clicks, worried about numbers, worried about money coming in, worried about going through a sponsor. And like I said, if he was truly a believer and working on the quantum financial system and truly a believer that Nasara Gassara is coming any moment, he wouldn't need to sell merch. He wouldn't need to sell gold. He wouldn't need to sell books. He wouldn't need to have paid subscription. He wouldn't need any of that.
6-9 spelt out. Come to 150. Trump train equals 150.
Yeah. Exactly. It's all out there. It's all out there if we understand it.
Yeah.
And this is where...
I appreciate it, Darren. We need a new one.
And explaining it. The other thing it does...
Hey, what's up, Eric?
Inspire my audience to start looking at some of this stuff. And then suddenly, the first time I came into contact with Tom, I had no idea.
Hey, Patsy, if you're talking about the chicken stickers, I had Oliver show them off. We haven't been back since then, huh? Oh, I haven't been back since then. I'll probably go tomorrow or Monday.
Yeah,
none at all.
I know. I mean, we were back there back in the day. We were counting on our fingers because we didn't know anything.
Sure.
So back when we first read the first drop, on Q drop 40. We were sitting there going, "What's 10? A, B, C?" Counting our fingers, and then
Charlie, negative.
How you doing? How you doing, a gematria teacher?
Now the crew's here.
So he calls me. I don't even know where the phone is. I'm trying to find it. I look at it. It says 531. So we're supposed to think mirror, right? 135. A gematria teacher, 135. Insiders Club, 135. And he's calling me about this Insiders Club. So Insiders
135.
Club, 135. And a gematria teacher's 135, and the mirror reflection's 531. He called me at 531 this morning.
Wow.
I have some parts coming in for the 3D printer where it got broke in the move. They're supposed to either come in Monday or Tuesday. That'll probably be the next time I'm down at the post office box.
Wow is 61, which is you, 61 Charlie, miracle, 61, you're a miracle. We're all a miracle.
Well, thank you for coming in, Tom, as well, and thank you for bringing in Michael, because Michael came on earlier and he's just been explaining and introducing himself to my audience. Because the most important thing is just to get you and Michael in front of as many people as possible. Because what it does
That's right. Get them together. We need them.
Yes. It certainly does, Charlie.
Yeah.
I always like to introduce Michael with these numbers. It's probably not shared them just yet, but so you know how the numbers work, Charlie. A to Z, 1 to 26.
Just for the record, just as you started there, it was 17-17 here in Bulgaria.
There you go. And 17 plus 17 is 30, which is great.
Charlie's been in Bulgaria for like a month.
We're going to get to 17-17 in a second. Believe it or not, we're going to
get. You think he's running away from warrants?
You'll find out.
You'll find out.
Yeah.
So I wanted just to introduce Michael really quickly in terms of the numbers.
Ollie loves those stickers. He goes through them like trading cards, and he tells me what each one of them are. That is a baby chick dressed as a fish. That is a chick with eggs.
For everyone, and I'll hand straight back to Michael, Charlie. And so he goes by the handle negative 48. Negative comes to 83, 48 is 48. Which actually comes to Tom, so he always jokes he's negative Tom, and I'm positive Michael. But that's another topic. But negative 48 actually comes to 131, which comes to Belt of Orion. But also interesting enough, it comes to John F. Kennedy. And if you do Michael Protzman comes to 174, which comes to Trust the Plan. Eye of the Storm comes to Currency Reset.
I use a couple different CAD softwares, but I usually use Prusa Slicer. Even though I've got a knockoff Ender, but I use a Prusa Slicer.
Currency Exchange comes to others as well that Michael will share in a moment.
You'll find out.
You'll find out. Yeah, you'll find out 174. And
you'll find out 216 Satan's Little Helper, 216 negative 48.
That comes to 218, and 218 comes to Where We Go One, We Go All. It comes to interesting enough, it comes to John F. Kennedy Jr. So Junior spelled 87, Juinoior, Junior, the full word. So that comes to 218. F. Kennedy Jr. So Junior spelled 87, Juinoior, Junior, the full word. So that comes to 218. It also comes to the phrase
Juin. Wait.
Noior, Junior, the full word. So
Juinior.
F. Kennedy Jr. So Junior spelled 87, Juinoior, Junior, the full word. So that comes to 218. It also comes
like that's too many eyes.
Here, Sound of My Voice, 218.
I'm not a letter surgeon, but I feel like they got too many eyes up in there.
And there's a whole host of other ones as well. And I think we did Guardians of the Galaxy last night, if I remember correctly. Michael was 218. But there's a whole host of them. And Protzman, his last name comes to 123. So it's A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. It was in Michael Jackson's song. And 123 comes to the word gold, which is 38, plus the word silver, which is 85, gold and silver. 123. It comes to Abraham Lincoln, 123. So there's a lot of powerful numbers within Michael's name.
And it comes to 2 and 7 spelled out, 123 and JFK 27.
Yeah, yeah. 27 is AZ, you know. So it's all there, Charlie.
123.
Everything is there when you understand it, and this is the art of war: is understanding. For those people who
what the problem here is, they're both numbers. I mean, Charlie's there; he's not a numbers guy, but both of the other ones are.
Not everybody wants to understand it. I get that.
We're gonna get trapped in numbers here.
Trump mentions
I'm skipping ahead some.
Briefing, then you know that you're on track. And now we're dealing with.
Oh, okay.
That's right, Eric.
351.
As bad as it sucks, it's better to come to that realization now and figure out what we can do than sit here and talk about crazy fucking fantasies in the movie and it's all fake.
No, we didn't. We did a 135, and we did a 153. You know, so I mean, 153 is A through Q, and A through Z is 351. So God communicates through numbers 351. So that means between A and the 26 bowling pins down that are on row Z, if you count Z, Y, X, you know, all of them, all the way to A, you have 351 bowling pins. So God communicates through numbers 351, the 26 holy letters.
The Jewish people kept their own records and with gematria.
351.
That's what it was invented for.
Jesus Christ 351. So if God, G-O-D, is 26, G is 7, O is 15, that's 22, and D is 4, that's 26. So if God is 26 and it's 351, that means we would have to be 153, the mirror image. Well, Q, A through Q is 153. And humanity 111, God creation 111, perfection 111, because the letter U, U is 21 in the alphabet. So 777 jackpot, you were creating his image of perfect.
I'm gonna skip to about the middle. I can't do all this Charlie shit.
Oh no, actually no. If you say Jesus love you,
and then I'll skip to the end here in a minute.
So love you or you love comes to 115, which comes to Jim Caviezel.
I'm going to go ahead and out on a limb. I'll put a little bit of my reputation on the line. I do not think, only because I've listened to a ton of Negative 48 to keep you guys from having to do it, like, and cut the clips out, like the 6 hours she did with Scott McKay. I've listened to all of it. Several times I've listened to these long and just cut out clips for you guys, and I've never heard him actually claim it. He is doing kind of like 107, like other people calling him, and he just told Charlie, you know, people freak out because it aligns with, you know, JFK Jr. Mike Panene thinks he's one of the different Kennedys, and so is Sabrina Gal. She's a different Kennedy, and we're going to talk about him in a little bit. Old Mark Panene of Frog News Network.
And Jesus is 74, and we know that Jim played Jesus. So that's a fun one.
So Jesus loves you is 208, and 20 times 8 is 160, which is Tiffany blue coat. But then you had to add the 2 times 8 is 16, and 16.
So the reason that gematria is kind of bullshit, or is actually bullshit, and I've shown this on the show before. All you do, like, let's think of a phrase. So let's think or a word or somebody we want. Let's take Dr. Charlie Ward, and we put that in, and that would spit out a number. Let's say it spits out 345. I don't know what it actually is. Let's say it spits out 345. Then I use the calculator backwards, and I put in 345, show me phrases. And I go through and pick out all the phrases that make it sound like what I want it to sound like. So if there's good phrases like Charlie leads the way, or Savior sent by God, I can pick those out, and there'll also be shitty phrases that I won't mention. But if I want to pick out shitty phrases saying like con man, artist, and a thief, you know, 345. I can pick out those and leave the good ones there. They pick and choose the words they want, because every one we've ever run, not only does it come up with good shit, like they claim, but they leave out all the bad shit. There's literally there was one we put in that was Trump is the Antichrist. They never mentioned that on any shows. Why? Because they picked out the ones that were good for them. Yeah, if you do, what was it? Scott McKay is a liar. Scott McKay is a douchebag. 345, or douche biscuit. Scott McKay is a douche biscuit. 345. Trump will be your next president. 345.
And 160 is 176. Well, that's election day.
The only way that I can see there being any truth to this is if you happen to find a certain number which you never will, if you find a certain number that equaled something and it had no negative, no connotations that went against what you wanted it to, but you can't. There's so many words in the English language that when you put in that number, it'll give you stuff that fits your narrative, and it'll give you the complete opposite. When I do my name, I come back as friend, and I come back as fucking asset, and I also come back as liability, and not enemy, but a brand new foe. Like a brand new enemy. Like I come back as a bunch of shit. And they only pick the ones that fit their narrative.
On 11.8.
And I've noticed some of the apps on the App Store will only send you positive sounding results. They'll leave out the Antichrist or Satan's little helper or that blah, blah. They'll leave out the negative sounding ones.
The Storm 118, but Trump is 88. 11 times 8 is 88. Jay Kennedy's 88. And 88 and 88 is 176. And 208 is just 28 because 0 means nothing. And 28 is JR. JR is 28. Man is 28. So
0 means nothing, of course. That makes sense.
And we got another. I went to this rally in Bemidji, Minnesota. And the day before, it was 9/17, 2020. And 9 times 17 is 153. And when I got to the rally early, I was standing on the corner of Highway 153. And everybody that came to that rally, Charlie, everybody was going east.
Yeah, but I've done a lot of the 107 investigation. I think you can. So his voice does sound like it has more texture to it, and it's a little bit rougher. But if you stay up with him and follow him through those 3 years, you can hear it getting progressively worse.
On 153, because there was a sign right there. There's 153 east, and east is 45. Trump is 45, and 45 and 153 is 198. President Trump 198. President Jay Kennedy 198. Greatest comeback ever 198. Here Comes Your Man 198. The Resurrection 198. And so the next day was Bemidji, Minnesota, and of course
we're gonna skip towards the end here.
Man 162, and it was 9.
Are you an American?
I think James Wood has done an Oscar-winning performance.
Absolutely.
Jimmy Schwinn.
He made him look like a complete idiot.
Q said, "What makes a good movie?" First you have Donald Trump saying, "Enjoy the show." Then you said, "Get your popcorn ready." You know, at two major events in the presidential run, and so we're clear. And then Q says, "What makes a good movie?" Great actors.
Yep.
And great is 51, which is QQQ 51. So they're Q actors.
Uh-oh. QQQ 51.
Great is 51, which is Michael.
Which is Batman.
And Robin.
Which is Giant.
Well, I want to thank you guys very, very much. Michael, thank you so much. That was so constructive. Tom, thank you once again.
Anytime.
We should get a round table together with Mickey.
Well, someday I want to talk to my hero on your show, and that's Mel K.
Well, let's do a round table with Mel K on that.
Because the first thing I could appreciate what she was doing, because every time she came on your show, she had to study and then tell you a bunch of stuff. And most of it I knew. The very first thing that she told me that I didn't know was that I already knew the Seedman Company owned all our stock certificates.
Yeah.
But when they were kept at the basement of 55 Water Street,
yeah,
it's Hurricane Sandy, and then they flooded the crap out of them and then set them on fire afterwards, so they could, so when the shit show.
By the way, everybody tied up on 9/11, and today being the day, but Jesus was born on 9/11, Trump was conceived on 9/11, this was blah blah blah, all that stupid shit. Well, Scott McKay lies. 9/11.
It went down. Nobody would be able to prove who owned what.
Yeah.
So that was the very first thing I learned from her, and but I knew all the other stuff, so I knew she knew what she was talking about because.
Char Kroger just sent that in from a gematria calculator.
Man, she's right on the bullseye. She's right on the bullseye. So I really like Mel K. I really like her.
Yeah.
Which state are you in? I bet you do.
Washington 130.
Okay, so you're 7 out.
Have you seen the movie she starred in, buddy? You'll like her a lot more maybe less.
6:20 at night here.
Oh, but I don't care. I'll get up at any time.
Yeah,
just
because
go with Mel K. Just go with Mel K time, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, Mel K comes on with me on Mondays every Monday. She's on with me at 3:00, 3:15 on Monday. So 3:15 is 8:15 your time in the morning.
No. Oh, 3:15 your time. Yeah.
3:15 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I'd be more than willing. And I know
let's do it. Yeah, that'd be great, Charlie. Yeah.
Let's do that. So
Mickey can probably join as well. I'd have thought at that time.
It's the age of Aquarius.
I'll let Mel know. She sent me a message earlier today. She's got a load of stuff to tell me about New York. So brilliant.
Good stuff.
So for everybody on the insider stuff, you've got something to look forward to. The Mel K with Michael, with Tom, with Mickey on Monday. So absolutely brilliant.
Lisa Marie, who's from Long Island, she was.
Believe it or not, Peter Moore, yes, and it's sad, and even sadder, I think, than believing Charlie Ward is he's got this narrative now that it's all done. We've won. It's over. People will see it. If you don't see it, you're still in 3D. I'm in 5D, so you see it. Blah blah blah. The only time I'm not in 5D is when I go out drinking and get hungover, is what he said on David Nino. What I think is worse than that is like Negative 48 and like Mike Penny and those people. They've moved on to like JFK Sr. is Jesus. JFK Jr. had surrogate children with his sister, and they became Ezra Cohen Watnick and Kayleigh McEnany, and like they've come on to this. They made their dime on Christian conservatives who were pissed off about what happened in November. And they lost some along the way, and they still lose some. You'll hear some say, "Oh, that's blasphemous. Do this, do that. That's not of God. You need to read the Bible." But the majority of those people who were right-wing Christian conservatives, they took their political stances, they took their religion, they took their everything that they believed in, and pretended to believe it too, and then slowly changed them over the last year. To where there's nothing conservative left, there's nothing Christian left, there's nothing resembling, even the Bible left. It's all outside and all this weird narrative and got them believing so much crazy shit, man. I'm really worried about what happens when none of it comes true. I don't think it's going to be good for anybody, especially the people who are a lot of people who have forced their families, their loved ones, the people who cared about them and tried to get them to step back and slow down and calm down, pushed them all away. Man, it's going to be bad for those people.
He was supposed to be on with Tom and I and Mickey last night. Didn't make it. She's all over Como and what's going on in New York. Lisa Marie does the Hopi Indian prophecy, and Donald Trumpo tweeted it the same day we did it. So he's watching.
The glasses are on Snapchat.
That Hopi Indian prophecy falls.
They are labeled as. If you send me a picture of them, I'm building a collage. If you send me a picture of them, you wearing them, I'd appreciate it, but you don't have to. They are capital M, lowercase h, capital M, lowercase h, then space, glasses with a capital G, and then it says by Will Cold Beer. I think there's a way that I can link them. This is what it looks like. MH glasses. And there's a little symbol for it. That's what it looks like on there. Can I link them? Copy link to URL. Yeah, I'll just drop it in the chat. Maybe that'll help you. I don't know. It should be a snap code for them.
Right in line with what we're doing with the Jesus strand. They're the same thing, just different cultures.
Sure.
So it's pretty amazing. Yeah. So we'll bring her on.
Well, we look forward to in two days' time. We can continue this.
Yeah, everybody thought she was Lisa Marie Presley when she first was on our show. On our chat. Yeah. It's like I'm not.
Well, that's good, Greg. I'm not a Reddit type person. But there is a group over there of people who are giving out help and looking for help. And the group is called QAnon Casualties. And I'm sure some of the stories aren't true, but I know for a fact that some of them are. Me and the Huntsman, when I first started this, were trying to reach out. Like, I still made my jokes about the hosts and stuff, but the people in the chat, I was trying to reach out. I was trying to help. I was trying to change. I'm just not nearly as patient as he is. And we saw people getting divorces. One lady told us in a chat that she feels like, but yeah, big ups to your wife. That she feels like her husband, because he doesn't believe what's going on with the deep state and the cabal, that they should get a divorce. And then she said, I know the only reason for divorce is adultery. And I kid you not, this sounds like a joke. Said, but I feel like every time I watch the show, every time I tune in and he doesn't want to watch it with me, he tells me no, that he's cheating on me with Satan. Like, how deep can you be to leave your husband of, 25 years? But, I mean, there's people on that QAnon Casualties doing it the other way, saying, look, I've been married to my husband for a long time. He won't climb out of this QAnon thing. I'm really afraid he's going to hurt someone or me or get us in trouble or get us raided or show up and do something. And I don't want that. He's not the same person. I'm leaving him. I couldn't imagine. Like, Those people are going to need their support system one day.
Not Lisa Marie Presley, you know.
And the thing, the psyop that is this movement, the narrative that is this movement, it works so fucking well. Yeah, I don't even like to talk about that one, Shar, but the guy who killed his kids because he believed that they had some reptilian blood in them passed through the mother's genes, took them to Mexico and killed them while they were all planning for a camping trip, already packed up, ready to go. Left the mom inside, took off, drove across the border, killed both of his kids because he thought they had reptilian blood. A QAnon faithful, a surf instructor from California, believe it or not. But this is far-reaching. But this thing, this narrative, this psyop, this whatever it is, works so well. It works so good. It's so intoxicating, and it takes over so many different people of different walks of life. It's hard to believe that it wasn't made up by somebody who's been studying it, who's paid for it, who's blah blah blah. It's hard to believe that it wasn't made by a government agency or some shit. Really.
Tweeting out our videos, Michael. Charlie, so Elvis, Joyce Elvis on Telegram is always retweeting when we go on with Michael. So
he just did the Roseanne Barr interview we had. She had to rest.
And Mel's responsible for making that happen because Mel and Tuna Flash are the ones that introduced me to Roseanne a few months ago when we did a round table. So
what do you mean it was fake news? He really killed his kids. I know that all the grifters are saying that's not true. That's just to make us look bad or whatever. But that's what the police report says. That's what he said in the police report.
Yeah, all roads lead to. I was gonna say Rome, but we could say Charlie or Michael. So
I think he's been indicted now.
The beginning of the end 191. God's perfect number, which is 7. God's perfect number 191. The beginning of the I am 191. -48 plus -472, my Twitter handle 191. It's just my life is beyond stupid coded, Charlie. It's just really beyond stupid coded.
Well, thank you so much for joining.
233.
Yeah, it's beyond stupid coded 233. John Fitzgerald Kennedy 233.
Thank you, Charlie. It's been awesome, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you,
See you on Monday, Charlie.
Take care, brothers. Love and light, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, so like I said, I don't believe that. I don't believe, but just because what I've heard of -48, I don't believe that he was the type of person that come out and say I'm JFK. And we heard him right at the first interview, even though we didn't listen to every bit of this. At the very first of it, we heard him say, a lot of people freak out because my stuff aligns with JFK Jr., but I'm just a regular guy. So that brings us to the next thing that I found, which is video. This is video of one Mr. -48. This is actually video of, I'll tell you everybody in it. Let me go back to my notes. Give me just a second. This is video of a guy named Bob -48, who is Michael Protzman, Tom Numbers, and a guy that they are calling Maverick. So Bob on the left, the second guy from the left is going to be -48. Then you'll see Tom Numbers, and then you'll see the guy they're calling Maverick. Here we go. So right here, before it starts playing, this is Bob. This is -48. You see Tom Numbers, and this is Maverick. So this guy right here is who -48 is. Listen to the voice. Listen to him talk.
Come, Maverick.
Okay, look at my sweater. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so this guy knows who is who. Is that what you're saying? And I'm in here as 4. And this guy, you want to say one thing? Yeah, I'm recording.
I see what
You got a little
doing.
voice. He said
13
take care.
seconds. 13 spelled out, it comes to 99. 9/11, 9 times 11 is 99.
-48,
131. Now we're 21 seconds. 21 spelled out, 141. Mr. Pesser, 141. I am the Storm, 141.
So this guy knows his numbers.
There he is. There's your Kennedy, baby.
You're a number person too? Huh? You're a number person too? Obviously.
It's JFK Jr., boys. Look out.
9/11 happened on 9/11. What a coincidence.
If you don't see it right there, then you're like the rest of us.
That's right.
Tower 1, Tower 2, 1, Tower 1, Tower 2, Billy 7. 12 times
Look at my
74.
face. Look at my face, people. I don't know what to say.
There you go.
I don't know what to say.
There he is, negative 48. I'm going to grab that as a steal. I don't have any steals of this, and I might need it later. And that's where it starts. That's where it starts again. So, again, we got Bob, negative 48. We got Tom Numbers. And then we got a guy named Maverick. We got a guy named Maverick. So I took this video where they self-identified in it. I took that video and I went to the internet. And when I went to the internet, I thought, well, now that I know what he looks like, maybe I can find his social media accounts. Maybe I can find this. Maybe I can find... Now that I know what he looks like, I should be able to use that to match it with some other things. So I typed in, you know, the whole Brian Protzman, whatever. I'm sorry. Michael Brian Protzman. That's what I was trying to say. Michael Brian Protzman. I typed it into the old Google and thought, here we go. Let's see which ones I can match up this image to, because there's a bunch of... That's actually a more common name than you would think. So there's a bunch of them. Let's see who I can match up these images to. So when I did that and I pulled that search up, here's what happened. I found this guy. Now, do you recognize that guy? Why is this guy popping up when I search for negative 48? That's not negative 48. That's some guy they're calling Maverick. Why, when I search negative 48's name, is this guy popping up? That's the wrong guy. That's Maverick. I'm looking for negative 48. Why is Maverick showing up? Well, if you dig a little bit deeper and you end up over here on Maverick's Twitter, his name is Michael Protzman. So do I have the wrong negative 48? Did they identify wrong? No, I heard his voice. So that tells me, I'm assuming we have a son. We have a son named Mike Protzman. So that should be easy to figure out. If we got a father and a son and they're both named Mike Protzman, we ought to be able to find some post or something. Well, there's nothing here on Twitter, or at least very little on Twitter. But then I found the Facebook. My name is Mike Protzman Jr. Mike Protzman Jr. I have lived in Sandusky, Ohio, my whole life, and have been working on vehicles for over 10 years. I worked for Sandtown Automotives under my dad, Mike Protzman Sr., for 6 years, and I decided it's time to have my own shop. It's time to have my own shop. So, we've got a junior, we've got a senior. That tells me that we've got the right sets of Protzmans, and that Maverick is no Maverick. Maverick is his son, who decided to tag along. By the way, it looks like as if this business, West End Automotive, I don't know if it's closed or not, but the last post, they post erratically on social media. The last post was from March 27th of 2020. And the Sandtown Automotive, I guess I need to search this one too. The Sandtown Automotive is permanently closed. Let's try this. West End Automotive, Sandusky, Ohio. It doesn't say it's permanently closed. It actually says it's still open, just through Google. Let's see what their website says. Opens at 9 a.m. on Monday. Sandusky, Ohio. Maybe they are still open. We'll have to call on Monday and see. So his dad ran an auto shop. He worked under his dad at an auto shop, then ended up opening his own auto shop. If we go over to his social media page, of course, here he is again. This your boy, Mike Protzman Jr. This is also the same picture that I showed you earlier from Twitter. Boom and boom. This is him again. He's clearly into, he's got pictures of motorcycles and rollbacks and race cars, and looks like he does some dirt track racing maybe. He's in a relationship. I would care to wager that the next person who shows up in our chat and says, negative 48 is JFK Jr., we can basically say negative 48 is not. He has a family. He runs an auto shop. I don't think he's JFK Jr. hanging out with Trump every day. It would seem as if father's retired, son is still working, and maybe father's retirement wasn't as, as voluntary as one would hope. And instead, Corona just shut the thing down. And from Corona shutting it down, he found a new way to make a little bit of money. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe not. I could be wrong. But it does seem like the shop that he worked at, Sandtown Automotive, or owned, is now defunct, closed down permanently. Let's see if we can find this Sandtown Automotive. It's in Sandusky. And Son stayed in the trade. So when Son opened his business, when we're talking about this post, this is from 2019. My name is Mike Protzman Jr. I've lived in Sandusky my whole life. I've been working on vehicles for over 10 years. I worked for Sandtown Automotive under my dad, Mike Protzman, for 6 years. I decided it's time to have my own shop. I'm located at Tiffin Avenue across from the Cops. Call for a free quote. Seems like he's leaving his father's active shop here, and this was just back in 2019, May 22nd, 2019. I guess I could be wrong, but it seems like he doesn't say either way, but the way he phrases it, he says, I've worked for 6 years under my dad, and it's time for me to open my own shop. It sounds like he's leaving his dad's shop, Sandtown Automotive. Auto repair shop in Sandusky, Ohio. Sorry, I'm just looking through some stuff. Clint repair, top detail, less than 500,000, 1 to 4 employees. Sounds like his dad's, to me, this post sounds like his dad's shop was still open back in 2019. Maybe this is Dad's retirement game. He goes out and plays with numbers. Plays with numbers again and again and again. So again, this is Mike Protzman. The only thing I wanted to go through is see how many photos he had. Not very many. Does he have any videos? Not at all. He just has these. Key creations. These are the things he likes. Griff's Engine and Machine, Renegade Stock Series, Tasty Jr., Beautiful Earth. He doesn't have a whole lot on here. Giving any reviews for anybody? No. Check-ins? None. No workplace. A lot of his stuff is hidden. It would seem like he might have some of this. He might have some of this filled out, and it's only for friend requests. That's fine. Only for people who he's friends with. No big deal. But that's Son, that's Dad. They live in Sandusky, Ohio. It wouldn't seem like they're JFK Jr. or any of the Kennedys. If you ask me, they're out here running an automotive shop. I just don't see, America's first family in hiding, super, super, super wealthy, being auto mechanics. But I've been wrong before, just not in a long ass time. Again, if you search Michael Protzman Sr., you still end up with pictures right here. You end up with this, and you never end up with the picture of the actual man, though. You never end up with this guy. It doesn't seem like he has a big social media presence, which leaves him open to make videos like he is. So Gene Decode is another. Gene Decode doesn't have a huge social media presence. His real name isn't on the internet a whole lot. So that kind of helps him when he goes into making these kinds of videos. It's not easy. It's not easy to find him, really.
Okay, so this guy knows who is who. Is that what you're saying? And I'm in here as four. And this guy, you want to say one thing? Yeah, I'm recording. We got a little voice. He said.
Oh man. I know that, David. I just like to play their little game, but I know that. That's a cool story that your ex-wife has. That's pretty awesome.
911, 9 times 11 is 99.
Negative 48, 131.
Now we're 21 seconds. 21 spell counts, 141. Mr. Pesser, 141. I am the storm, 141.
So this guy knows his numbers.
Start date was on 9/11/1941. All these coincidences.
Yeah. You a number person too? Huh? You're a number person too? Obviously.
Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is December 7th, 127.
9/11 happened on 9/11. What a coincidence, right?
Tower 1, Tower 2.
What?
Look at my face. Look at my face, people. I don't.
By the way, yes, I did confirm that Sandtown Automotive has one contact, one principal, and one owner/manager. All of them are Mr. Mike Protzman. Mike Protzman, manager of Sandusky, Ohio, senior. So it's not the junior. He was the contact. He was the principal. He was the owner and manager.
I don't know what to say.
My dad was a mechanic. He's a truck driver, and then he got promoted to mechanic here locally. My papa was a mechanic, owned a shop. I'm basically a mechanic. I mean, like, I went on to be a millwright, but what's a millwright other than, a glorified mechanic who can do a little bit of extra math? And jet engine mechanic, that's the same thing. Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the profession. I just don't see Robert Kennedy or JFK Jr. or secret, presidential family with millions of dollars in hiding as being a wrench turner who owns their own small business.
Okay, look at my flare up here.
There we go. Okay, so this guy knows who is who. Is that what you're saying? And I'm in here as four.
That's him, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Self-identified. Actually, I can take you to the YouTube channel. I downloaded this in case they thought better than getting rid of it. But this was a weird post they made on it today. This is, let me grab it. Here's the actual YouTube video that it's on.
There we go. Okay, so this guy knows who is who. Is that what you're saying? And I'm in here as four. And this guy, you want to say one thing? Yeah, I'm recording.
We got the
I see. We got a little voice. He said
13 seconds. 13 spelled out comes to 99. 9/11, 9 times 11 is 99.
Negative 48, 131.
Now we're 21 seconds. 21 spelled counts, 141. Mr.
Yeah, that's how millwrights got started. Was grain mills, sawmills, shit like that. That's where the name comes from.
That's 141. I am the storm, 141.
So this guy knows his numbers.
Start date was on 9/11/1941. All these coincidences.
You a number person too? Huh?
By the way, the other day during Scott's Live, someone asked, what's up with JFK Jr.? And Scott says, maybe subconsciously, maybe by accident, maybe a slip up. I would probably be more likely to believe it was an accident if he come out and said that. He said, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while. He literally read the question out loud. What's going on with JFK Jr.? He read that out loud, then says, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while. The problem is, when you get on the phone with negative 48, you're going to be there for 4 hours. Now, what he might have meant is negative 48 is his contact that tells him what JFK Jr. is doing. Or he might have been trying to drop some intel that negative 48 was JFK Jr. like we just heard Charlie do. He did say that on his show, though. Absolutely.
Number person too?
Obviously. Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is December 7th, 127.
9/11 happened on 9/11. What a coincidence, right?
Tower 1, Tower 2, Tower 1, Tower 2.
I don't know who this Bob guy is. I was reading through some of the comments. Mask is necessary. How can you play with people's hopes by using deceit? Negative 48, deceit is dark energy, and I, for one, do not appreciate you hurting good people. That's people that obviously thought he was negative or was JFK Jr. So nice to put a face to the voice. Love seeing you guys together. I'm not even effing joking right now, but I have been watching these vids and doing my research. Gematria is not new to me. By the way, I cracked some kind of insane code. Mind you, I've been awake for 25 years, actually probably born awake, to the point I may require a straitjacket. No, seriously. And last night I had a freaking dream, so I thought of JFK Jr. in a freaking disguise. I am not kidding right now. Great to see you all together. Blessing. That sounds like you need mental health issues. Somebody help you with that. Blessings to y'all from across the oceans. Fun distraction. Great seeing you all together. So, Tom, how tall are you? Jesus Christ. I wanted to ask the same question. Love your bold question, Linda. Guess negative 48 doesn't have to hide behind a picture now. Brilliant. Keep them coming. The eyes in the window. The eyes are the window to the being. Exhausting. All of this is horribly exhausting. It's so nice to see JFK Jr., even though he's added prosthetics to his nose and ears and changed the way his teeth look. Are you shitting me? Dear God, what's wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong with you. So I guess Michael will show his face during videos from now on. All of your energies put together was needed in that space. You guys rock. By the way, they all went to Ground Zero today. Is where this video's from. Great picture of you guys. And I don't think negative 48 planned on exposing his face. Listen to the first part of this video. The very first part of this video.
Yeah, come on in.
Okay.
Come on, Maverick.
Okay, look at my flare. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so this guy knows who is who. Is that what you're saying? And I'm in here as 4. And this guy, you want to say one thing? Yeah,
Are you recording? Yeah, I'm recording. I think they thought they were taking a picture, and this picture may have just supposed to have been between them, like to remember our day together, because other people have met negative 48 and have claimed, oh, he's JFK Jr.
Recording.
We got
a little voice. He said he didn't care.
Seconds. 13 spelled out comes to 99. 911, 9 times 11 is 99.
Negative 48, 131.
That lady said he added prosthetics to his ears and his nose and jacked up his teeth. Come on.
Now we're 21 seconds. 21 spelled out 141. Mr. President 141. I am the Storm 141.
So this guy knows his numbers.
That's his voice. There's no mistake in that voice.
Person too? Huh? You're a number person too? Obviously.
Well, Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 127.
9/11 happened on 9/11. What a coincidence, right?
Tower 1, Tower 2, 1, Tower 1, Tower 2, Billy 7.
Look at my face. Look at my face, people. I don't know what to say. There you go.
This channel is the Psych Club, Tom Sidney Bushnell, aka Numbers. I wanted to finish reading the comments. Enjoy, fellas. Love those brown eyes. Great pictures, you guys. All I can see are 4 beautiful souls. Not figured out who Jesus is yet. 373. Let me share my journey with you. 373 is willing to take whatever it takes. 373. That's all that matters. Your friend always. 238. Okay. Definitely Psych Club on 9/11. Same eyes. And, of course, the voice awesomeness. God bless. Oh, there's still people that believe he's JFK Jr. So I guess Michael showed. Okay, I'm caught up now. Let's scroll on down. 0.38 second mark. Look at the neckline. It looks like a mask. Doesn't look natural. Get out of here. 3 hours away. Wishing you guys would have taken me along. No vacation since 2008. Negative on camera. What? Good to see you guys hanging out for truth. Remember the 38 second mark. Eyes too dark. I tried to enlarge the screenshot. Looks like a second set of eyebrows above his. Tired of games. Who are you? He's not wearing a mask, guys. He didn't even know it was a video. Finally, we get to see who's behind negative 48. Look at that face. Look at his face. Great to see you all, no matter who you turn out to be. We know for sure you are patriots. That's a strong word for them. Unless we're just going to give it to them. They've kind of ruined it anyways. Maybe we just go ahead and give it to them. I'm doing a... Trump works there too, changing the oil. Oh, I'm doing a Canadian Happy Dance 140, Trump 140, HSR or HS Retoucher 17 140, Jesus Saves 140. Nice disguise. Wish I was there so I could peel the mask. Then why hide his face? I vote mask. Romans 12:21. What a beautiful sight. Tired of all the deception from DS and white hats. Blessings, fellow multidimensional, infant, radiant, divine, sovereign light beings, Christ bloodline, infinite love, soul siblings, united we stand, humanity for peace. That just rolls off the tongue. Law, negative 48. I'm hoping it's a mask also. Well, we all know that voice anywhere, don't we? 99 Most High, you have said love. American Badass 110, Ellen Mason 110, grateful for this knowledge living in Canada, knowing we're part of the Republic now. Love the smile on Tom's face. Y'all are gorgeous patriots. My money is Patrick is on the left as his eyes are familiar to the photo online. Michael is Junior in disguise. Looks a little like Lincoln with those eyebrows. Or you, sir, are just a kindred spirit with that voice we all need to hear. Either way, I think it's truly special. It doesn't matter whom you are, as I've learned so many beautiful things. But appreciate us inside, positive way, focus on matters. Well, that doesn't look like Junior. Still sounds like him. Then again, we thought 107 sounded like Junior. I don't know what y'all are comparing. This sounds like Junior, man. Audio recording equipment has come a long way. Voices sound different than they did back, in fucking 99. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about. Great disguise, John. I wonder who the fourth guy is. He looks like he's like, look at my face. The fourth guy? That's his son. JFK Jr. is what they're going to name him. Great to meet you all. How awesome. Fellow Patriots, Native 48. John, or Patrick. Neither. I'm thinking from the voice, ears, hair, John, but I can't believe there's still people who think that he's JFK Jr. If any of this was true, why would he have jacked up teeth? I agree. Why would he be turning wrenches as a mechanic, owning a shop? Why would he be at ground zero, open, identified, showing himself, uploading videos when they already tried to kill him once? Remember? And then General Flynn and McInerney had to take over his plane or whatever the crazy shit y'all think happened.
Not y'all in my chat, but these people.
So that's what we got with. That's what we got. We need to go to 38 seconds, right?
Okay, look at my
We'll wait. We'll let it roll. See if we can find a line on the mask.
I'm in here as Ford, and this guy. You want to say one thing? Yeah, I'm recording. I see. We got a little voice. He said he didn't care.
Man, he's gonna have so many neck wrinkles. You ain't gonna see a line on the mask.
911, 911, 99.
Negative 30, 48, 130.
I think the best way to address these, unless you're just trying to get unwanted attention and money and fame and fortune, the best way, if he was an honest person, the best way to address this would literally be starting the show by saying, like every time you appear on a channel, every fucking time, look, I'm not JFK Jr. I just have a message to spread, and I want you guys to know it. I'm not a Kennedy. I'm a mechanic who's been studying this, but I need you guys to know this message. At least I'd have fucking respect for you than trying to play this stupid game like 107 did. Then 107, like I said, writes his book and says that JFK Jr. was a co-author.
31.
That were 21 seconds. 21 Spell Toss, 141, Mr. Pesser, 141. I am the Storm, 141.
So this guy knows his numbers.
Start date was on 9/11/1941. All these coincidences.
Yeah. You were a number person too?
Huh?
You're a number person too?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, Bush called it our new.
What did he just say? Hold on.
Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor.
Bush called it.
Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. Well, Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Bush called it our new Pearl. Bush called it our new Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 127.
9/11 happened on 9/11. What a coincidence, right?
Tower 1.
Oh, I forgot the 38-second thing, but I can back up to 38. Is that what they're saying is a line for his mask? Let's go frame by frame, guys. I do not see a line for a mask. I see like an older man's neck, sure. But a line for a mask? Not at all. I don't know why they think this crazy mask technology still exists. They're still sharing that video that's been debunked a billion times of the two famous actresses changing into each other. It looks fake as hell. But, I mean, can you blame them? They're still sharing the damn flat earth photo that I debunked months ago, saying it's true. Here's super slow motion looking for the mask line. There you go. I just muted it, but yeah, I mean, I just see an older guy's neck. That's it. I don't think they thought they were taking a camera. I know that he knows it's uploaded now, and he's not making a fuss about it, so he's committed now. But he might not have known that they were taking a video. He thought they were taking a picture. And if they're just taking a picture, well, clearly that's not going on YouTube. And he might have let him take the picture and then say, hey, don't post that on social media. But once this happened, it got posted or whatever. I don't think that they knew what was fixing to happen. I don't. And then he's in too deep, right? That's what I personally believe. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe. That's it on Psych Club's channel. Let me see this one. See if they show any of the guys again. Or anything they're going to scream, that's a clue. Look at that guy. Look, that guy right there looks like JFK Jr. Did you see that? That was a plane in the sky. Remind you of the 9/11 days, something. The idiots. I can turn the audio back on for you.
Up here is One World Trade Center, 219, the Mount of Olives. Statue of Liberty.
One World Trade. I just thought it was called the Freedom Tower. Is it called one? It's called One World Center, but it's the Freedom Tower is the building, right? I worked in Bayonne, New Jersey, which is literally just across the Hudson from New York City. And every day driving into work, when I would go to that power plant, we would be coming in at about sunrise, and you could come up across this bridge that we had to go over. And when you went over the top of the bridge, you could see the Freedom Tower straight off, clear shot with kind of nothing behind it. I got pictures and stuff, and the sun was hitting it. Man, it was beautiful. I've been down into New York City a few times, like into the actual city. We didn't go none on that trip. We all had big ass trucks and didn't want to get shit fucked up down there. But the Freedom Tower is beautiful. We ended up going out to the state park where you can go see the Statue of Liberty. Bayonne, New Jersey was actually really nice. I'm sorry. The view and stuff are really nice. Bayonne, New Jersey's it's like a city shithole. Like it's not the worst city I've ever been to. There's worse cities literally in New Jersey that I've went to where cops pulled me over and told me to stop stopping at stop signs when I was going to the plant at night because I was going to get mugged. But it's just like a regular rundown city in Bayonne. But the view was nice. There was some good restaurants. The Hudson was nice. The hotel was shit. It was like a crackhead hotel. You could literally rent rooms by the hour. But whatever. That view was worth it, I think. I was just there for 3 weeks.
198 comes to...
And that view every morning was awesome.
President Trump. Comes to President J. Kennedy. Comes to Elephant in the Room. Comes to statue.
I have a personal opinion about Trump. I feel like Trump had given up. I feel like Trump had it is what it is, blah, blah, blah. I think, which is dangerous, okay, with as many people that are believing this bullshit narrative and Trump kind of coming back to life and started taking shots again, I think he might make a little bullshit push again, which will cause some people to stand up and either end up in prison or dead. I think he's going to have more blood on his hands before this is all done. And again, I wanted Trump. Not the way it worked out. And him pardoning half the fucking swamp and saying, I love you, you're special, go home, was bullshit. And he took a shot at Biden today over with the firefighters. And a couple of things he said, I think he's going to incite some shit that's going to put blood on his hands again. And it's going to be bad. Was Sinatra born in Bayonne? Yeah, I think so. Somebody told me that at least.
Statue of Space Force, statue of POTUS.
I worked at the power plant, literally that we were working at. It's Bayonne something power plant. You have to go get a TWIC card to get in there, but you like go check in one place and go on the other. And the power plant's like on the Hudson River, and none of the power the power plant's in New Jersey. None of the power goes to New Jersey. It goes out this big ass fucking line that goes out into the fucking river, under the river, and goes over and pops up off Long Island. That's where the power comes from there. or goes to there.
We'll be over there in a few moments. I'm here with Michael and a new guy that we've met called Bob, who's really cool.
Back to the Bowlers in 96. I was working on the on those gas turbines. They are GE Frame 5. They are a 5B. That is a mean fucking machine to work on. TVA in Tennessee. Yeah, I actually don't get to work in Tennessee a lot. Back when I was still on my tools and I could work without, melting down and ended up in jail. I didn't get to work in Tennessee a lot because Tennessee was all union work and I was on the non-union side of everything typically. All right, now we got to check out. So that's the Negative 48 segment. If that's what you showed up for, that's Negative 48. That's who he is, Michael Protzman. He owned an auto shop. It's just recently shut down. Sometime past May of 2019, it shut down. He has a son, also named Michael Protzman, who opened a different auto shop. And he's just a regular guy, man. I just don't see. He doesn't look like anybody to me, but a regular fucking guy, an older guy. He said several times that a lot of people think I'm JFK, or my shit lines up with JFK or the Kennedy family, but I'm just a regular guy trying to figure this out. He said that himself. No matter how many times everybody tries to make him into JFK Jr., I've never heard him claim to be. Seems like a regular guy, turning wrenches, shop closed. He's in retirement. Now he's on YouTube. His son, which they're calling Maverick now, is just a regular guy, still runs a shop there. West End Automotive in Sandusky, Ohio. That's his shop. He's not far from Jeff B, apparently. But yeah, I don't know why they keep saying this. And also, gematria is bullshit. Gematria, whatever, however you want to say it, is bullshit. Is bullshit. It's just they pick the words they want. Of course, if I want Trump to seem like he's coming back and I can pick, return or of God or walks with Jesus, I will, and I'll leave out like Antichrist and enemy, foreigner, arrested, felonies. Like I'll leave all that shit out and just put the good shit in there, which is bullshit. You can't pick and choose. But from that, we got to move on to I saw the wildest. Dude, Mark Panene is losing his shit, I think. He has expounded on the crazy to a level I didn't think that I would see. We're just going to have to watch it. Here we go. Here we go. Where you from? Shout it out. Tell me where you're at in the house. I'll make sure the bot's running again. Guys, again, if you want to support the stream, you know how.
Welcome.
Thank you for sticking around. Over 300 viewers on right now.
Well, not quite a couple minutes, but almost. Keep them guessing, right? I'm tired of this movie, Sharon says. Yeah.
That's it.
A lot of us are.
Hey, by the way, if you donate, leave me a message. I like to read them. And thank you. The GoFundMe donations don't actually pop up on the screen. But thank you for the GoFundMe donations that have been going in. I saw another one went in. Somebody donated $25 last night. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Las Vegas, welcome. Ontario, Canada, welcome. Good evening, Karen.
Good evening, Karen.
Everybody's trickling in slowly. Lester, I think that said Lester, North Carolina. Huntington, West Virginia, welcome. Gastonia, North Carolina, welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead. I hate the call outs. That's
North Carolina, welcome. Oklahoma City,
the biggest pet peeve, and I really hate hearing any town near me because I feel like one day I'm gonna have to fuck with those people.
We've decided that y'all are part of our family too.
Yes, the Phil Godlewski is pyramid scheme. The guy's convicted of corrupting a minor. He was in a relationship with a 14-year-old when he was 28. He definitely, according to the police, had sex with her when she was 15. He was supposedly consoling her after her boyfriend had died. Thousands of text messages back and forth. And when he said, I knew you were 15, but I quickly quit caring. Like he's a shitty human being. Anybody who puts him on their show is a shitty human being, and he's running a pyramid scheme to make himself rich. He also predicts that Nasara will be announced tomorrow.
And we all got to talking about it. And we've decided that y'all are part of our family too, that we need to come visit you and help clear up any confusion to slow down the mayhem. Okay?
Good deal.
I was constantly reading messages in the Telegram group and reminded of that insurance commercial where the guy goes and creates mayhem all over the place. And it was both comical and disheartening.
Yeah, I did a show on it. He bounced a $21,000 check, and then, according to the police, to try to prove that it was a good check, forged bank documents and blamed it and told the guy that he owed the money to, a guy who did like home improvement and landscaping, like, "Oh, sorry, man, they said you got it. This is on you. I can't do nothing about it."
But it
Seems
also
pretty dependable.
didn't dull my hope, guys. It didn't dull
That's
my
how he
faith,
just went to jail, was on the check.
because we know what's going to happen. We just don't know when. We know God wins. We know Trump won. We know so much that is going on. We just have to stick to our faith and follow God through it. He'll lead us through it. He will. Remember,
a lot of these people we cover took advantage of the PPP loans. I mean, I could have got a PPP loan, to be honest with you, probably with the LLC if I would have. But there were people who actually needed it. You know what I mean? Like, my business was basically defunct before all that happened. Small businesses weren't spending any money anymore. I got a disability check that I get. Like, it wasn't a big deal. But I could have abused the system and got one. A lot of people we follow did.
Remember the Bible verses I shared with you last night? Guys, so important.
It appears like, allegedly, that not only did he take them, he got his whole family PPP loans.
An all-consuming fire. Maryland in the house. I think they wanted to make sure I saw that. Trump train in Ohio that JCQ said Nasara will be announced Saturday morning.
Okay.
I intentionally shared with you last night some things that could possibly happen. I reported to you that JCQ said Nasara will be announced.
That could possibly happen
Saturday morning.
You got to watch Mark, okay? Mark seems like he's like this slow country boy from North Carolina. Nah, he's slippery with them words. You got to stick him to him. He'll promise something and say, "I didn't say that. Doug didn't say that. What I said was something." He's slippery. He to me, the truth is either true or false, and there's not a whole lot of gray. It's very rare I see a whole lot of gray in it. That's just the way I see it. Maybe you don't. I don't fault you in that. But I damn sure know that it doesn't flip back and forth.
From that report, I devised...
That's right, Andreas. What's up, man? I thought you got banned or something.
We're definitely not going to, as a country, allow Flashbang any credit for Nasara. Should it be announced Saturday morning, he would have to be removed. Okay? There's still time for it to happen. The 11th hour.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, the 11th hour. They're going to announce it any minute. Yesterday.
Remember? The 11th hour. I'm not saying it is going to happen, but there's still time. Okay? The plan is very fluid.
Oh, I got you, Dress. Welcome.
On, what they do is what
Make sure you're subbed, asshole.
Okay? We have infinite knowledge that 20 countries have already announced Nasara. And Nasara, we were supposed to be first, so we were the example. Sweetwater, Texas, welcome. So we were the example.
20 countries, I think is what he said. Let me back up. That's for me. Listen to it earlier. I didn't hear that part when he just said it.
But there's still time. Okay. The plan is very fluid. It all depends on, what they do is what we do next. Okay.
Wayne Willett of Puget Sound, Washington.
We have infinite knowledge that.
Oh, I got you, Dress.
Countries have already announced Nasara. And Nasara, we were supposed to be first, so we were the example.
Did he say 20-some?
And Nasara, we were 20 countries have already announced.
20 countries, okay.
And Nasara,
Sorry.
we were supposed to be first, so we were the example. Sweetwater, Texas, welcome. So we were the example. Jordan, my brother from another mother, right on. Yeah, I mean, we don't know that it was Trump in that motorcade. It could have been JFK Jr. It could have been just a motorcade.
They're talking about a motorcade that was spotted, I think, by the Nancy Drew lady up in D.C., and they assume that it can't be Joe Biden. It can't be Kamala Harris. It can't be anybody else. It's either JFK Jr. or Trump. It could be either one of those, but definitely nobody else.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know that it was Trump in that motorcade. It could have been JFK Jr. It could have been just a motorcade.
Okay.
To distract us. Okay? You have to really pay attention and connect the dots in the whole day's events. All right? Especially right now when there's so much movement. Military-wise, God especially. There's so much movement.
That's kind of a loaded question, Lizzie. I know you just want to ask Mark what 20 countries because you don't think he can name 20 countries, and I agree with you. But that's kind of a loaded question. Be nice to Mark.
There's so much activity. And we're all hoping and praying that our brothers and sisters in Christ that don't have eyes to see and ears to hear yet, hear the truth. So we can quit being crazy, conspiracy theorists, and move forward at helping them, finishing their way.
On his way to the movies. That's right, Valerie.
As they are our brothers and sisters in Christ.
On his way to the theater.
All differences aside, guys, that's what we're here for. Okay? We're also here to be obedient to God's orders in this spiritual fight. Okay? And, if you're not being steadfast and standing tall in that, then you're not being steadfast and standing tall here on earth either, because complacency, I won't say we're complacent, but I think a better choice of words would be complying or conforming as well. Complying or conforming to the stupid mandates Flashbang threw out there yesterday is nothing more than us being continuously allowing things to happen under our noses and not doing anything about it when we have all the power to do so. It's the will of God.
I have the video where Mark explained how Nasara works to everybody. If you guys need a refreshment on that, I do have it.
Yes, we're definitely here on this earth to help each other, Karen. You're absolutely right. Flashback. Yeah, I agree. It never gets old. But guys, I mean, something is going to break here soon. Okay. But I want you to follow up with your faith and your brother and sister and your family next. Okay. Your brother and sister in Christ. All right. Quit jumping on each other. Quit getting excited. Okay. And a lot of us don't mean to be excited or be negative. Very, very pointed.
Hey, Beer Man. Heather from Dallas bought you 3 6-packs. Thank you for what you're doing, and thanks for the laughs. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not exactly the person to round everybody up and take action. Hell, I'm scared to leave my own house, but I can make people laugh sometimes. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. That's all I'm trying to do is show people the truth and maybe laugh along the way.
Time where we have to raise our vibration, guys. Positivity is so needed. Nancy's Drew video today was really good. It was really good, but it was so early this morning with all the day's activities. There's not enough to connect the dots to say who was in that motorcade, if anybody at all. All right? Because we know Trump doesn't want to return to the White House.
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't want to return to the White House because the evil is going on there. All right? We know that in the very near future. Yep, Phil just said Nasara was happening by Sunday. Guys, that's another
There you go. That's another confirmation we already got. Phil's confirmed it from multiple sources. Nasara's already kicked in. It's going to be announced by Sunday. Or maybe later, and he just knew he was going to get kicked in, and it actually got kicked in on the 8th. It's weird. His sources told him, multiple sources told him, Nasara's going to be set up by Sunday. And then multiple sources called him back and said, oh, I meant that it started on September 8th. His multiple sources seem to be struggling.
Confirmation. Okay, these guys are in the know. Some of them do have a checkered past, as many of others of them.
Pedophile Phil Godlewski, Godlewski. He's a big time grifter. one of those that says save the kids, but the police literally had to save a 15-year-old girl from him. And he's got all his fans run into a pyramid scheme, a multi-level marketing silver selling scheme where, of course, he sits on top of the pyramid. He is he's a real piece of work. And people he's been blowing up lately is the reason we've been covering him lately. I've covered him before in the past just because he said stupid stuff that I found. But now that he's been blowing up, we've been covering him more often. He's been on the Frogs, Brad Barton, Michael Jaco showed his video. He's been on Mark's thing here. He's been blowing up lately because he made a symposium video that was then repeated by someone else word for word and then claimed it was a separate video.
Let's do. Guys, repent. Forgiveness is key. Forgiveness of oneself and others is very important to your freedom.
Okay.
And not being bound by the devil. I saw someone saying earlier
Try, Mark.
in the chat that, even though we don't mean to, when we say negative things, sometimes we could leave an opening with the devil to finish casting a spell that we unknowingly started, okay, with our tongue. Guys, the Bible tells us about our tongue. That's right. Sinners are saved by grace.
Mariah will tell you about my tongue.
Okay.
I'm flexing on them hoes. You hush.
Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. That's right.
Say it ain't so.
Positive thoughts. Amen to that. All right. So, another anon has come out that's deep in the movement that has, I won't say authority because they're not seeking authority. They're just seeking to lead us all into the battle with an educated amount of knowledge. And yes, I said educated because, we're still on the back channels, guys. We got to get into the mainstream.
He is violating. Hold on. I think there's a way for me to find it right quick. If I can't find it quick, I have to find it later, but let's do this. Give me just a second. Let me run a quick Google search. There it is, 8.20.3, 8.20.3. Open link in a new tab. Let's go to 8.20.3. All right, I think I got it, guys. Income disclosure statement. 8.20.3. Income disclosure statement. 7K corporate ethics compel us to do not merely what is legally required, but rather to conduct the absolute best business practices Sorry, I'll stop there and move it over here where you guys can see it. To this end, we have developed the 7K Income Disclosure Statement, IDS. The 7K IDS is designed to convey truthful, timely, and comprehensive information regarding the income that 7K associates earn. In order to accomplish this objective, a copy of the 7K IDS must be presented to all prospective associates. The failure to comply with these policy constitutes a significant and material breach of the 7K associate agreement and will be grounds for disciplinary sanctions, including termination pursuant to Section X.1 disciplinary sanctions. An associate, when presenting or discussing the 7K member share plan or 7K member share plan to a prospective associate, may not make income projections, income claims, or disclose 7K income, including showing off checks, copies of checks, bank statements, back office income, or tax records, unless at the time of the presentation is made, the 7K associate provides a current copy of the 7K income disclosure statement to the person to whom he or she is making the presentation. A copy of that 7K IDS must be presented to a prospective associate, someone who is not a party to a current 7K associate agreement, anytime the 7K member share plan is presented or discussed, or any type of income claim or earnings representation is made. So all of this bullshit he's doing, talking about predicting the market, talking about how much people are going to make, talking about how much this person made, talking about how much this level makes, how much they're bringing home, how much he plans to make, how much money he's going to put in family's profits, how much he's going to help, $500 at a time, this, and this. He is not allowed to do it by their own statement unless he's presenting everyone with a hard copy of their income disclosure statement. Ollie, you want to say goodnight, buddy? Filters. Hold on just a second. We'll finish talking about this just a second. Let me get the noise gates off the microphone so Ollie can talk for just a second. This is Mr. Alderman. Stop, Ollie. You can't hit at the computer. I don't care. I use words. Here you go. Come here. Come over here. When they can see you. Show them. You like that? What is that? Tell them what it is.
Well,
Little dinosaur?
the little one.
Oh.
A rainbow one.
Rainbow dinosaur.
Are you talking hey?
And he changes colors.
Can't see it in the camera.
They can see it on his face.
Hey.
Just put it back where it was.
It's a party. Hey.
Uh-huh.
I told you. What I gotta do? See?
They can see it reflecting. It's okay. There's red.
Wait, no, that.
Yellow. White. What? Too many colors. I got confused. Alright, tell them who you are.
I will not knew.
Somebody said, hey, chicken butt. That's, say double O. Listen, say double. O. Saving.
Shut.
Good job. He called you a chicken butt. What'd you do today? Words. Birthday was it? Ollie, you know whose birthday it was.
Birthday party did we go to today?
Yeah, but
You know that. What'd you eat there? Did you have any cake?
No.
Did you have meatballs?
No.
Did you have chicken nuggers?
What did you say?
Chicken nuggers.
No, chicken nuggets.
Oh, chicken nuggets. Okay. Tell everybody what else you did today.
Well.
Did you get to go swimming?
Yeah.
In the pool?
No. Pinata, go hit with them water.
Yeah,
With a stick?
Hit the pinata.
Pinata. Mariah, take this dinosaur. It's on my mouse and my monitor and everything else. You got to hit it hard with the pinata, the stick?
Yeah.
What comes out of a pinata when you break it?
Candy.
That's right. Lots of candy. That's right.
Hey, I don't know if two people put no wood at the with you metal thing.
Oh, okay. Listen, I can't hold you here much longer, so tell everybody, say I love you.
Will you buy?
What's your name?
I will not.
Okay. God, you're breaking my arm. Tublet. You want to talk to Liam? Yeah. All right, real quick. Here's Liam.
Hi, guys. I've been doing good at school. Three important things. First, the Fortnite event is tomorrow, and after I get back from church, I'm gonna be at my grandma's house where I'm gonna be playing it with my friend. So that's gonna be fun. We went to my cousin's birthday party. Her name is Memphis, and it was fun. What I did, I didn't really pay attention to the party. I did eat, but I really just skated down there, the road, which was funny. But yeah, also what I'm wearing. Someone gave us a
Not someone, Nathan, and say thank you in case he watches this.
Yes. Nathan and Seth gave us these like $200 like Harry Potter
They're the robes from the Harry Potter movie that they get when they go to each class. I know it's hard to tell, but it is like a really expensive robe that they had bought when Harry Potter was big and they went to a movie premiere and stuff. So they each got one. This is Slytherin, and then Ollie has a different one.
You might be able to see it. Hold on, let me get back.
It's lined in green. It's a black robe.
Yeah, I really like this robe. It just feels like a blanket on me, which feels really good. I like it. I've been wearing it like all day. It's really good. Thank you, Nathan and Seth. It's really fun. Yeah, I've been wearing it all day. It feels really good. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, Nathan and Seth. Don't forget about the Fortnite again tomorrow. It's fun. Bye. Oh, Memphis is 3, right?
Yeah, she just turned
3. And her birthday party was fun. All I did was really skate. But yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye.
All right, that's it for Liam. If you want to see more of Liam, he has his own channel. All he does is not news typically when we're not in the camper and these area restrictions, time restrictions, internet not as good. But yeah, when we're on a regular channel, Ollie does not news. Liam does a show called Game Train. Ollie's is just on this channel. That's the only place to find it. But Liam's, you can go to youtube.com. I'll type it in the chat. You can go to youtube.com/game train, like locomotive, Liam. www.youtube.com/game train Liam. And he has a channel over there that I'd appreciate if you guys would support. If you get over there, some of the videos will let you leave comments. Some of the other ones won't. The reason being is because they identified it as videos being made by a minor, and they keep turning off the comments. If you see a video that'll let you leave a comment, because every few weeks or couple months or whatever, Liam goes through and reads all his comments as part of his little show he does, which is nice. So check it out, youtube.com/game train Liam. All right. So anytime Phil is discussing this plan, promising money, promising market value, promising whatever, I'm turning back on the noise gates now, he is breaking down rules.
Always great to see the kids.
Thank you, A. Capone, $20 into the cult. Always great to see the kids. Thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. Yeah, we try to have them on more often. Sometimes school's just been hectic. I can't get them on a good schedule. It's mostly Mariah's fault, but I'm fighting her every step of the way. But anytime Phil is covering how much you're going to make, I'm moving so many people up to where they can make $500 now. I'm putting downlines in so everybody can get their $300 payout. This coin's going to double. Silver's going to go to $100,000 a billion ounces. Whatever. Anytime he's making any of those, everybody he's talking to on his show are technically potential associates, because even one of the shows he did, if you're not interested in silver, just leave. This is only for people who think they might join. So obviously they're potential associates. So he needs to be providing them with a hard copy of an income disclosure statement, which tells them that, 84% of people never make a fucking dime, and 80% of those people lose money. The rest of them break even. That's just averages for multi-level marketings across the board. In any non-public meeting, example given, a home meeting one-on-one, regardless of venue, with a prospective associate in which the 7K member share plan is discussed or any type of income claim is made, you must provide the prospect with a copy of the 7K IDS, income disclosure statement. In any meeting that is open to the public, in which the 7K member share plan is discussed or any type of income claim is made, you must provide every prospective associate with a copy of the 7K IDS, and you must display at least one 3-foot by 5-foot poster board in the front of the room in reasonably close proximity to the presenter. So not only is he technically having a public meeting because anybody can come into his D-Live stream, you don't even have to sign in to do it. He would have to have in his background, he needs a 3-foot by 5-foot poster board with the income disclosure statement posted. In any meeting in which any type of video display is utilized, if you use a monitor, a television, or a projector, a slide of the 7K income disclosure statement must be displayed continuously throughout the duration of any discussion of the 7K member share plan or the making of an income claim. So anytime if he uses videos or graphics or whatever when he does his stream, the whole time he's talking about how much you can make, how much he makes, how much his friend makes, how he's getting these people signed up to make 500, or he's talking about the share plan, or he's talking about the money that he's going to make or his mom made or people in his downline are going to make, or 2 new people he just signed up. The whole time he's supposed to have an income disclosure statement up. This is 7K metals. This is what Phil Silver is run after. This is what he doesn't want you to know. 7K metals is the name of it because he specifically told people not to go around him. 7K metals. Copies of the 7K IDS may be printed or downloaded without charge from the 7K corporate website. 7K associates who develop sales aids and tools in which the 7K member share plan or income claims are present must incorporate the 7K IDS into each such sales aid or tool prior to submission to the company for review. The company won't even, if you come up with a better way to sell the plan or a better presentation you do, they won't even look at it unless you follow the rules. And it can include up to termination from the company. He's violating one of their basic tenets, one of their basic rules. We're just on rule number 8. He's already broke it about 1,000 fucking times. All right, back to Mike.
Even though we're getting more views in our shows than most mainstream shows are right now, they still put us off as being back
maybe.
channels. All right. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm sure you are. That's why I didn't tell you a date. I reported that JCQ said Nassar would be announced Saturday morning.
Yes. What the income disclosure statement is, it tells what percentage of people made $1,000 or more, $100,000 or more, $10,000 or more, $5,000 or more, broke even, or reported a loss. And it really lays it out there in percentages so you can see what's most likely to happen to you. If he's not giving out that information, he's signing people up, he's doing it illegally.
That's not a date, it's a day. Okay? It didn't say which Saturday morning. We can only hope that it's...
I've seen people at Amway say, oh, this is just a thing that the government makes us do. It don't mean nothing, bro. You're going to work hard, ain't you? Because you're going to make more than that.
9/11, because many patriots have said 9/11 is going to be one we will never... This celebration this year would be one we'd never forget. I believe it's going to be a bloodbath of truth, okay? In a good way. All right?
Bloodbath.
I believe that 9/11 is not only going to be about maybe possibly Nassar being announced, but huge amounts of truth and pieces of the puzzle that we all are missing.
Oh, cool.
Put in place so that all.
By the way, when he says tomorrow, he literally means today, September 11th, and nothing happened because this was recorded on the 10th.
Dots are connected, and we start waking the few up that are left. Okay, and I think it's going to happen in phases, guys. I think this first phase is all about the beginning of turning around of America and its supposed leaders. And as we get deeper in the fall, we'll see the second phase and the third phase and possibly the fourth phase on through the end of the year. All right. And that's some of the understanding that I've come to see. Okay. But the first phase is going to end the movie. I hope the COVID crap is way out of control. The Remdesivir, guys, is Fauci's lie. He said that.
What'd you call it there, brother?
Is way out of control. The Remdesivir, guys.
The Remdesivir You know, it's just outside the atmosphere, remdesivir. That's a lie by Fauci. Don't you know we live on a flat Earth?
This is Fauci's lie. He said that there was data and a report to support the activity of the drug remdesivir helping with COVID. Okay, and none of us back then when he said it bothered to click the link. Fortunate for us, one doctor did, and that doctor's video is being passed all around, telling everybody about the truth about remdesivir. Okay, it shuts down your kidneys.
Oh God!
All right, it shuts down your kidneys. All right, and as the fluid begins to fill up your body because your kidneys aren't producing it and moving it on, the fluid in your body fills up, and you start to drown, and they throw in the ventilator and finish you off. Yes, Regeneron, guys. If you can request Regeneron, you should take it. What stops election fraud is next. Guys, Maricopa County is going to bust wide open either later tonight or early tomorrow. That's my belief in that. There's so much activity that something has to bust, whether it's Georgia or Maricopa County. And we got the audio from the gentleman in the National Guard that says all 50 states have already been done. So they've been doing it since December. And that may be spilled out tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see and trust in the Lord, right, Butch? Remdesivir, though, I want to talk about. And we need
the Remdesivir.
Friends and family, guys. They may not want to be here. They may not want to hear
best place to be.
At least plant the seed, okay? Remdesivir plus
it's low Earth orbit.
Exactly how it works, okay? These people are willingly killing people for money in the COVID fake pandemic, okay? And they got to know they are at this point. All right. Remember we discussed about the real numbers about the people who are in hospital with COVID. 80% of them have been vaccinated. It's not 80% unvaxxed. As they continue to go out in public and attack unvaxxed people. I'm talking about law-abiding, God-fearing, good citizens are being attacked because we chose not to take the vacation because of it was a choice we were allowed. Okay, the government cannot mandate our health or what we do with our body. They do not own us. In fact, they work for us. Okay, we just don't have a government right now. We got Flashbang and his crew. Okay, his crew of mobsters. All right, from top to bottom.
Mobsters or monsters. Mike Wazowski.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. All right.
Oh, there's a blackout happening. Okay.
But we got Flashbang and his mobster cronies, and satanic worshipers, including himself, all throughout the fake government right now. All right. And he throws out this mandate yesterday, which I think he did on purpose. For one, he's just that kind of person. And two, it's another sting operation. He's going to find out which governors that they haven't quite got
another sting
thumbnail on yet are going to comply and move forward with it. Okay. All right. So let's dive.
So they're telling governors, they're telling federal employees about this mandate, and they want to see which governors move forward with a federal mandate that governors have nothing to do with. And they're telling them they have to, but they want them to not do it so they look like the good guys for all the federal employees that work for the governor.
Dive deeper into this conversation, and some of you may
except postal carriers
not want to hear this, but you need to make the commitment now. If you work for a company that has 100 more employees, they're going to mandate if it isn't stopped before then, if the whole lie isn't exposed before then. Okay, I just told you Fauci told a lie. I'm gonna back up a little bit. Okay,
I have personally heard of two businesses, and I know two businesses are nothing. But I have a feeling, I told you guys this before, I personally have a feeling I have nothing to back this up other than just the way I feel about America and how strong she is, how proud she is, especially like what I know about being and living in my whole life down in the South. I know of two companies that it has backfired on to the point to where they dropped it and said they wouldn't bring it up again. I don't think that the mandates are going to stick within companies.
I want you to think I'm jumping all over the place, but I want to make sure you understand. Fauci told a lie about remdesivir early on.
Redemisphere.
All right. That's why you let him stand forward and do it and expose himself. You know, that's back when they all started eating each other. All right. But he told a lie about Redemisphere and the study that was out there. The study was completely opposite of what he stated. And
they're not pushing the mandate on postal carriers because they might need them for the next election.
Causing these deaths that they were labeling COVID.
I'm just joking.
All right. So in the beginning, they used Redemisphere to create more COVID deaths. All right. And get paid. And now they're using it to absolutely murder people. All right. Murder was before too, but this is blatant because they know. They know. They may not have known in the beginning, but they know now. And it's ominous and it's not very positive, but it's the truth. All right. So these companies that are going to come out with the supposed mandate, if it gets that far, you guys, you must stand your ground. If your choice is to not take the vacation and not wear a mask or both.
Yes, the worst case scenario would be everybody buckling. We have strength in numbers, and I believe that the numbers are going to stand up enough to shut this down. I also believe when it gets to the Supreme Court, they're shutting that shit down. I think this is a technique called the big ask. He's asking for a big ask and knowing it's going to get shut down, and he'll come back in with something more moderate. I think that's what'll happen.
Okay.
If it doesn't, I don't think businesses will stand for it.
You need to stand your ground.
They won't have any employees. They already don't have employees.
I don't even know. It doesn't matter about collecting unemployment. We need to quit waiting and thinking the government's our savior with things like unemployment because we got fired wrongfully. No. What about your communities? Why not lean on each other? All right. Why not start the movement to let everybody know that those that want to stand up and either walk out or get fired, then do so. We got your back. Your community has your back. God has your back because he will create provision for the right doing.
There's actually been an update to that story. This is from the New York Post. It says U.S. Postal Service workers will have to get a COVID-19 vaccine or be tested weekly after President Biden mandated the shot for federal workers. Despite an earlier report claiming that more than 600,000 letter carriers and administrative staff were exempt, the White House issued a clarification late Thursday after the Washington Post, citing an official reported USPS workers were not required to get the shot and were only being strongly encouraged to do so. Biden on Thursday signed 2 executive orders, one requiring it for most of the federal workers with limited medical and religious exemptions, and another forcing federal contractors to also use it on their workforces. The president also announced the new Labor Department policy requiring workers at private companies with 100 or more employees to get it or subject to weekly testing. The fines are up to $14,000 per violation. Biden described his justification for a package of vaccine mandates in stark terms, claiming it falls outside matters of freedom and personal choice. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us, Biden said in his speech. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you. Postal workers will have a choice between getting it or getting tested once a week. A Biden administration clarified subject those workers to the rules being imposed on businesses of 100 employees or more, as opposed to the rules of federal employees. Oh, okay. So for some reason, they're not exempt. They get to do the same set of rules that are 100 employees or more rules. Because the federal workers don't get the tested every week thing, but apparently postal workers do. Maybe it's because they have such a large contractor base. Maybe. So all federal employees have to have it. All people work at a company of 100 or more employees and postal workers can either have it or get tested weekly.
Remdesivir, okay. Are you in a blue state? That's going to stop me from helping you?
He doesn't have cancer. He had cancer, Jill Addington. And he's a lying dirtbag. So
Because you're in
there
a
you
blue
go.
state? No, I'll come up there and help you call these folks out. I'll come
Good
up there
deal.
and help you. You know, your brothers and sisters will too.
I appreciate it.
Your brothers and sisters in Christ.
I do believe we got to stand close together. I think that's our way out of
Don't
this.
give in to Satanism.
Look, I'm not anti anything. I'm not pro anything. I don't give out medical advice. I don't blah, blah, blah. What I am against is forcing anybody to do basically anything and then calling it freedom. It's not.
Don't give in to Satanism. Don't give in to your possible death because of your fear for losing your job. Truth be known, the companies that comply, if it goes that far, are going to be taken apart anyway. You're going to be without a job anyway. Luckily, they will help replace you. Yes, North Carolina has to call that crazy lunatic up there in the governor's office out. Every one of us do. Okay? It says, I'm in a Democratic state called Virginia, but I am a conservative and a patriot. That's right. All right. We have to help our neighbors get educated about Redemisphere, okay?
It's Mark. I know. Thank you.
Remdesivir, sorry. And we have to help them. We have to stand up for ourselves if we work for these companies that are going to come out with these mandates.
Redazosphere.
Automotive industry is a little bit of a challenge for them.
Mark always makes me laugh.
All right. OSHA would have to back it in order for it to happen in the automotive industry. Similar type industries will have the same thing.
That's right, Reluxley. Welcome.
Right? But we cannot stand down at all to their mandates.
This video gets pretty good.
Conform or comply, guys. We're giving Satan that much more control over us again. This must never happen again. Federal employees the same way, guys. I mean, federal employees, you guys have to understand that as they take the government apart and put in the new systems and the new government, there's going to be a less and less need for office people in these federal jobs.
Oh, okay.
In many instances, they have backup plans for you, okay?
Okay.
They have backup plans for you, okay? Just like they do the rest of the world that's going to be displaced because of our old systems being taken out and our new systems being put back in, okay? Is the OSHA thing for sure regarding the automotive industry? Yes. Heard it from my CEO's mouth today, who would like to do the mandate. They're in New York. He would like to do the mandate. With God on our side, who can stand against us? That's the question we need to be asking. With God on our side, who can stand against us? I mean, I'm asking you that question right now.
We're coming up on it. It's about 5 more minutes.
Look like a good question. Let me get back up to it. Do you think this is a way to announce Nassar because the government will automatically decrease, and so will hospitals once the med beds come out? It's very possible.
We had a webcam.
It's very possible. Mike, if Nassar happens this weekend, how soon do you believe until they start disbursements of money? Have no clue. Marie, I wish I knew so I could answer that for you, but I don't have any clue. I know it's going to happen. When? None of us know that. Mike. Lots of military helicopters flying over my space tonight and late afternoon. In Southeast Georgia, I am in between 2 military bases. Any idea what's up with that? Where we go one, we go all. Yeah, there's a lot of activity.
Of course there is.
Very active in the country, guys.
Always are.
The amount of intel that they've got, they know what.
I don't know about that.
And what they need to do.
The amount of intel they got.
The Sharon says, what about the military? They will be disciplined and lose their pensions. What will happen with them? Guys, they're our brother and sister in arms, okay? They're our brothers and sisters in arms. We will take care of them. I promise you, they will be some of the first ones to stand their ground. They're not worried about their pension. They didn't sign up to to fight for freedom and sacrifice their life to be worried about their pension in a time like this. This is war. This is war. Stop panicking. Absolutely right. What about the executive order flashbang extended? That was the one that was running out in a few days. John, thank you for that question.
Okay.
That's a good question. It was comical that he extended it, okay? But it also lets you know who's in control, guys. That's why it was done, all right? Damn if he was, damn if the White Hats was going to allow Trump's name on another thing in the Federal Registry, Mike, I just sent 2 videos to the chat. They came out today, and they're all about Trump. I believe they give really good clues. Can you look at them? Maybe share.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. I will look at them, I promise you, but I'm not going to be bringing them on during the show right now because I'm not prepared for that. I'm sorry. Or any of the military corrupt. Yes, there's still corrupt military out there, guys. They know who they are and they're dealing with it. Okay.
Oh, we're getting close now, boys. He gets on a negative 48 kick in just a minute.
Yes, guys. Saint Pierre of Jesus the Savior, for Jesus the Savior, says we have to be trusting God and not money. God will take care of us when we do right, guys. That has never been more.
What? Did you just stop in the middle of your sentence? What was that? Guys, that has never been more, Tallahassee in the house. Welcome. Welcome. You're on with Mike and Mike.
Says we have to be trusting God and not money. God will take care of us when we do right. Guys, that has never been more,
Perfect. You got him, Mark.
It's never been a more true.
Anyways, well, 1 minute pause aside. Yeah, a lot of his lives, if he doesn't have guests, what it's turned into is him making like one vague statement and then the whole time reading chat and saying, yeah, guys, you know that. And by the way, blah, blah, blah. Or no, that's not right, guys. Instead, we think blah, blah, blah. And it's just that over and over again, little 1 or 2 minutes. Like he doesn't prepare for anything. He makes one statement and then he reacts to chat, either agrees or disagrees, and then tells them why. And that's his whole show anymore.
Statement. Provision will be created if we do the right thing, especially when nobody's looking. Guys, I got up after this morning and went to work.
There you go.
Got reflecting on the show that I shared last night. Okay. It wasn't about Nassar. I didn't reflect on that. Okay. I know Nassar is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Okay.
Never.
I reflected on the Bible verses that I shared with you and the spiritual battle that we're all in, that we need to take up arms with, put on the full armor of God, and let's go at it with him. Okay. He doesn't need our help. We know that, but we love him and stand for his glory. Okay.
Okay.
He will create provision if we do the right thing. We have to get rid of evil on earth. If we comply and conform to mandates about the vacation, even the mask, guys, we are giving in to Satanism, communism. Okay. Phil just said the negotiations in his call was about GESARA, and one country was wanting a better exchange rate. He thinks GESARA will be announced Sunday.
The negotiations in his call were about GESARA, and one country wanted a better exchange rate. I'm sure Phil set you up with that. Be Sunday.
So I think that's probably a good possibility. If Nassar is announced on Saturday, then why?
Because he is a stationary motivational speaker. It's a new tactic he's trying. Most motivational speakers run and jump and walk up and down the stage and scream and hoop and holler. He breathes heavily and sits in a wooden chair in front of a china cabinet.
Why not Sunday? Okay, the thing I want you to understand about Saturday, guys, is 9/11's 20th year. Okay, get rid of evil on earth. That's right, Sheila. It's 9/11's 20th year. Okay,
good job, Sheila.
And a lot of bloodbath truth is going to be spilled. Truth about what happened on 9/11. It's going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. I know it's hard for me to swallow. I also know it was hard for me to understand how I missed it. Okay. So please give your opinion of negative 48 and gematria. I think that gematria may not be God's language, number language, but I think gematria is definitely used to help decode the Bible.
Okay.
My opinion of negative 48 is that he has spent a lot of time, him and his peeps have spent a lot of time understanding the fight, the spiritual fight, and where it stems from. Okay, the Jesus strand. All right, all these people that they talk about in the Jesus strand, in the Jesus strand is these people have fought from their life from the day they were born. These people have fought for their life since the day they were born.
You already said that.
48 is not a false teacher. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't claim to be a prophet.
Oh, no. Someone called Mark's boy out. Negative 48 is not a false teacher. He said a bunch of things that none of us believe, but he never said they were true. He just said them. Here we go.
These people have fought from their life from the day they were born. These people have fought for their life since the day they were born.
Yeah, you just said that. No, they haven't. They one guy ran an automotive store since the day he got back from WW2.
Negative 48 is not a false teacher. Okay.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't claim to be a prophet. Okay. Yes, he said.
Yes. I will agree with that, Lizzie. Scared people, frightened people, upset people believe this, and they think, with someone who claims to be a man of God and prays before and after each stream, he can't be lying to me. But I saw another guy who claimed he was telling the truth, but he said a curse word, so I can't believe him. Well, fuck.
Claimed to be a prophet. Okay. Yes, he said Mary Magdalene had sex with Jesus and married Jesus and all that.
Wow, somebody's getting kinky over here. He said Mary Magdalene had sex with Jesus, and then he changed it to claim to be married to Jesus.
Guys.
Yes, the Da Vinci Code. That's what Alethea Project said. You all are going with the Da Vinci Code strategy?
He did not say that was truth, okay?
He just come on here and said, look, the numbers don't lie. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Jesus' bloodline continued. JFK Senior is Jesus. It started with Mary Magdalene having sexual relationship with Jesus Christ. That continued his bloodline, and some of us might be some of his bloodline. He didn't stop at the end of it and say, hey, this is truth. He just presented it as a statement of fact that we were all supposed to know was him lying to us for some reason. Guys, he never said that was truth. We only believe the things that he stops before and after and says, I want you guys to know this is truth. That's the tag for you to remember it. The rest of it, you just listen and then pretend it's not real.
All that. Guys, he did not say that was truth, okay? He did not say that was truth. What he did say was truth was when Jesus first came across Mary Magdalene, he had to stop the seven spirits of the church, the seven evil spirits of the church,
okay,
from raping her, okay?
No, that's Mary, the mother of Jesus. Mary Magdalene was the prostitute Jesus met.
All right? So negative 48 has got some things that get your attention and make you talk about him and keep him at the top of the food chain on what you think about during the day.
So now Mark just claimed that he lies, that negative 48 lies on purpose, and he didn't say this was truth, so this is one of his lies. And the reason he makes these lies is so you guys will be talking about him longer. Saying, I didn't know Jesus slept around.
Got some things that get your attention and make you talk about him and keep him at the top of the food chain on what you think about during the day. That's the name of the game, guys.
What? in case you haven't noticed, Mark Panene, you and all your friends you have on, and all your insiders, and all the people you interview, including Negative 48, are all in the same game. So what is the name of the game? Which would be something that everybody does to do this correctly. What is the name of the game? It's lying to your fans, so they'll be talking about you when you're not on, and they'll come back and see you. The name of the game, when you are doing this type of content, is to lie to your fans, keep them interested, keep them talking about you, and keep them coming back. Now, I've said that since the beginning, but I'm not part of your game. You're the one in the game. I need to record this. Let me back this up for just a second. I need to record this. Hold on. I'll make a clip out of it.
In the Jesus strand is these people have fought from their life from the day they were born. But in the Jesus standing that I think gematria is definitely used to help decode the Bible. My opinion of Negative 48 is that he has spent a lot of time, him and his peeps have spent a lot of time understanding the fight, the spiritual fight, and where it stems from, okay? The Jesus strand. All right? All these people that they talk about in the Jesus strand, is these people have fought from their life from the day they were born.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
These people have fought for their life since the day they were born.
Oh, okay.
Negative 48 is not a false teacher. Okay.
He's not?
He doesn't claim to be a prophet. Okay. Yes, he said Mary Magdalene had sex with Jesus and married Jesus and all that.
Well, now.
He did not say that was truth. Okay.
He didn't. He just come on here and presented that as a true statement. He didn't actually stop and say, guys, I want you to listen. This is truth, which is a dead giveaway that he's not lying.
He did not say that was truth. What he did say was truth was when Jesus first came across Mary Magdalene, he had to stop the seven spirits of the church, the seven evil spirits of the church,
oh no,
from raping her. Okay.
Ooh. Easy now.
All right. So Negative 48 has got some things that get your attention and make you talk about him and keep him at the top of the food chain on what you think about during the day.
Right.
That's the name of the game, guys.
What? That's the name of the game? To lie? To make false statements, to get your attention, to keep you talking about them, to keep you coming back, to keep you watching their shows. That's the name of the game? I know that, and I've said that, but I'm not part of the game. But you, Mark, and Charlie, and Jason Q, and Brad Barton, and Doug from Frog News, and Bologna Fried, and all your grifting friends, Nino, everybody else. You are in that game. That's your game, right? It's the grift. It's the Trump is coming back grift. You're saying the name of the game is to lie to your fans in such a way and so over the top that they keep thinking about you, keep talking about you, keep you at the top of the food chain, and come back to see you knowing it's untrue? I thought we were just truth seekers and spreading out the truth and distributing it to everybody because you had figured it out. Now it's lie to get people to come back, and while they're gone, they'll be talking about you the whole time. Glad we know the name of the game. I guess anybody can play this game now, huh? I can't believe he just said that. I just can't. Wait, I saw a comment. You are a creepy basement dweller. You can't come up with your own content. All you do is make fun of others. Really pathetic. You do the same thing, creep. The last statement didn't make any sense. Who are you talking to me twice? But the rest of it, well, I'm good at making fun of people. Have you seen the shit they're saying? And I don't live in a basement. I haven't lived in a basement in years and years and years. But listen, I don't want to piss off Mrs. Claus. It's okay. You do your thing, I'll do mine. I don't want a lump of coal under my tree this year. You and the elves and Mr. Claus have a very nice winter. See you on Christmas.
Okay? He has to get the truth out, and he has to do it in a hurry. Yes.
He has to get the truth out. It's got to be in a hurry. That's why he's got to lie to you guys. Listen, he could tell you what you want to hear. He could tell you what you want to hear, but then he might not be able to tell you as much of it. So he's got to do it fast with lies. Fill it up with lies to make you keep coming back, and that way he can get the truth out very quickly.
Or he has to keep your attention for a long period of time about the same subject. So they're not going to say...
So do you. I always come with receipts. You come with, look, man, they added this up when they added all the letters together. Or I heard from a secret intel source. Or I saw on the Telegram boards. Okay.
Things that you want to hear, it doesn't keep your attention after a little while.
That's not true. That statement you said backwards. He could tell you things you want to hear. That's what he's doing. He's telling you things that you want to hear, and also scandalous or salacious things that keep you talking. But he is telling you things you want to hear, like Trump's coming back, and Nasara Gassara, and I added this up, and 216, Satan's little helper. He's telling you all the things you want to hear, but he's also saying salacious claims just to get your mouth running to all your friends, and be in the chat, and talking about this and talking about that. And remember, it's the name of the game. The name of the game is this is a business for these grifters. They're all thinking, who can make the biggest, craziest claim this week? But you don't want to go too far because you got to top it each new week to each new audience, especially if you're like Negative 48 and bounce around to shows. Now, if you have your own show that you have your regulars, you just need to make big claims to get new people to come in. Right? But if you bounce around from show to show, you got to top it every week. Or at least on rotation by the time you see Mark's audience twice.
Pastor Dana. And look, I'm not defending him. He doesn't need defending.
I spent enough time fighting for the First Amendment. I think I'll use it right now, Tammy.
All right? Them people have done a lot of work. It's up to us to use our discernment and go in there and, like Brad said, and pick the meat off the bone, okay, and discard the bone. The bone.
No, I've never been a hopium dealer. I was the pill man for a little bit. I sold my fair share of pot, but never hopium. I was always afraid somebody would overdose and end up insurrecting.
In stupid story like Jesus was married to Mary Magdalene.
So he's just telling. Here it is. He's just telling stupid stories.
All right? Them people have done a lot of work.
I'm not defending him, but let me defend him right quick, okay? He doesn't need defending. Let me defend him right quick. And then when we get to the end of it, I'm going to tell him how much work he did, how much defense I have for him, and he's telling you stupid stories. Negative 48 is telling you stupid stories because you're still talking about him. And he knows you'll come back. The same reason you come back to me. I tell you stupid stories. Like, Nasara Gassara was just announced in Portugal. Do you know when I made my video and got the 200,000 views or whatever on the Nasara Gassara announcement that Mark here reported on his phone call to Doug in Portugal? How long has that fucking been? How long let's look. How long has that been? They've already reported that Nasara Gassara kicked off, and they took my video from me just as it was getting ready to hit 200,000. But god damn, that's been a while. That's been a long time. And they're still claiming that it's just around the corner. Well, Phil said it'll be in the next couple days. He said, go ahead, and if you don't mind, max out your credit cards, joining Phil's Silver, corruptionofaminer.com. Go ahead and spend your time on that. Spend your money. Extend your limit on your credit cards. Maybe get a second mortgage on your house. Get in the silver business, because Nasara Gassara is coming, boys. She's coming, and I don't know if anybody's gonna be able to slow her down. Jesus Christ. I don't know. These people keep coming back for more when everybody's wrong. Yeah, I'll have some more of that, please. Wrong. Yeah, can I get some more of that? Just another helping.
They're not going to say things that you want to hear. It doesn't keep your attention after a little while.
Sure.
Pastor Dana, and look, I'm not defending him.
It's not even the fact that he's selling silver. If you want to invest in precious metals, have at it. You can pay what is the weight or what is the coin value plus a little bit more to get it out of the dealer's hands. He's not gonna break even on it and get it. He's got them set up in a pyramid scheme where you're paying more than what the silver's worth, and a monthly subscription fee, and $600 to join, and you have to get 2 people to sign up below you, and then you start earning kickbacks. It's a basic pyramid. It's like Amway or LuLaRoe or Kirby Vacuums or anything else. He's signing his people up for a pyramid scheme because he's at the top.
He doesn't need defending. All right? Them people have done a lot of work. It's up to us to use our discernment and go in there and
I had a woman call me who I still have a ton of respect for. I would never give her name out. I had a woman, she sent me an email and asked me to call her, and I reached out to her. She's a Gold Star mom. She lost her son in combat. Sounds like a very nice lady. In tears, telling me how much she loved me and my family and how funny she thought I was, but she also watched, Scott and a few other people, which I appreciate people like that. Can come here and enjoy jokes and still, if they watch the other shows, can still, enjoy a joke or two. And talked to me and broke down in tears, talking about her son and how I reminded her of her son. And she knew she had been studying this for a while, and she knew that Nasara Gassara money was coming, and what she would like to do when she gets her portion, because she's already prepared and registered for a nonprofit. She has to spend the money for charity. What she would like to do when she gets the money for spending is dedicate it in her son's name, who I remind her of, who she lost in combat, and donate it to us to buy us she wanted to buy a house for us because of the issue we were going through at the time and still are. And I don't even know what to say. I thanked her, and I appreciate that, and that's an amazing gesture. She really believed it, but I don't, right? I don't. Trust me, if that came through and that lady bought me a house, I'd be jumping for joy. I don't know that I could ever take it, but if I could, I would be jumping for joy and so excited, and hug her and kiss her probably, and what an awesome lady. But all I could think of is this woman is a Gold Star mom. She gave more than most, way, way, way more than most. She gave her son in defense of this country, and these sons of bitches who operate off the back of patriotism, operate off the back of conservatism, operate off the back of supporting the military and Christianity, have fucking lured her in to where she believes this so deeply that she's on the phone in tears with me. Like, woman should have been protected better. That woman should have had somebody there to tell her this was all bullshit. Or a channel like mine 10 years ago when she got involved in it to say, hey, this is bullshit. They manipulate and use, and they got to her. And I don't think I'll ever change her mind. I don't know when that would happen. She sounded like an older lady. She may die. After giving up her son for this country, she may die one day of old age, hopefully, long from now, still waiting on her check from Nasara Gassara. Like, those people are fucked up. Those people are fucked up. They are fucking with very real people's lives, telling us, oh, it's right around the corner. Oh, let me move the goalpost. It's right around the corner. Let me move the goalpost. It's right around the corner. And that's the best of them. The worst of them are telling you to buy fucking cars and quit paying your taxes, and you won't have to make the payment in a few months because Nasara is going to forgive your debt. Or invest in my silver pyramid scheme. Don't go around me. And don't just go buy silver. You got to be part of this if you want to start earning money like me, big money. That's the worst of them. The donations and the buses we're buying and the tours so I can dance and tell you how awesome I am. And I've been through 3 motorcycle wrecks and I've got a fucking hatchet. Okay? That's the worst of them. $500 a plate tickets to Mr. Poor little old Southern, just barely can understand how to operate a computer, Brad Barton, who's already a millionaire through a pyramid scheme called Team National, taking donations out of your pocket on a fixed income, on Social Security disability, on Medicaid and Medicare. He needs donations because he doesn't want to stop your blessing. Don't you want to bless a millionaire who made his money signing people up for something he knew that 85+% of them would never make a dime, but he promised they would? And he got to $1 million home, driving a Hummer, kids in private school, own personal basketball court, kids go to camp, it costs $20,000 per child. You want to bless that guy, don't you? He's getting his blessing at $500 a plate. Bring your own chairs. Because Lynn Wood's going to be there. Fuck out of here.
Brad said, and pick the meat off the bone, okay? And
that was good timing.
The bone being a stupid story like Jesus was married to Mary Magdalene.
Nah, Joe Biden extended it because it has nothing to do with Trump or what's going on right now.
We know that's not true. But we're harping on it 10 days after he said it the first time. He still has our attention. All right. So don't look to me to either defend or agree with negative 48. He's his own man. He's speaking truth, guys. He's speaking a lot of truth. They've done hours and hours and hours of research. Okay. They know the history. Okay?
They did the research. They speak a lot of truth. The lies are just to keep you coming back. That's what they're there for. The lies are to keep you coming back. A 72-year-old fed still smoking cigarettes because the med beds will heal her. Yeah, I watched Charlie Ward and Jason Q take a man who had a mental handicap, make him panic over the fact that he's not in charge of his own medical decisions, and he had been vaccinated, and they made him panic over that, telling him he was going to die. Then took him on Charlie Ward's show and told him, don't worry, we're going to get you, when the med beds are released, I talked to a general today, he's going to get you in the front of the line. And then told him, not only that, they're actually just going to fix you as a human. You're going to be a brand new person. You won't be mentally handicapped anymore. We're going to take care of you. Now that guy's not even on the show anymore. They asked him not to come back. These people know no bounds. Where's the harm in believing, JFK Jr. is alive? I don't agree with everything. I just agree with some things. Well, when you agree with some things, you're signing off on the everything. Better know who you're fucking having on, who you're thanking, who you're patting on the back, who you're offering interviews to, who you're endorsing, and who's in your fucking chat. Radicalizing your people.
You can imagine why they know the history. All right? If all the answers were given to you, would you be a free thinker? Exactly.
Oh, that's it. If all the answers were given to you, so he's training you to be a free thinker. It's not enough that you believe every conspiracy under the sun. he has to lie to you every once in a while to see if you pick out the lies that keep you coming back.
And that makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense, Mindy.
There we go. There we go. 2 guests that are blazing a trail of truth, 462. Hi, Patrick Bouvier Kennedy and Arabella Dewar Kennedy, 462.
Gematria is bullshit. 369. Where's the calculator? Actually, hold on. Is it GE Montreanator? There it is. This is what I want. Gematria. GEMATRIA is bullshit. Gematria's bullshit is 205. Let's see what else we got for 205. Match. Where's my thing at? Wasn't it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I got them open now. Let's find a good one. Am I living in the Matrix? That's not bad. Sacrifice for Saturn. Gladiator Spartacus. Saturn Sacrifice 4. New Orleans Pelicans. LeBron Raymond James. Pelicans New Orleans. Matthew McConaughey 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. Killed by the Numbers 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. No one is above the law 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. Bill Gates Microsoft 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. That's a good one. Masonic Hunting Club 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. Americans Hate Trump 205. Gematria is bullshit 205. All they're doing is picking stuff that fits their narrative. So if they want it to seem like Trump's coming back, they pick everything that sounds half-assed like he's coming back. And if they want to make it seem like Biden's going away, they pick everything that half-assed and make it sound like Biden's going away. Americans Hate Trump 205. The Sword of Damocles 205. Find Beyonce Sells 205. The 5 Senses of Man 205. U.S. War in Afghanistan 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. That was a pretty good one. Tupac Shakur Wedding 205. That's one of my personal favorites. McGregor Mayweather at 205. Daylight Savings Time 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. George Walker Bush Jr. 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. Never Say Never Again 205. Knights of the Helmet 205. FN Enemy of the People. The Prophet Muhammad 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. That's a good one. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Repeal the estate tax. Shoeless Joe Jackson. There's some good ones in here. And this is nowhere near all of them. Yolanda Denise Scott. 2 can play that game. Thanksgiving dinner. The Godfather of Soul. Oh. And The Crowd Goes Wild 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. I'll Be the Other Woman 205. Oh, don't tell my wife or my girlfriend. My Honorable Friend. Royal Drinking Blood 205. That would be one that would get their attention. Gematria's bullshit 205. Obsessed with the Numbers. Oh, this one only fits here. So this would be full reduction. This would be reverse, and this would be Hebrew reduction. But still, Obsessed with Numbers 79, and Gematria's bullshit 79. A Fucking Government 205. Obsessed with Deaths 205. Packers win Week 9 205. I need to place a bet right quick. Since You've Been Gone, Istanbul Earthquake, Severely Dehydrated. That's what I think some of them are. That's why they're fucking getting a little lightheaded. The Lamb Who Was Slain. That's a good one. 205. Gematria's bullshit 205. December 25th. 205. Holier Than All Women. That's a good one. Donald Trump is Nero. Brotherhood of Light. Satan Communication. That's it. Satan Communication 205. Gematria is bullshit 205. Satan Communication 205. Gematria is bullshit 205. By the way, this is actually true. You can go look it up. -48 216. Satan's Little Helper 216. Satan Communications 205. Gematria is bullshit 205. That's it. We got them. That's our full loop.
Guys, this plan was built years ago, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and God has let it. He's bestowed it upon the right people, and then He's let it happen.
Mike keeps having these weird proud parent moments where he's like, I was in chat the other day and you guys figured out that there's 14 Kennedys and there's 6 boys and 6 girls and 2 spacemen of the Galactic Federation. Oh, just stupid shit. I'm so proud of you guys. We're finally coming together like a team. No, I'm not watching chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, by the way, hold on. There's a really funny email. So, I'm always, so every time I'm watching one of these videos, I always have, Johnny T, he's like, oh, here comes my comment or whatever. Check it out. You got to check out my comment. Well, the other day he actually caught me in a, let's see if I can find it. The other day he caught me in a awkward scenario, I guess. I know it's here somewhere. As soon as his comment went to pop up, he said my moment of glory or something like that. As soon as his comment popped up, of course I had turned away from it. It was actually really funny. Let me see if I can find it right quick. That's the wrong ones. That's from that. Okay. Okay, that's too far back. Sorry. All right, let me scroll back up. Oh, here. How's your form? That's it. Okay, so let me grab that one. That's actually really funny. So he's like, oh, my comment's fixing to come up or whatever. And then this this is what he ended up seeing. As soon as his comment came up on the screen, Monkeyworks said pretty much opposite of blah something, saying Kabul doesn't look that good. I was actually turned back talking to Mariah as soon as his shit come up. We actually planned this out. He said, I finally had my moment, my time to shine, and I was looking the other direction. I thought that was funny. He got the screenshot and all. Oh, you'll have days like that.
I haven't seen it. What's that? I haven't seen it. Thank you for letting me.
So call it out. Who the hell is he talking to?
C? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, I need to know what Catherine C is saying in the chat, guys. It's pretty important. I need to know what Catherine C is saying in the chat. All right, can somebody help me find that? Bonnie and Melissa, please be on the lookout.
Yeah, I'm not helping you find it. Okay. You can find it. You're all right.
Catherine needs help, as Mary is saying. All right, so where is Catherine?
Oh, God. If you get catfish, please don't blame it on me. This always happens. Death threats, showing up at my house, IP addresses, everything.
Everybody start praying, please. She said she needs.
I appreciate them trying to help each other out. I don't know. I mean, what goes around comes around. I'd be real careful of, if I'm out here lying because that's the name of the game, I would be very careful with helping too many people out. One of those karma things, I think.
All right. Catherine C. needs advice from family. Okay. Well, we're definitely here. We just need to know, Kathy, where you would like us to start with that advice. You can consider all of us family. We're here for you. We're here with you.
Let's see it.
And God is here with us as well. Catherine says she needs help with people who do not believe her. Catherine, that help is coming. Okay. Many blessings to you. Forgive yourself. Absolutely.
I have no idea what's going on. This is completely sidetracked me.
Tons of prayers going up for Catherine. All right. D, Melissa and Bonnie, y'all please let me know if I need to jump off of here and talk with her or what. All right.
Well, it's not that serious because he goes for another hour.
There's a ton of prayers going up for her. Catherine, we want you to know that we're here for you. Your entire Patriot family, God-fearing Patriot family is here for you and with you.
So listen, I hate how they're just like, a lot of people would say, well, you can't say this is true or this is untrue. Let's just absorb everything Mark says and we'll use our discernment to decide. People's discernment is shit. Or else I wouldn't have to go around and explain basic, simple, everyday fucking tasks to people. They would just naturally absorb it or figure it out. Like, how many times have you, not talking about QAnon or anything else or Intel, how many times have you had to explain something like that should come natural to most people, like opening a fucking door to somebody? How to park their car. How to do basic life skills, and they didn't just discern it, they didn't just absorb it, they didn't just feel around till they find it. People are idiots. The vast majority of people are just idiots. It's the same thing as being like, oh, common sense takes over some point. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. For millions of people, common sense never crosses their mind.
As well.
Idiots.
If y'all don't feel the presence of God, then you need to steel yourself. Okay. All right. Guys, I can't help but believe that the Taliban is on the right side of the fence. Somebody asked if the Taliban was good or not. Let me go back up here and stop this question right quick, so I can. So the answer to that is I can't help think that Trump would make a peace treaty with them and a deal with them that we see being played out right now as a white hat psyop in Afghanistan. If they weren't good, if their intentions weren't to do the right thing, okay. Remember, we just got through saying God will create provision for those that do the right thing. All right. They got control of the country without firing a shot. All right. They got all the mandates shut down, the shops back open, and the citizens back on the streets without firing a shot, and within hours of them taking charge. So think about the question that you asked, if they're good or not, and think about the things that are truly happening for the people there. Okay. Because that's what's going to be happening. The shops have been reopened. The mandates are gone. They're making plans to prosper and keep their deal with Trump 19. Pray, dear Lord, for our sister Catherine. Absolutely. All right. So, hey, Mike, had a thought. You think it's possible they are digging deep under the buildings in D.C. so when they are hit by rods of God, they collapse into those holes and they can
there
just
you
cover
go.
them?
Perfect.
Rob?
Yeah, the rods of God are going to make them collapse into those holes that they've been digging deep under all of Washington, D.C. You got them.
Not only do I think that, I'm pretty sure that is what's happening.
They are after you, Jetflex. I've got nothing for you. Don't get them after me.
No one said the Bible was coded by God. He does speak directly to us. That's why the Holy Ghost is in each and every one of us. Love and prayers, Catherine. God is a way maker. That's right. Trust him. Let him help you carry your load, sister. Lay thought burdens at the feet of Jesus. Amen. So what is the latest on Nasara? Somebody asked. The latest is it's still being said that it's going to be announced tomorrow morning. Okay, we shall see, guys. Mark, you don't know how true a statement that is you just made there. Guys, if the mainstream media was truthful, you would know the truth in Afghanistan. We wouldn't have to go digging for it, would we?
That's right. We just know it. You wouldn't have to do anything.
Phil is saying that now Jassara will start on Sunday. Jason Q is saying not Nusara, but Gassara. Global, the global version of Nasara, okay, which is national here in the United States. Jason Q is saying Nasara will start here in the United States and be announced on Saturday.
Uh-oh. I had to reload that. We just had a RAM crash. Didn't have enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Range. Anyways, we're back.
I haven't seen it.
I might have to skip ahead. Hold on.
I haven't seen it. Thank you for letting me. So call it out, please. Our Patriot family, God-fearing Patriot family is here for you and with you. And God is present here with us as well. If y'all don't feel the presence of God, then you need to steel yourself. Okay.
I think I need to skip ahead again, don't I?
All right. Guys, I can't help but believe that the Taliban is on the right side of the fence. Somebody asked if the Taliban was good or not. Let me go back up here and stop this question right quick, so I can. So the answer to that is
I need to go further ahead.
Make a peace treaty with.
That's just
Mark, you don't know how true a
I
statement
need to skip ahead of that as well. That's probably some people that I wouldn't worry too much about, Jerry. That's some people that got stirred up from the top bunk, flying off the handle because something that was said in chat.
A celebration for sure.
If I melted down every time somebody said something negative about me, not only in my own chat, which is allowed, not blocked or cursing or any of that, but even in every other chat that I'm mentioned in, I wouldn't have time to do anything else. I'd just melt all day.
All right, so Mike.
It's the internet, bro.
9/11 does come out tomorrow. Only if the mainstream
people talk shit. That's what they do. It's the internet.
Why do y'all think EBS has to be active?
Welcome.
In order for them to get the truth out. I need to know where that connection came from so we can help unwind it, okay? EBS is going to be a part of this movement, yes. No one has talked about EBS being a part of tomorrow. Okay? I mean, they possess, at a flip of a switch, the ability to put up whatever they want on any TV station or show since Starlink satellites were put in place. No EBS.
Oh.
Okay? They also possess the ability for the presidential messages to reach everybody's cell phone without fail. All right? So maybe we get a presidential message that says watch channel.
A new Nasara video, you think?
Or 12. Whatever the case may be. Okay?
So we were told the other day, I forget who we were even watching. I think it was a female. Anyways, I know that Kimberly Kukich told us there would be 7 text messages that were the 7 seals mentioned in the Bible. And out of those 7 text messages for those 7 seals, some other female, I can't remember who it was though, told us that each one of the, it was Chahurston. Each one of those will be 8-hour-long videos. And the power's going to be out for 10 days. And you've got 56 hours worth of content that you're allowed to watch that was sent to your phone, auto-downloaded, that'll explain everything that happened during the 10 days of darkness. And then when the lights come back on, everybody will be caught up. There you go. That's the plan.
But EBS no one has talked about EBS being a part of tomorrow. That's why I said it's going to be a bloodbath of truth. It's going to be coming at us from every angle, more so than what they said. Dale 777, my source was you, brother. Keep praying. Yep, I'm sure they were on screen. I don't want to repeat that.
I heard today that Cuomo's last words before being arrested were "fuck me." Eehaw. Mike's response: "Yep, I'm sure they were." All right.
Catherine, we are definitely praying for you. Michael Clark, it's the military's job to fight wars, not the civilian population. Wow. I'm not trying to take anything away from the military, but this is a spiritual war first and foremost, Michael Clark.
Oh, it's a spiritual war. Scott said the other day, obviously not knowing the veteran suicide rate or the crisis that's going on right now as they watched Afghanistan fall the way it did, or the dangers that veterans still face trying to reincorporate themselves into the civilian world, or the fact that you could still be in garrison and military bases are one of the biggest targets for terrorist attacks. But Scott said the other day, this is not the shooting and blowing up bombs type war. Those soldiers are home. They're good. They're safe. Nothing's going to happen to them. This is an digital war, where we're the people that are in the line of fire. We've got flaming arrows and attacks and trying to kill me with COVID and got my dad. That was what he said now. Because he knows nothing about anything.
All right, Andrew, any word on EBS? No. There's no talk about EBS right now at all. All right? No back channels, no late night conference calls, none of that. And a lot of that is going on, guys. Okay? There is no talk about EBS right now. We are all in agreement that it is going to be a part of this movement at some point. But when is not being talked about.
No EBS right now. Till later. Till we want to make that up.
Listen, guys, it's like this. Everyone has a choice to believe or not, to take the shot or not. Just pray they open their eyes. That's right.
And they don't follow Trump, who's actually playing a double agent with a vaccine he created, and he paid for, and he authorized warp speed, and he told you to take. What he actually means is something else. Don't worry. Secretly.
Guys, okay.
Penicillin won't cure EBS.
GC, you're absolutely right about 4 months ago. Okay? There's not that many bad guys left. You know, the storyline is Trump is well insulated. Yet he was in Washington, D.C. He's going to be in Las Vegas at a fight tonight. He doesn't seem to be too worried about being insulated.
He's living his best life. He's living his best life. While y'all idiots are out here fucking raising all this hell for him, getting arrested, serving prison sentences, dedicating your life, losing your jobs, losing your homes, losing your cars, donating to a world tour where even the main bus guy fakes his own death and flees to Guadalajara with $1 million. Like, yeah, he's doing pretty fucking good. Are you?
Do you not realize that it's already won? Okay, It's over. It's already over. It's just playing out in the movie. Okay? Yeah, Trump's really going to the fight tomorrow. He helped promote it.
How can we need to be ready? We need to mobilize. We need to stand up. We need to take action. We need to resist. We need to be part of this. And also, we've already won. Okay? It's already over. This is just playing out of the movie. But the timeline got pushed back because this is a war. And timelines change. It's already won. Is it already won or is it not already won? The weirdest movie. It's like one of those. It's like one of those books where it's like you walk into the cabin and you see a door halfway open. You can hear noises on the outside or on the inside as the light flickers inside. You know it's pretty scary. You probably shouldn't go in, but you haven't eaten in 3 days after being trapped on top of this mountain. The snow begins to fall softly. Do you turn to page 18 to go into the cabin? Turn to page 26 to go around the cabin. And you like turn to 18 and you see that you're getting your eyeballs stabbed out and you're like, I didn't take my finger off the page. I can still go back. And you go back and you're like, oh yeah, of course we're going around the cabin. It's a weird movie. Pick your path.
They have it all, exactly. Yes, I think we'll be rejoicing in the 50 prices after Nassar gets going.
The never-ending grift.
Like it's supposed to. You know, no inflation. A car that costs $14,000 today, or $40,000 a day, will cost us $18,000 after this is all said and done, or less.
Well, that's true. It has been a really realistic movie. I mean, I didn't see in the trailer that I was going to lose everything I fucking own, but man, has it come to pass. Caught me almost as off guard as it would have had it not been a movie. I just fucking lost everything and living in a camper. Snuck right up on me. Those are the ones I like with a good twist at the end.
A car that costs $15,000 is going to cost around $8,000 or $6,000. What should we expect tomorrow? We should expect them to expose 9/11 for what it really is, somehow, some way. Okay. We should expect to hear about Jesus' birthday being 9/11 through the Gregorian calendar. Okay.
I said lost everything I cared about, Mariah. You weren't listening.
The fight's been canceled. Somebody follow up on that? Because I've not heard that. Yes, there's a good idea, Dwayne. You're right. Thank you for sharing that. Think distraction with all the emphasis on EBS, MSM, and others that the deep state would be concentrating efforts in those areas to counteract waste.
No. Consent rating. They would be consent rating. FROTS. Think distraction with all the emphasis on EBS, MSM, and others. The deep state would be consent rating efforts in those areas to counteract waste resources, period.
Wasted
Thank
resources. You. Yeah, 1970 prices, they'll work too. Let me see. How much was gasoline per gallon when you started driving, guys? It was 75 cents a gallon when I started driving. Trump is hosting the Holyfield fight. Yep. Yes. Yes, that is rumor. That is a rumor that's going around. Okay, for sure.
I didn't actually see that. Hold on.
Holyfield got COVID. How fitting is that? Wow, 25 cent, 19. For sure.
Someone tell me. Oh shit.
Yes.
Someone told me Biden stated he was ready to resign. Anyone else heard this?
Yes, that is rumor. That is a rumor that's going around. Okay.
Of course it is.
For sure.
What do you think happens when Biden resigns? The only two things you have to be is a natural-born citizen and over the age of 35. What do you think happens when Biden resigns?
Holyfield got COVID. How fitting is that? Wow, 25 cent, 19 cent a gallon, 23 cent a gallon in 1972. Wow. God is pouring out his spirit. Ask and receive. Vintage fan upgrades. Thank you for sharing that. Barbara had 19 cent a gallon. I don't know if we still need the big event or not.
By the way, one of the biggest Intel guys that I heard make a misstep is, I don't care if you like it or not, Kamala Harris is a natural-born citizen. Okay? She's born on U.S. soil to her parents, and it means she's a natural-born U.S. citizen. You have to be born inside the United States. You have to be born at a base abroad with U.S. citizen parents. That's a natural-born citizen. If she wasn't eligible to be VP, or if she was eligible to be VP, she's eligible to be P. Now, I know there's a certain person running around screaming, oh, the rules are different, or the VP just got to do that. Nope. There's not even a second clause written for the vice president. When it says requirements for the president, it has the requirements laid out. Then it says requirements for the vice president are the same as the president. There's not even a second, paragraph written. So if she's eligible to be VP, she's eligible to be P. And stop running around saying that like, oh, she was eligible for that, but she can't serve if Biden steps down. Yeah, okay. Her parents don't have to be born here.
You're talking about the big scare event. I don't know if that's going to happen still or not. It's very possible. I mean, the narrative is heading that way for sure.
You have to be a natural-born citizen, 35 years or older, and a resident for 14 years. But most people hit that because they've been in politics for at least 14 years. But you only have to be a natural-born citizen in the United States and a resident for 14 years. Her parents don't have to have been born here.
Some have said that the markets will crash Monday and Tuesday. All come in line in the next 3 or 4 days as far as that phase is concerned. Where will Biden be tomorrow? All is showing up at 9/11 tributes were pre-recorded per GNP today during a White House briefing. Man, what a bunch of clowns. $15 gallons is $50 now. Wow. 34 cents a gallon, she believes. 65 cents, 79 cents for Christina. 25 in 1976. 99 cents a gallon. Well, Trump hinted that we would see gas prices below $1 in our lifetime again. So stay tuned, guys. That's one way to put everything into perspective. Also, income taxes will go away, guys. A lot of the ill-begotten taxes, like property taxes and stuff, will go away. Okay, they'll quit renting you your land. That's all property tax is. Their ability to maintain control over it. And
so what she has is called a birthright citizenship, and it's the same. It makes you a natural-born citizen. A birthright citizenship is if you're born inside the United States, or if you're born inside the United States or a territory, or because one or both parents is or was a U.S. citizen. That's a birthright citizenship. And it is covered under a natural-born citizen. She was born in the U.S.
Rent it back to you. That's pretty much how credit works, too, so you know. All that's going away. It's all going away.
Her parents weren't originally from the U.S., but they were here, and she was born in the U.S. That's a natural-born citizen. It's the same rules for president and vice president. And I know it was brought up when she was running, and they're like, oh, yeah, of course she is.
God is so good. Amen to that.
I think the 10 days of darkness is going to be when Biden finally signs that Internet Bill of Rights he ran on, and he takes us all off the Internet. I'm not going to be here. Mark's not going to be here. CIA plant Scott McKay's not going to be here. It's going to be wild.
Huge day ahead, absolutely.
Oh, because discernment files, all the arrests are secret and sealed and take place in military tribunals for some reason.
All right, let me see what I got here. Let me see.
The biggest liability, I mean, that's too big a liability, not just for her situation, but any president, vice president. If you could put a vice president in place that's not eligible to be the president, that's such a huge liability, because if something happens to the president, turmoil is going to ensue. The vice president's going to try to take charge, plus the Speaker of the House is going to say, no, it's mine, you're not eligible, plus everybody else is going to be like, well, why don't we get a revote? The whole thing's going to be fucked up. It's too big a liability. The regulations are the same.
Comments, guys, and questions. Sorry. 27 cents a gallon in 1950. All right. You keep saying it's already been won, but it's not. It's affecting our paychecks and our livelihoods. It's just a gut punch. Not sure what you're saying.
Listen. I'm not sure what you're saying. Fuck you. Fuck you. That person is saying, you keep saying, don't worry, it's already won. It's affecting my paycheck. It's affecting my livelihood. I've listened to you for a year. You keep moving the fucking goalpost. Now I'm going broke and losing everything. I feel your pain, brother. In the camper. Season 2's fucking wild. I'm not sure what you're saying. They're saying you're a piece of shit. It's not one. People are still just because you're not personally suffering, because you don't want to hold up anybody's blessings, and you got in on the ground floor of the X39 patches, and you've got this big audience here, and you've still got your job, doesn't mean everybody else around you isn't. There's very real people suffering over these fucking choices. Me being one of them. Some of the people in my chat being others. Stop saying it's fucking one. That's like a slap in the face. Or stop saying that this is all part of the plan and Trump's in charge. Good. I'd like to speak to his fucking manager.
Saying, okay? I'm not affecting anyone's paycheck.
Oh my God, what an idiot.
So if you could clarify that, Carol, I'll be glad to jump in that conversation with you. Please, ma'am.
I got to start the 3D printer right quick, guys. I'll be right. I can still hear. I'll be right here.
One thing you could do, or we could pray for Jason. We could pray for Jason, okay, and his discernment. All right, guys. I saw this on Christian website. I always visit. It says in red, Biden ruling plunges nation deeper into cultural war. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. But guys, a narrative like that he just shared with us, or they just shared with us, is how they get you to think that the group of people that believe in what Biden is doing is larger than a group of people that are trying to do the right thing through God, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And it's not so, guys. We are the majority. There are more of us that believe in God and good people than there are of them who want to keep Satanism and the satanic rituals and the child trafficking and the drug cartels and the money flow, the greedy money flow, all alive for themselves while they enslave us through communism and socialism. God is standing with us right now. He's never going to leave us. Thank you, Janine. You're absolutely right. Mike, how did the military not have knowledge on the domes that the children were being trafficked in? Who said they didn't? They might not have knowledge on every one of them, but who said they didn't have knowledge of them? Can you help newbies like me? I just found you yesterday, found out about all this mid-2020, was at the Freedom Rally on the eclipse, January 6th, but I don't know who or what all these acronyms are, and I don't know anything about Telegram. I didn't know anything about Telegram a couple months ago either. In fact, when I started doing marketing online, I didn't even know how to turn a computer on. Guys, it takes practice, and we are willing to help Miss Hall. I plan on having Phil on next week. Yes, guys, we're going to have Phil on next week.
Phil, okay, so I warned people that I have contact with, which is not a lot of the people that I would consider the other side or difference of opinion or whatever. There's not a lot of them I have contact with. But the ones that I do have contact with, I warned them. And I said, look, you know, a lot of things are jokes, and I like to play around, and I like to make jokes and exaggerate things and make people laugh, right? And when the time comes for serious and receipts, I'm serious and receipts. But with this Phil thing, with him corrupting a minor, with it being available, readily available to see what he did to a child, and then y'all are out here screaming, save the kids, I'm headhunting on this one. I guarantee you, I'm not cutting any slack. I'm not making jokes. I'm not exaggerating. I'm headhunting and bringing all the receipts. I sent that message out, and people are like, okay, we'll check into it. If it's true, we don't want nobody like that. We'll see. I think I sent that email to about 4 or 5 people. Same exact email.
All right, so
he's a pedo
said attention
guy.
Or lies are not needed.
At minimum, corruption of a minor. All the charges he was with, he pled out for a lower deal, and I heard allegedly Daddy got him out of a lot of trouble, but still, corruption of a minor, a 15-year-old, and there were thousands of text messages and screenshots they found, including one that said, I thought about your age early on, but I quickly began to not care. Met her when she was 14, and sex was a part of it, at least when she was 15, maybe before. When she was 14, they don't know.
That's a possibility. I haven't heard that from them, but Mel K and Jason Q would know more than anybody that would be very feasible. Here's what she stated. Joe stated, Mike, I've heard Mel K and Jason Q talking about EBS going off at halftime NFL games on Sunday. Now, that's been said before, too.
At which one? Why would it be halftime at NFL games? At which one? Or do you think they're all synced up because you've never watched a sport or participated in a sport? At which game?
Last year and the year before.
You don't know about Mark.
Trump even says they've got it all. That's absolutely right. So, guys, you know, if they're the only two talking about it, we have to go do our research then, don't we? If there is record of them planning to do EBS, there'll be record of it somewhere. I don't think we'll have EBS with the confessions and the tribunals tomorrow. Okay? I think it's just going to be raw and relentless. It's like pulling the Band-Aid off an unhealed wound. I mean, we have to, tomorrow I'm going to ask this of each and every one of you. There's 14,000 of you right now, okay? Tomorrow we need to be very mindful, very, very mindful of the people who lost their lives and those families that were affected in 9/11, okay? And if you can't do that, just stay off social media altogether, all right? This isn't for you. And I'm not trying to be ugly in any way. I am trying to let everybody know that we must unite in a positive way and account for as many of our brothers and sisters in Christ as we can, okay? Everybody matters. Everybody matters. Anyone else notice there are no trolls around today or anything on anything? Something good is happening, Mike, my brother. Anthony, right there with you, brother.
Yeah, Scott McKay says they're gathering all of our addresses and they're going to come after us. Maybe something good will finally happen. I just wish somebody would come after me.
The blackout. Okay, so discovered some new information, and as I understand it, I was talking about no power outages during all this, but at some point there will have to be a power outage because the founding fathers.
I wish someone would come after me the way Scott McKay goes after Social Security checks, just so I could feel loved again.
I mean, not the founding fathers, but the Tesla energy stuff is going to have to come.
I don't think I missed you again, but I'll back up this time.
Anyone else notice there are no trolls around
just
today
kidding.
or anything, on anything? Something good is happening, Mike, my brother. Anthony, right there with you, brother. Vicky, thank you for praying for Catherine C. Robert. Have a good time, Robert. The blackout. Okay, so discovered some new information, and as I understand it, I was talking about no power outages during all this, but at some point there will have to be a power outage because the founding fathers, not the founding fathers, but the Tesla energy stuff is going to have to come to fruition during all of this. At what point in time that's going to happen, I do not know. Also, the massive rest, there's going to have to be blackouts for some of that as well, and blackouts for removing the over 600,000 illegals and getting them back to their own country.
Why? Why do we have to have blackouts for that? Why? Why?
Okay.
We'll hand you a gun. Camera. Why?
So be prepared. We will have power outages for those reasons. Guys, I cannot advise you not to pay your taxes, okay? That would be ill of me. I'm not a financial advisor. We need to remain good and lawful citizens until the time that that part of the government is gone. Okay, the RS is already gone. The only active office in the RS is overseas now. Pray hard for those who lost loved ones on 9/11 tomorrow. It's going to be horrendous for them. Yes, it's going to be horrendous for them, guys. And I get teary-eyed just thinking about it. The goosebumps are piling up on my arm. I can feel the armor of God come over me, and I will be coming on to do a live prayer session for those affected.
Oh, good.
That were affected by 9/11, and it won't be an intel
That's
drop.
what they need.
It's going to be a prayer session. I'm going to ask Pastor Mike to join me as well, and then I'm also going to promote his prayer channel so we can get it built up. No EBS tomorrow with the movies.
The funniest thing is when they had an episode and they told people they found out how to cash in your birth certificate and you needed to call the Department of Treasury and jump through the few hoops and tell them that you were calling to cash in your birth certificate. And then the very next episode, they found out that literally people were calling in to the Treasury and saying, I need to cash in my birth certificate. And they were saying, did Frog News send you? So they panicked. So the very next episode, Mike's like, look, I did not tell you to call the Treasury. Doug did not tell you to call the Treasury. Frog News. And I cut a clip of him literally saying, all you got to do is call the Treasury with your birth certificate. Make sure you have the numbers. And then Mike went to take a piss, and Doug says, look, anything that had anything to do with that birth certificate didn't have nothing to do with me. That was Mike's deal. Like, that thing was fucked up.
And stuff, guys. There may be a presidential message.
Idiots, dude. Idiots.
See them, and they are.
And then they reported my video because I made a video laughing at them. They reported my video and got me a strike.
Actually happening, but I'm not aware of any EBS.
I think that's actually a good idea, Tony. So what I would do is create, if we got this cloning technology and it's as good as they say, we could create one of those stress relief rooms where you get to like beat up a TV or punch through a wall or all that shit. We could do that, but we would literally do it with Hillary clones. And when you want to take out the stress relief, you're just like, you remember Benghazi, you cunt? Go after it. And you're ready to go.
Tomorrow. I do believe the vacation mandate is a false flag, guys.
I believe that mandated vacations is probably a false flag. I don't think they'll end up doing that. That sounds like they're going to lose a lot of money on that. Mandated vacations, not good. Vacation mandate, yeah, I don't know.
Tomorrow. Should it be announced? Yes, please be thoughtful of all who has given their lives due to 9/11 and this endless war on terror.
Look, the way I put it is I personally know that, as bad as it sucks and as much shit that went on from November forward, Joe Biden's in charge, and he's making stupid decisions. I'm very pissed about it. I don't like the way the country's headed, but I kind of knew that when he was inaugurated, that a lot of fucked up shit was going to happen. The problem is, even if by some unforeseen, unknown galactic federation, light being God of ours source, and his source miracles, Donald Trump's in charge, I'm just as mad at him because all this shit happened under him instead. He's got blood on his fucking hands. I lost everything under him and his secret in charge plan. Marines died. My friends fucking died and took their lives and gave up, and I'm just as mad. It doesn't matter who's in charge. They all fucked up. Which, I mean, I'm not trying to be like one of these other channels that leaves the door open. Oh, you discern yourself. Joe Biden's president, okay? We had an inauguration. It wasn't fake. I knew some people that were in the National Guard that were literally fucking there. It happened, okay? But if, by some unforeseen miracle, unbeknownst to me, that it was the other way around, I'm still just as fucking mad because I don't play that politics shit. It's still fucked up no matter who did it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be horrific for these people, guys.
And if you got issues with that, I literally carry a Glock 19 with cherry-flavored Hollard points, and they're in 9 M&Ms. And if you're interested in that, then we can go to the corral
to hear these truths. I imagine there's one or two or more on with us right now that are going to hear this truth, and they were involved.
Please put on the dough face.
The dough face. Oh no. It's sweaty inside and it's hot and it's hard to get off once I get it on. Like I literally have to use some Vaseline. It hooks to my jowls, pulls at my beard, but I guess. Thank you for the donation, Q Idiot. I tipped $100 into the cult. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here you go. Dough. Pump it out.
Family somewhere was involved in 9/11 in their death.
Oh no, where'd it go?
I can't spell Dim is Veer. They were spelling it early in the chat. So hopefully
no, hold on, it's froze.
Spelling is not my strong suit. Yes, a lot of places we're seeing low shelves at grocery stores. How would they describe? Okay, I've said it several times. Okay, so Melissa, I mean, do y'all really want me to go into this? Y'all really want me to go in this? Melissa has asked what happened to those on the planes. What plane?
They have moved this to there were no planes at all, and it was all CGI. I know people who saw the planes fly over their apartment building. I have cell phone camera footage of a guy who saved the video from his dad's cell phone that he left on the engine when he ran in, and they were literally responding to the first plane, and they were picking up water bottles or bottles of water from a gas station that had like a bodega that had donated them. And he's sitting there talking about what's going on, and the chief's there or whatever, and the plane flies over their intersection. Shadow, full-size plane and all. Never touched by the government. Get out of here.
Ones that you saw on TV? Is that the planes that you're talking about? Because they never really existed. That was called computer-generated imagery. All right? Even if the planes could fly into the building the way they portrayed them to, the jet fuel was not hot enough to take a building down like that. It's not hot enough to disintegrate the entire plane, including an indestructible black box, none of which was found at the site. Social Security is a satanic system. Okay.
By the way, we lose and destroy and lose all the data and can't find black boxes all the time.
Okay. It will no longer exist. It doesn't mean you won't receive benefit. Okay. But Social Security, as you know, it will no longer exist. NESARA will take care of you.
Ooh, NESARA Social Security. I'm ready for that.
Some people say they painted it with explosive paint. Some people say they detonated it and did it in a timely manner. All I know is that the building, as soon as it started falling, was turning to dust. The aircraft and jet fuel didn't do that. People watched the second plane crash. Okay, you'll see the truth tomorrow, guys.
How? What truth? Nothing happened today. You were promising truth and literally nothing happened today. What? Tell me. I want to see it.
Yes, the 3,000 lost were in the towers and policemen and firefighters. Exactly right. Oh, I think she is referring to the people that were supposed to be on the planes. Well, that's a good question. You'll see tomorrow.
Is he saying there was going to be some big reveal today? Because he said all of his show was a prayer show. He wasn't going to do any intel. So you'll see tomorrow. Was someone supposed to release something that never fucking happened?
It's amazing what people will do for money, guys. Yes,
yeah, I need to find somebody who does these on Fiverr and other places. There's people that customize or make snap lenses. I need to find one and send him. Like, I want a big head version of like all the people I talk about regular. That'd be funny.
Yes, Dick Cheney was coordinating.
Clip what? It's amazing what people would do for money.
It's amazing what people will do for money, guys. It's amazing what people will do for money, guys.
Got it.
Yes, Project Bluebeam. Less than 50 yards from where the contact was made into the side of the Pentagon is a row of street lamps that went untouched by an aircraft that flew in there. I mean, you have to be able to see and hear, guys, through the power and the glory of God, not oneself. Carol, I'm so glad to know you're ready. I'm so glad to know that so many of us are ready to unite our communities, our families, all in.
Jeanette bought you 5 6-packs. Thanks for the sanity. I try. Man, it's getting hard to keep up with all the insanity. But thank you for the donation. I'm trying. Thank you.
Love, grace, and mercy. As we get this spiritual war on, and we reclaim this earth, heaven on earth, as God's will be done. The PA plane. You mean the one that made a dent in the ground smaller than a kickball? Didn't break apart more than once? Supposedly flew into the ground full speed? Really go back and look at the pictures, guys.
I think they're remembering it the way they want to. I'm not going to go all the way down this rabbit trail, but here's the crash shot in Pennsylvania. What do you mean broke apart once? What do you mean kickball? The fuck are you talking about, dude? Hundreds of passengers died there. What the fuck are you talking about? Disrespectful fucking prick, dude. Like, the brave souls on there that put it in the dirt instead of taking more American lives, knowing that they were going to lose theirs. Like, come on. Come the fuck on. What are you doing? It didn't break apart more than once. There's one piece left. Is that what you meant?
Yes. Don't. If nothing happens tomorrow, trust God. Yes, they didn't find any plane parts in the Twin Tower wreckage. None. Not even a black box. There was supposedly one piece of unscathed paper. Didn't have any smoke damage, any fire damage. That was a note from one of the hijackers in the street. Sure. No plane parts at all three buildings. That's exactly right. There's a video on the internet showing the Pentagon blow up. It wasn't a plane. It was explosives. It was explosives. Painted to look like a plane. Mike, Phil has an awesome documentary.
So there's a theory called stacked. Is it stacked tolerances? It's usually used in manufacturing, and what it is like if we're manufacturing a car, and I'm in charge of every nut and bolt that goes into the car. A nut and bolt does not fit a hole perfectly. There's a little bit of slop in it. So I can make some undersized, some oversized, put some inside, a little bit crooked, have the threads off on this one or that one. The problem becomes when stacked tolerances meet together towards the end product. So if we fucked up enough bolts down towards the bottom of the car, by the time you get to the top, like the fucking door won't fit or the window glass won't fit or something will be fucked up, right? Because it's not just one bolt that's fucked up. It's one bolt that's fucked up a billion times. So what happens when you lose structural integrity in a building, which you don't need to melt beams, you just need to weaken them. When you start losing structural integrity in a building, it quickly takes care of the other floors for you. Because those floors that are fail are literally dead weight in free fall, and the other floors are not made to catch 3 floors above them. They're just made to hold their position. It comes down pretty quick.
On his Rumble page, all about 9/11. I would love to, Barbarian, for you to share that in the Telegram group if you could, please. That'd be awesome. I've heard that. Haven't had time to watch it. I wish I did. Guys, when I get off these shows, I spend a few more minutes with my family that slept awake, and I go to digging. I go to digging for the next day.
Digging in that booty hole. Eat that booty like groceries, Mark.
Yeah, it was all fake except for the killing of people. Yes, actually, it was a passport of one of the hijackers. Thank you, Katie, for sharing that. Unscathed. No black box was found. Yes, Building 7 was standing for 7 minutes after the media reported its collapse. Sometimes I dig for donuts, whoever that smartass was. I like a little donut every now and then. I don't eat as many sweets as I used to. Yes, it was a movie. All right. Any other questions, guys? I didn't mean to go off on a tangent with 9/11. Yeah, I'm definitely not CGI.
I'm starting to lose my patience with any of these people.
Yes, cancer grows in sugar for sure. All right. Please don't give me health lessons. I appreciate your concern. I think your wages will go up because you won't have any more income taxes. Mike, how do you think our wages will be affected by NESARA? No more.
Black boxes are not indestructible, okay? They're designed to withstand a single high energy impact, like a crash if they can, but we fuck them up all the time. They're not supposed to be exposed to water prolonged, to fire prolonged. But the flight recorder both flight recorders, the flight recorder and the backup flight recorder were recovered off 93, the one that landed in Pennsylvania. The rest of them are believed to have been destroyed, damaged, melted, whatever. But yeah, that's what it was.
Income taxes. You're going to get a pay raise, essentially. The government's going to quit stealing your money.
By the way, just it was 11 years. So if that happened in 2001, that's 2003. In 2012, a piece of landing gear was found from one of the planes that struck the World Trade Center. A piece of landing gear was found in one of the planes that struck the World Trade Center 3 blocks away, wedged in this little gap. It's hard to describe. I might be able to find a picture of where they found it at. Wedged in this little gap between, it was Murray Street and Park Place. And if someone the person who found it, if they wouldn't have noticed that it said Boeing on it, no one would have ever even known what it was. It was like a piece of metal, but it had a serialized number on it, a tag, and they figured out what it was. It was a piece of landing gear wedged in this fucking gap between where 2 buildings met. They found a piece of landing gear.
That's what income taxes.
They're still finding pieces of it spread out.
So you were saying 20-year-old coworker's sister, who was a flight attendant on 9/11, was not killed, and all his family is lying. I'm not saying that. Did you hear me say that? I said that would be one of the ways that the people on the plane were paid off to say and play a part. I don't know. Okay, the truth will come out tomorrow. Yes, the Bush family was one of the evilest parts of the cabal, and they weren't even at the total top of the food chain just here in America.
Easy, Mark.
Yes, the passport was placed after the towers fell. No nuts. Right on, Jen. Yes, I agree. We've all suffered enough. Hey, I'm okay, guys. You don't have to defend me, okay? I've got a good way of ignoring them people, and 2, God's watching them, just like He's watching the rest of us. They'll be the ones that answer for their transgressions, not me. The devil runs up to God or Jesus and gets that stuff put in the life book all the time. Bruce asked, do I think audits are done for all 50 states? Yes. I've thought that for a while now. No, Fields living with his son on probation. He's not giving up the fight, though.
He's not giving up the fight, though.
Yes. I've thought that for a while now. No, Fields living with his son on probation. He's not giving up the fight, though.
Phil's living with his son on probation? I didn't think Phil has visitation with his kids at all.
I thought that for a while now.
Supposed to be going to court to get it.
No, Fields living with his son on probation. He's not giving up the fight, though.
Living with his son on probation. I don't think that's true.
JFK Jr. just posted this on his Telegram. The time has come. The mask can be removed. Right on. Where do we watch tomorrow? You talking about me or our prayer session? Guys, we'll all have to work still. I mean, there's still grass to cut and clothes to wash and food to make, and there's still all the normal activities, all right, of things to happen. Mindy. Sherry Dinks, she's fine. I just spoke with her a short time ago. Thank you for asking. Okay. Julie, you're most welcome. It's certainly my pleasure. Yes, the IRS is unlawful. Regina, thank you for using that word too. Guys, we got to remember legal and illegal is the work of the cabal. Unlawful and lawful is our word. Okay? Our words. We got to quit playing in their field. Lynn bought a 1972 Mustang, I think it was, for $3,850. That's pretty cool. Guys, those type prices are coming back for automobiles.
Are they? Yeah, forget inflation. Forget everything that's happened since that. You're going to spend, $3,000 on a sports car and maybe, $50 on a grocery getter.
We'll see a lot of the regulation taken away on automobiles and a lot of the technology released. I mean, there's this is not rumor, guys. There is documentation of them taking an old flathead V8 and driving it 300 miles to the gallon. I mean,
what?
It is incredible what they had these old cars do. All right, now we've taken the new cars and electronic them up, and they're very electronic dependent. And if something goes wrong, man, it costs hundreds, even thousands of dollars sometimes to replace one little teeny tiny part. Flying cars are in the works.
I mean, I don't think you're getting it on a flathead. The reason we don't have those designs anymore is because we left them in the chase for efficiency. Now, when you gain efficiency, you can either go for power or economy, but still, the Jetta I just sold recently. By the way, I sold my Jetta. The Jetta is like a TDI. It gets like 40 some miles to the gallon. Cool. But on a flathead, I can't see many people breaking 20, because flatheads are inefficient.
London or UK is already building what I would call a landing station for flying cars. They call it a flying car airport. As far as I know, they're striking tomorrow, according to Lynn Wood. Hey guys.
As far as I know, they're striking tomorrow. According to Lynn Wood.
That's a pretty strong statement there on the screen. I do not know how Nassara is going to be announced.
What are you talking about? There's no such thing as a flathead V8. Absolutely there are.
Tomorrow will be focused really on the USA, but it'll be all over the world, played for all over the world. I mean, a lot of countries know more about what's going on in the United States than a lot of us do. Three Gorge Dam is going to collapse, guys.
Yeah, there's no way they get 300 miles to the gallon. We can't. I mean, with all the advancements we've had since then, we can't get nowhere close to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that we're going to get it with old technology. I mean, flatheads are inefficient. They're cool. They're cool looking. They got a very unique sound to them. A lot of people want them for vintage or even some resto mods and stuff. But they're just inefficient, and that's why we got rid of them. That's why technology moved on.
Barbara, I see that you posted the link. Thank you so much.
It gets so slow towards the end of this shit.
We're an hour and 22 minutes in, guys. Let's say our prayer. I'm not seeing any more questions. I'm seeing a lot of good comments. A
Thank
lot
God.
of us on the same page. I'm glad to see the unity and the positivity, guys. So grateful. And to God be all the glory of that. It's His work, not mine. He just chose me for the words to come out of my mouth on His behalf. Lori, I do not know where and when to watch for Nassar announcement. Is my understanding that we will get a heads up, possibly through an alert on our phone from a presidential message.
92, that's right.
All right, so everybody bow your heads. Hey guys, you gonna join me in the prayer?
They keep saying that truck drivers are striking. Every truck driver, the truck drivers that I'm in contact with, one that's running some FEMA loads, and two more that are just, one's an owner operator, one's working for a company. That they say they're not striking. They haven't heard anybody building it up, but said it's fake news, false flag. But I did see on TikTok the other day a guy was claiming that they were having a big slowdown around D.C. This is a few weeks back.
Hey, Elizabeth, Eddie, can you be quiet or join me in the prayer? All right, thank you.
He doesn't have cancer. He had cancer. He's been cancer-free and done with treatment since January.
All right, let's bow our heads, guys. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. As we thank you for the days to come. Father, we thank you for the victories we've received and the ones that are yet to come. We know they're there, Father, as you have never let us down. You've always kept your promise, and your will on earth will be done. Father, we thank you, Father. We know those victories are yours, as you have said so. Father, we understand that the 501c3 churches are going to be dealt with, and it'll be a hard pill for some of us to swallow to find out about the churches and their leaders. Father, we ask that you put love and mercy and grace in everyone's heart that is going to have those times, just like 9/11.
How long is this prayer?
We know and we welcome it. Amen.
Pray for big donations, no whammies.
Each and every one of you. Y'all have a good night.
We still got a little bit of time. Let's see what else we got going on. I knew I wanted to cover that because that's the one where he goes off and he's like, yeah, -48 is, he never said that was the truth. The truth. I don't think Scott works on weekends, but we can check. Pages Street Fighter Rumble. Roundtable. Oh, this actually. Oh, this is an old re-upload, isn't it? From 9/9, but I still haven't seen it. Let's see what they got. You guys ready for the best intro on the planet? You better get ready. Mark Panene ain't got shit on this. But
we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Exactly what that file. That was a
oh God, here we are.
That's the great thing about saying, hey, we do everything Fisher Price set up here, Patriot Street Fighter style. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what happens. Things go to shit. People are like, Yeah, that's the way they roll. Fork it up and just keep on rolling.
So people want to hear you sound like shit and want to see your video fail and want to hear your audio doubled up and want to see your shit glitching and full of static and your mic popping. I gotcha. That makes sense. Usurpations.
That's how we get away with it, man. It's good to see you guys. Mike Jaco, David, Nino Rodriguez. We're back for Roundtable after months, man. How cool is that?
It's been a long while since I've been with you guys.
Way too long.
True.
So,
way overdue.
Way overdue. So we need to get it back on a semi-regular, maybe bi-weekly, because we seem to have a great Three Stooges show here, because we always get people like, man, these guys are funny to hang out with. And my audience know one thing about me. If I haven't,
The problem with at least me personally, maybe you guys are different. But me personally, like anybody who replaces, they're kind of like, I like to think I keep my personality in the show. But I also think a lot of people replace their shitty or dull or meaningless or boring personality with something else. So these guys clearly have replaced it with this fucking weird narrative, and Trump's, that's all they can talk about. That's the only conversation they can have. They can't think about anything else, can't do anything else, blah, blah, blah. Other people replace it with politics or with a sports team or with a hobby they have. And it's good to know stuff about that shit, and it's good to be able to talk about it, sure. But when that's all you fucking have, I would never say that you would, oh, these guys are fun to hang out with. Nope. Hell no. Hell no. Hang out with you.
talent, it's knowing which people to get on my show to make.
You couldn't run me in a room with you three using a shitty mop. I'd walk through it.
Great. So
I'm kind of the same way. That's good.
I love it, man. No, it's always a good time with you guys, and it's I even come away learning something every time with you guys. So, I mean, it's just I guess the best way I want to kick it, like how I feel like we should start this, is what Biden did today. You guys see the I don't know what can is this streaming on YouTube?
That's probably a good idea, Nancy.
On YouTube 26, trying to get my camera set up over top. Yeah, we're on YouTube.
Jesus Christ. Scott got a monitor upgrade, huh? Jesus Christ, dude. He used to have a tiny ass little old ass monitor. Wonder who paid for that. Look at this son of a bitch. He's only 4'9". I know, because that's the magic number, and Disney told me that if he's riding with an adult, he needs to be in a booster seat. But that TV is fucking longer than he is tall. Look at this son of a bitch. That's a hell of a monitor. I would love to have a badass fucking curved monitor.
Streaming on YouTube, Scott.
Big fucking gaming display. That'd be badass.
Camera set up over top. Yeah, we're on.
I'm currently using the cheapest TV Walmart offers. It's a Roku TV though, so that's cool.
We're on U26 or Patriot Street Fighter 26, so we're streaming there. The good thing is though, it's been picked up by like.
That bitch is huge.
It's streaming everywhere.
Yeah,
we get a pretty good hit, you know, and especially I told Mike, when the three of us get on, the outside of -48, we had -48, and I call them the Apostles on. Recently, we got like 250,000 views on that.
Wow,
particular one, and probably about a week with the three of us together, we get 250,000 views overnight. So
yeah, no.
I never understood the view count until recently, but I just, when you look and see how, before I got to pull them down off of YouTube, get them up on Rumble, Brighteon, and BitChute, so I can see what's going on there. But we do. By the way, folks, I just need to say, if you're just joining us, Patriot Street Fighter 26. The channel you can always find me on. If we lose another YouTube channel, just go to scottmckay.us, because you'll find the YouTube link that'll be connected up here, or on that website. Hit the YouTube icon, it'll get right to the current channel. If you're brand new,
there you go.
Wiped out all the time because they're scared to death, because they know I bring people like Mike Jaco and Rodriguez on, and they're major threats, so they just kill my forking channels. Second thing is, you can get the other links for all the other work we do, anything Patriot Street Fighter related. is scottmckay.us. That'll change here in a couple of weeks. It'll go right to patriotstreetfighter.com. But for now, scottmckay.us to get to anything and everything. So, all right. So we got some stuff to discuss on these clowns. What's going on? That whole, I call it the Castle Rock outfit. So what exactly is happening?
Of course you do.
Oh, well, he's mandatory, for employers if anyone with 100 or more employees have to now get the shit ball, the jab. So this is such an assault on America's rights. I can't believe there's anybody out there who's brainwashed by this.
So you're presenting it wrong. So he asked OSHA to mandate any business with 100 or more employees. So as a occupational safety and health association, is it association? He asked us OSHA to do that. I don't think anybody's made moves. I don't think it's happening. I don't think that's going through. I do think that this is going to get struck down, but still. He asked OSHA to do that like 2 days ago. It's not like it's happening and people are fucking jumping out of buildings because they're losing their job and all that shit.
Worm vomit. This in a suit. This guy. I don't know how anybody can look at this guy and just fall for this shit. I mean, the third booster, then the fourth, then the fifth. I mean, how do you fall for this at this point? I don't understand it. I don't know how people are taking this hook, line, and sinker. To me, it's just what blows my.
And it'll probably, I guess, since there's so many people, it'll probably have to go through the Department of Labor completely, and they'll have to draw something up and sign it and get it in written form and distribute it. It's definitely not going on right now. If it is, it's by voluntary. Nobody's forcing them.
That people are falling for this, going, and they're assaulting our rights, our Constitution. That all of a sudden, my body, my choice means nothing to these people, right? Mm-hmm. Now that we all have to go get the, it's disgusting to watch. It's an assault on our liberties, and every American I know, any real American out there is pissed off.
Well, just want to let you know, I saw your little hand signal there right on this show. We call it the Forkin vaccine mRNA spike protein murder weapon. We just come right on and say,
all right, go for it. You got a channel 27 ready to go, right?
It's already, yeah. I say every time.
I don't have those. I don't fucking do that, man.
I got 27, 28, and 29 teed up, Susan. We just could go fork yourself, as I say all the time.
I gotta get some backup channels, man, because fuck, I'm surprised I'm hanging on.
Well, Susan has learned the hard way. I'm not going away. I'm worse than your worst nightmare cockroach, number one. Number two, I'm going to be on YouTube long after she's gone and in Gitmo. I'll be here in Patriot Street Fighter 125. I'll be like,
these people don't have any idea, I don't think, that they're going to Gitmo.
Yeah.
It's amazing to all these people, these judges, these city reps, these people that are fucking passing these mandates. And this is all treason against the Constitution. They're all fucking going. This is serious.
Yep. Well, there was one guy that was on a show just recently, and he said that he was on a dark web meeting with Trump. And
you're still pushing Phil, pedophile. Jesus Christ, dude. He wasn't on the dark web. He didn't click a link, as he says, and the dark web opened. Then he was immediately hacked as soon as he got there. None of his story adds up. What happened to reading the enemy, to investigating, to being able to literally not what the grifters say, but literally discern when someone's lying to you, to reading the person? I know you learned that, dumbass.
They were talking about how negotiations were going on. So there's negotiations going on with.
No one even blinked when he said there was recently a guy who claimed that he was on the dark web with Trump. No one even blinked.
Probably top people in this administration right now. Okay, you can give up, or we can come and take you down. If we come take you down, then all bets are off. You're going to Gitmo or wherever, whatever. And they just upped. I guess they're building more at Gitmo.
The new facility.
New facilities are going up in Gitmo. So it's not going away. Biden was talking about shutting it down. You can't shut that thing down. Your old buddy Obama tried to shut that down. It's not going to happen.
No, and that just shows you who's really in charge, because he would have shut it. They're so scared. These people have no idea what's coming for them. That's why I take this. It's like letting a fighter in the ring just blow his load, just come at you and bop, 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 bop. You know he only has so long to do that.
You let another man come into you while you're all hot and oiled up and sweaty, wearing nothing but a tight pair of short shorts, and just blow his load.
Your old buddy Obama tried to shut that down. It's not going to happen.
No, and that just shows you who's really in charge, because he would have shut it. They're so scared. These people have no idea what's coming for them. That's why I take this. It's like letting a fighter in the ring just blow his load, just come at you and bop, 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 bop. You know,
It's like letting a fighter in the ring just blow his load, just bop, 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 bop all over your face. You try to lick it up and get some with your finger and put it back in your mouth, but there's still some that drips down on your chest. There's nothing you can do.
he only has so long to do.
What?
He's done. That's what we're witnessing right now with the deep state.
They're passing around pedophile because he's got a little bit of traction. Even if they're not having him on the shows, they're playing his videos. They're talking about him. They're sending people his way. They're getting people curious who look it up. This man doesn't deserve shit. He doesn't deserve shit. I understand. People make mistakes when they're younger. I went to jail when I was younger. Got it. What I've never done is been a 28-year-old man and fell in and out of a minor repeatedly. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to forgive you. I don't want to give you a second chance. I think you're a gigantic piece of shit. And I can't say on YouTube what you actually deserve.
And all these globalist players, they didn't think they were going to be opposed. They had no idea that they were going to be opposed. And this is all, it's catching them, blindsiding them. They can't believe this is happening. And they're still pushing with arrogance and with that belief that they're going to win, because that's all they know. Evil only knows to move forward, to go forward, you know, and Trump and the White Hats are playing chess. And what we're seeing right now is, they're blowing their load. They're throwing all their punches, and it's going to be checkmate real soon.
That's a great analogy. You know, they're using up all their energy, and then the knockout punch is going to be heavy and hard. It's going to be beautiful to witness that. But, you know, Juan Savin has talked about how there's a heat-seeking missile coming after them, and on some of my shows, and I like that analogy. I love that one too. So yeah, we're all saying that these guys are about to be taken down. Everyone's like, you know, win. It's going to come in its own time, and it's going to be perfect when it happens. Because I've been in combat a lot, and you think that you know what's going to happen. I've been there. I plan missions, and they always go off differently, because that's how beautiful we are. As far as like, that's why we win, because we can come in at any time and take you down. There's nothing you can do about it, and that's what's happening with these guys.
Yeah, and they're just playing it. They're just playing it as it goes. With them, they only know to move forward, and they're pushing out of arrogance. They've never been opposed. So to watch this is, I'm having a great time. I think this is an exciting time to be alive. Absolutely. I have a different outlook on it. I'm like, this is fucking incredible to watch.
Absolutely.
Because we know what's coming. Us three know time's ticking.
Tick tock.
No doubt. I'll tell you, we, all the people that always ask us, when's it going to happen? When's this, when's the military going to do whatever? What are they doing? I'm always like, what are you doing? Yeah. What the hell are you doing? They're waiting for you. They're waiting for enough of you to get pissed off and say, we're not dealing with this bullshit anymore, because then they know nobody's going to stand in their way. And the second thing is, I said this a number of times too, they could have wiped this cabal off the planet, a year ago. Why don't they? They have to minimize the loss of human life. Mm-hmm. These guys will scorch the earth. I know that the snake eaters cleared out the Samson options all through this country. If no more got in here, I'm not worried about nuclear activity, like real nuclear activity. Our non-terrestrial friends will guarantee that none of that shit happens. Exactly. But the reality is they have to they, Q said it, said, look, they will not make I forget the exact words, how they said it, but they won't do anything before they can guarantee the safety of the American people. So if they would have gone ahead with the inauguration on the 6th, and they realized there was a nuke somewhere, and
this narrative doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. If it made sense on the 20th or the 6th, or okay, now we're literally losing good people to attrition. They can't take the downs, the lows, the loss of jobs, the loss of the homes, repossession of vehicles, losing the ability to see their kids, locked up, mandated, masked, losing their jobs, not having any money, getting evicted, getting thrown out of places. We're losing people to attrition now. You're not saving anyone. You're not saving anyone at this point. Oh, we they don't want to harm a single head on a single hair. What if they would have been a little dirty bomb there to, if they'd have done this on the 6th? What? First of all, the inauguration was on the 20th. Second of all, we're still losing people.
Like Trump said, you know what? There's more than one way to skin this cat. Somebody was on an airplane talking about this. Might have been from one of the Clay Clark events on a private jet heading back. And one lady said, well,
on a private jet.
This woman was in her father's FBI.
It might have been a Clay Clark event on a private jet heading back. Now, that's the first time you told us that somehow you finagled a private jet, Scott. How did that come about? You pulling a Kenneth Copeland on us? Is it a long tube full of demons? Hell, if it's a long tube, Nino will let it blow on his face. Blow its load on his face in the ring.
30 years, manning the Western U.S. for 30 years. It's his daughter. She said, well, you may think that, but you do realize that if they would have went ahead and did what, was supposed to be with Trump's inauguration, and they actually detonated this thing, it was in a ship right off the coast of Newport Beach, right? That would have happened.
Was it Newport? You're talking about the nuclear?
Or Long Beach or Newport Beach, wherever that was in a container ship right off the coast there.
I heard Seattle.
It's maybe it was. I just know I heard there.
It was in every place because it doesn't exist, and it's easy to put a fake bomb everywhere.
Coast.
Yeah, so one way or another, if it's LA or Seattle, they're both going to be greatly affected. But people just think it's so easy to understand how this all happened to this country, right down to the point where we have had half the country acquiescing to this slave cover on their faces, walking around in a forking car with nobody else in the car at this point in time. So how did they get society to this point where people will acquiesce to this tyranny? Because they've been very effective at penetrating like an endless regeneration of tentacles on a freaking octopus with suction caps on it everywhere that just keeps growing and getting a hold of everything. And it's done it at the lowest levels. That's why culturally in society, it's gotten that bad, meaning these people are absolutely everywhere. I mean, rooting them out is not a matter of sending military operators in, operations here or there. You got to get to the point where the population gets to a point where now they get it. They're pissed and they're like, hey, there's one right there, right? Pointing them out. There's one of these people. So whoever now is on our side, whether it's law enforcement, grows a brain and actually now decides to be, real protectors. And that stuff happens. People just can't see that dynamic. It is not an easy thing. I'm actually stunned that this is all the damage that they've done to us thus far. I mean, we were talking billions that were going to be wiped out. Look what we have to deal with now. It's really not that bad considering what was coming.
Well, I also see, I was just in Austin and it's a completely liberal town. I mean, holy shit. That used to be my beloved Austin. I used to love it there. And I was looking at the youth, man, and I was just thinking to myself, just how indoctrinated the youth really is through social media, the mainstream media. They are programmed. That's going to...
Don't start that. Don't even start that. Just because you see a group of people programmed in one direction, don't try to pretend that you're not programming a group of people in an equal and opposite direction. Way more over the top.
Going to be the hardest to deprogram because they are set in their ways, and they're.
Listen to how ironic he talks about these people,
and even more so through
when he's actually talking about his own fans and himself.
That I'm pretty, and they're they've been indoctrinated all throughout school, and even more so through mainstream media and propaganda. That I'm pretty sure our and I'm guessing, Scott, I don't know for sure, but our audience is probably 30 and up, 35 and up. But the youth is very far and few between that I've seen personally.
Scott's is 60 and up, all female.
Really on board with this. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I just don't see it. It's not very prevalent to me. I think it's mainly most every kid out there right now is been indoctrinated, and through MTV, through Hollywood, through all this shit, that they are welcoming socialism with open arms, man. And it's not socialism, it's communism. But you guys agree with that, or do you think that? What do you think the percentage is, man? Because I think the youth, the generation, the younger generations are just.
See you, Sugar Mama.
Well, there is hope.
Thank you for the Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for the support and continued donations.
And they're like,
appreciate it.
They follow me. I'm like, you follow me, and we're like talking like 8 and up to 13, 14. Like, wow, that's great.
They're running around. They're running around putting out powdered milk for rations. Just add water to it, honey. You'll be fine.
I'm super excited that there's a generation that's starting to follow the Patriots and stuff like that. And then we just saw at a lot of football games.
By the way, the Zoomers are the most conservative generation ever to come out since we started recording stuff like that. The Zoomers are one of the most, or are the most, in the past like 20 generations since we were recording it, are the most conservative. Like, they still might be, let's say for every year before this, the highest was ever like 2080. It still might only be 3070, but that's still more conservative than any generation before that. I'm not saying that it's the majority, but there's a lot of based ass kids on fucking TikTok and shit that I've never seen stuff like that before. But they don't fall for this bullshit. Like, they know what a Photoshop video looks like. They know about hanging on to fucking secret intel from secret people who can't be revealed until much later. They know about moving the field goal.
We see fuck Joe Biden. Everybody's like yelling it. I mean, thousands and thousands of people at these college games. So they're no masks. They're filling up these stadiums and they're screaming, "Fuck Joe Biden." So I think we're looking okay. So there could be some problem areas where they're the liberal. In California, they're getting ready to vote that you have to have a CRT graduation class before you can actually graduate from high school.
Wow.
So it's just getting out of control.
Yeah.
Right. So if we allow them to continue, I think Gavin Newsom is on the ropes, because I think Larry Elder is going to take him down. But I think that even in your state, I think Alan West looks good. I would.
I don't think they understand how scary that sounds. Imagine you're a conservative. Maybe you're a Christian. Critical race theory is CRT. You believe in, you voted for Trump, you did your part, you did this, it just didn't work out, now you're standing up, doing what you can, but you still got to work a job and raise a kid, and you just don't fall for all these bullshit fucking conspiracy theories. And then one day you're out in the grocery store and someone says, "Oh my God, did you hear that Nancy Pelosi's clone got loose and just started raping Joe Biden's clone to the point where Joe Biden's clone didn't even have a face anymore. Raped it right off of him." And you're like, yeah, okay, I don't believe that. Then out of nowhere, about 30 people come up to you in a grocery store and they start screaming, "You're a non-believer. Get the non-believer. We got to do this. Get them. Take them down. This is it." I don't think they understand the dystopia that they're describing. I don't want roving mobs of people out in the fucking street screaming, "This person doesn't believe the same way we do. Get them. Get them. Where they at? Get them." Are you shitting me? It sounds almost as good as you telling me that a former president is going to seize control of the military and take back the country. I don't like that either.
Choose him over your current governor. I think he's a deep state tool.
Me
So,
too. Me too.
Yeah. So a lot of Texans are saying that too. And I've been talking about that for a long time. So we're seeing a lot of people starting to come around. And I think it's as like today, people are going to look at what Joe Biden did today, trying to turn,
Scott just says we got to get to the point where everybody's out here in the streets pointing these people out, saying, "We got one over here, get them, boys." That's scary as fuck. Because even if you're part of their group today, they're going to change the rules eventually. What happens when they stop liking people who drive SUVs? Or they stop liking people who have only 2 kids, or they stop liking people who go to the Free Will Baptist Church instead of the Southern Baptist Church. You'll be just as much an outsider as everyone else is. They need that fucking bloodlust. This sounds crazy as fuck. I do not want roving groups of people screaming, "They're over here, come get them," and then the military gunning people down while they're trying to check if a watermelon's ripe or not in the produce section, thumping it.
The
fuck out of here
against the unvaccinated. This has got to end. I mean, so we're going to see the liberals get fired up, and I'm like, once those guys get fired up, it's going to be nonstop. These guys have no way to go forward.
I'll say one thing about the young population.
The uber extreme, uber violence, ready to do anything, lay their life down, form a militia, want the White House taken back, even if we got to kill all the liberals. Like, once you support those people, even if you support them so they won't turn on you, you're just slowing the inevitable. Those groups turn on everybody, including themselves eventually. I just did. Clicked on Stream Elements, I guess.
Nino, because I saw this too. So the 2 things we have weighing in our favor is, number one, the smartest of the young people that are what I don't know what you call the post-millennial generation, but the smartest ones, like you said, Mike, are following you, and they're following David. In fact, dude, I have a gift from you from one of the people that are on the tour. I got to go find it, but it's, would you please see that David Nino Rodriguez he's wearing your shirt and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, cool, man.
Cool. But and he's a young guy too. So guess what? You're his hero. And so there's some young people like that. Like you said, Mike, I put enough pictures on Telegram with these little kids that want to picture the tomahawk and all that. And their parents tell me that when we listen to you every night, we tee the TV up 7:00 or whatever, we're sitting in front of having dinner, and it's like, we got to have our hour. Kids are.
That's so fucking sad, dude. Like, I know there'll be a time where I explain like politics and decision making and the economy and stuff to my kids. Who the fuck lets a 3, 4, 5, 6-year-old get indoctrinated by someone like Scott McKay? Oh yeah, well, we have our family time. They scream, "I want a tomahawk. I want to be like Scoot in the Big Boot." You think I could be a sidekick? That's sad as fuck. Think Ollie knows anything about politics? I mean, like, every once in a while, I'll ask him a question like a joke. Do you know who Trump is? Neither does Liam. It's not their time to worry about shit like that. It's not their time to be worried about who the president is. It's not their time to worry about mandates and job loss and suicide rates. It's not their time for that. There'll come a time where they're responsible and I start fading away and they're going to have to make their own decision as men. But it's not during their childhood.
Here's the advantage that we have. every one of these generations that come out of junior high, now in high school and then college, primarily high school, college, they always want a revolution. We see how that is. It's like they go after the young kids, put this shit in their minds, like Obama and all the left, and they get the kids.
Typically, you're more liberal the younger you are, and as your life progresses, and you gain more stature, you get wealthier, you have more to lose, you realize the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows, you become more conservative. I'm sure there's people in the chat that would say, oh yeah, when I first graduated I was like a flower power fucking child, and then later on I became more conservative, owned a business or did this or saw what taxes were doing or got red pilled here. That happens in general, not to everybody, but in general, that happens with every generation ever.
To think it's our turn, we're going to change shit. Well, guess what's coming up? They're the ones that it's going, because masks, vaccine mandates, parents caving into all this, that's all they see. And now they start to see some of what we're doing. They're going to be like, in their mind is, it's our time. They think they're grown up. They think they're adults. They're mature, that they know everything. They don't know shit. But at least in this realm, they're like, that's where the minority viewpoint is. And this has already solidified the majority viewpoint, which is insanity. We see they're going to want to move their people and say, we're going to take over. What are they going to do? The opposite of what's happening now. So for the first time, this is going to be part of the cabal's plan that backfires on them, blows up in their face. Because that young culture, they're going to want their revolution. And what's that revolution? Yeah. It's the revolution that we're igniting here.
Right. And I was just going to say that, Scott, igniting the great awakening or the revolution, because it is igniting. The more they push, the more the deep state pushes mandatory vaccines. You can now, if you go to work, you have to have make you have a vaccine, all this stuff. The more they push, it's like
Scott told the health ranger, Mike Adams, that his audience was overwhelmingly female and overwhelmingly above the age of 50. And I can see it because everybody that's ever attacked me, almost everybody, 99.99999, almost everybody that's ever attacked me in the comments said, you shouldn't be mean to Scott. He's doing a service for this country you'd never understand. You've never done anything for this country. You piece of shit. They're always old ladies. We've seen him posing at his meetings and what he does. And he even told Mike Adams, he's like, I told my audience the other day in Telegram they need to go get their husbands if we're going to make this happen, but it doesn't seem like they're wanting to follow. Yeah. They see through your bullshit. Real men don't follow people who are claiming to be real men.
Like it's like anybody who, and everybody's probably experienced this, when someone pursues someone too much or is too aggressive in a relationship or whatever, you push the other person away. And that's what's happening to our country, so to speak. The more they push, it's working against them. I'm
a real man. Look at me, daddy. Look how tight my shirt is, and my tomahawk is so sharp.
Isn't China. We're still America. And we don't like anything forced upon us. So this is what's going to ignite the Great Awakening, in my opinion, more so than ever before.
Yeah, and this vaccination is horrific. The numbers of people dying and having problems from that is over the roof, over the top. I mean, and they've been suppressing this information, but people are not stupid. They're seeing it. I mean, because you see people around you that are having problems or dying from it. They're saying that if you've had the vaccination, and within 2 weeks you have a problem, it's not really the vaccination. Even though you're perfectly healthy, you get a vaccination, you die within minutes. They're not gonna say, oh, that's a vaccination. No, it's not within that 2 week period. So it can't be the vaccination. And then when you do go into,
I purposely think I need to do some more research on this, but I heard that all of these medicines that they are using from the different companies and Trump and Warp Speed and the best medicines, because he made them, are still being used under the Emergency Authorization Act. And if there is a competing, not the same, a different and competing treatment available, that the Emergency Use Authorization Act doesn't apply because there's multiple treatments available. It's only when there's only one kind, and they got to get it out there as fast as possible, and they got to make it happen. I don't know if that's true. I need to do some more research on it. I read some articles that kind of leaned that way, but they were all from weird fucking websites that I wouldn't trust. But if that's true, that kind of explains why they're demonizing everything else. That explains why they went after Joe Rogan. That explains why they are making up other narratives. If that's true, they don't want to lose their sales. They don't want to lose their monopoly on the market, not so soon at least. Yeah, they need to do something about that.
To theirs and report it, they're taking some of that stuff down. They've been caught doing that because people have gone in.
Warp Speed was a fucking joke. Nothing went through the right fucking. It didn't get us off lockdowns. I haven't been locked down. The fuck you talking about?
Copy those and then gone back, and then those are missing. So they're suppressing information. They're destroying the information. We're seeing all over the world, like in Israel, where they forced vaccinations early, and now we're seeing skyrocketing, infections. Same thing in Iceland. Same thing in Gibraltar.
If we had a president with some balls, we wouldn't have been on lockdown.
And Seychelles. These are all countries where they forced vaccinations or mandated vaccinations, or their
lock down the vulnerable, the sick,
came along with it. For whatever the case, skyrocketing COVID breakouts. So why would you even go and get that thing when you have a better chance of living and going forward in life if you don't even get it? So that's coming up in colleges in Rutgers University. They forced that vaccination on their students. They all got it, and now their highest breakout rates, even during COVID, they didn't have these breakout rates. So they're not stupid. People are seeing this thing. They're seeing, they went along. Okay, we'll do what you say. We believe the government is for our best interest.
I haven't been locked down. I mean, there was a thing that come out that asked people to reduce their trips. There's a thing that come out that asked people to wear some type of covering. None of it was enforced. My local sheriff and police chief said they had neither the time, the manpower, nor the inclination to enforce any of it. I have not been locked down.
Oh my God. So people are finding out the hard way that definitely not.
The thing that people haven't really learned because it's not broadly projected in the media is, I think it's France. Now, 90% of all their hospitalizations for COVID have gotten a killer mRNA spike protein jab. 90%. And I think it's in Israel. They're the most vaccinated on the planet, and theirs is sky high. What most people don't know, whether it is the graphic
there you go, Shar.
or whatever
Glad you're all right.
is in this shot, it's actually for anybody that's already had COVID, that shot is killing their COVID antibodies. And so that's why another potential reason why they're getting hit with something, because
that makes sense. Just because you said it with no type of evidence whatsoever.
In super spreaders,
Thank you.
they're also the most vulnerable if they've already had. They think that this is what's crazy to me. If you have COVID, you've got the antibodies. You don't need a vaccine. It's insanity to me that people don't stop and think two things.
No.
Number one, that I have antibodies. I'm good. We don't keep getting measles shots or smallpox.
Chickenpox.
But all that shit that we've been hit with when we were kids. I wish I'd have never had any, but on top of that, when you
I wish you'd never had any either.
We know the 99.9% survival.
I'm part of one of those outbreaks.
If you do nothing, So and the third thing is we have a terminal illness in somebody we know, or and over, here's a drug that in clinical trial.
I'm not gonna lie. I very rarely do, but when I do, it's because my dad was hospitalized. I wasn't gonna make an argument. I just wanted to see him. or I had to take Ollie or Liam or someone to a doctor's appointment at the hospital, and I would rather just keep them calm and get in, get out, than I would, make a scene. But nowhere else really.
Miles. And even peer-reviewed stuff has shown that this particular experimental drug is taking cases of this disease, that even when they're terminal, to save people. But what does the FDA do? They will let these people die because this drug's not approved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here comes this, given all those circumstances, this disease, they'll say, this, we're just going to say, absolutely take it, not FDA approved. And people rush to it. So I've asked people this question. Don't you think there's something wrong here when they let people die because something's not approved, even though it's shown to be working?
And even after all the people that have been silenced and censored, it doesn't raise any kind of red flag for somebody. I mean, I don't understand. Like, with everything that's happening, that there's no light bulb that goes off with these people. Like, a third booster. I still got to wear the mask. I say, my God, this is just getting to the point. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is a total assault on our rights. And, this whole thing, I keep going back to it. My body, my choice. What happened to that?
Yeah.
What happened to that? No, it's okay if you're killing babies.
They asked
totally
Jen Psaki that today, and she walked out. She didn't answer.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I just, but I keep thinking,
I mean, I can't disagree with them there. Like, I think it's a personal choice between you, your family, and your healthcare provider. And I think it's a balance. So there are some people that know how healthy they are, know they don't have any pre-existing conditions, know they do this, know they do that, and they're not even going to notice it. There are other people that as soon as they get it, they're basically going to be on their deathbed, like my father. And I believe you need to weigh that out. If I catch this, will it kill me? If the answer is yes, then if it was an effective one, maybe, which we all thought it was at first, but maybe that's the way to go. Because, you might have some type of weird side effects 10 years down the road, but you might not get those 10 years. But for most people who would easily or with very little struggle pull through, I don't think there's any other. I mean, I don't give medical advice, but I just don't think there's any other option. Why?
I was talking to somebody today that was telling me about the EBS, right? And guys, I don't think we're far away from that. I really don't. I think we're approaching it. The more shit these people do, the deep state does, the closer we're getting. So that's why I'm excited, because we're getting close, because the more they do, the closer we're getting. I was hoping this would get fast tracked a little faster, but we're getting close, guys. What's your thoughts on that? I think very soon.
Yeah, everything that I'm seeing is it's got to pop.
Yeah.
One of the things that we know is it's mandatory on the 15th for the military. I can tell you that there will be a war that's going to break out within the military. There's
the
Who's that Marine Corps general, Mike? Did you see it? Remember? I don't know if you and I talked about it.
He said, yeah. My men are not, F you, basically, Biden. I'm not going to force that on my men.
Yeah, he told
women.
He told the Homeland Security Director, he said, because he basically said, well, this is whatever we're mandating and blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, if you come, you better bring a lot of guns.
Yeah.
That's a Marine Corps general. Bring your.
I also think that people that have no idea what they're talking about, like the reason I don't give medical advice is because I have no idea what I'm talking about. There are people that have much better information, that are much smarter, that have studied this shit their whole life, that need to be distributing this. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to misremember. I don't want to, use the wrong word or say the wrong compound or something. I would be doing, and they are doing, more harm than good by the way they talk about it, because they don't test or look through or verify every hot little article that pops up about it. They throw it out there. Win, lose, or draw. They don't care who they hurt. They don't care about the ramifications. They don't care anything about it. Someone with a little bit of integrity and a little bit on the line and a little bit smarter they're going to check when a hot story comes out. They're going to say, "Oh, is that true? Let me go check. Let me read the medical journal. Let me do this. Let me do that. I've got a reputation to hold up." They care about you and care about their reputation. Scott can throw out today that you need to go out and start swallowing snapping turtles, and then tomorrow be like, the snapping turtle story was bullshit. We actually need to go in here and swim with piranhas. And nothing's ever going to happen. There are people better qualified for this, so you just fucking move on. That's all you got to do. Move on. This is not a subject. Yeah, I don't think you're qualified in any subject, but this is damn sure one of them.
Bring some guns, because that shit ain't going to happen on his watch.
And really, this is all playing right into Trump's hand. This is exactly what we need. This is it. Yeah. This is what's going to wake up society. Mm-hmm. You know, I think Juan was telling me we have now kind of tipped over that 70% mark. Mm-hmm. You were also saying that, Scott, today.
Yeah,
when I was talking to you.
We need to get 80. I think we need to get to 80%.
Right.
Saying, you know,
let's say fuck it. Let's go.
That's a good way. That's a good way to keep the grift going. An unmeasurable statistic that literally no one took a survey or a poll or anything. Oh, we're at 70. But 6 weeks ago we were at 60. Now we're at 70, and we foresee 80 coming. As soon as I have the $489,000 I need to pay for my bus.
It's gonna happen like boom, like that. Like, after he just came out with what he just did, now saying that, even small business, you got to get it back. You're mandatory going to get it. And we're also going to take it all the way down.
I think it's 100 or more employees.
5 years old. You're going to have we're going to make the 5 years old and above.
I would say 100 employees or over is no longer considered a small business, right?
Safe. It's like,
I really don't know how they decide between the two. Honestly,
they've already been out, and now they're going to come out like big time.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't piss off mama. So it's, and he just did. I promise you, I can feel tingling going on my body right now.
Pissing off. It's like,
no, exactly.
Who's taking this and going, oh, he's right. This is what we got to do. Who are these people? Actually, I just saw someone in the Prius the other day with the Bernie sticker and the Beto sticker. And I was like, there they are. There they are. Seriously.
When this is all done, these poor bastards are just going to need to lay down and pull dirt on top of themselves. Society is never going to let people forget.
No.
And as far as the kids, those folks out there said, you folks out there that are putting masks on your kids, getting them to take the shot, you can pull rank on your kids for so long, but they're going to grow up and they're going to start thinking, and they're going to see the reality, and they're going to look back and say, not only mom and dad did you not have the balls or the courage to stand and fight for me, or even smart enough to see what was happening, and all this shit happened. People died. Friends of mine died. People we know died.
Oh, maybe 500 is the cutoff. If I had 100 employees, I don't know that if I would consider it a small business. I guess it depends on how spread out they were. If it was like a landscaping company and each crew was like 5 men, and I had 20 crews spread out over, I don't know, a 3-hour area, I would say it's a small business because it's real spread out. But if I had like a factory and they were all on top of each other and I had 100 people, I would feel more like it was a bigger business, I guess.
You can't pull that rank at that point because they'll be thinking for themselves. I said this with the child trafficking and satanic abuse, and I put this on Facebook probably almost a year and a half ago. I started laying on.
I've lost all respect whatsoever. I used to give Jaco a little bit of respect because he's a Navy SEAL, honorable service record. He was an instructor, and he still will always have that. I'm not going to take that away from him. But the fact that he originally tried to protect a pedo guy, even when told the truth, and then put his wife on the phone to answer, and then now promoting a pedo guy, knowing the truth, and just refuses to answer. No respect left for him at all.
On Facebook,
him or his pool boy.
We know this. I put pictures out. Everybody now has to pick a side. Nobody can pull rank and say, I didn't know shit. I'm showing you these horrible photos. This is the truth. And inaction is picking a side. Everybody will be defined in this era by how they
there's not enough. That's just not going to happen. There's just not enough, especially if you know some type of like skilled trade or something you got to be qualified for or have enough experience for. There's just not enough people ready. Like all the industries I've ever worked in my life are fucking begging for people already, much less people who are fully fucking taken care of. Now, yeah, you might get replaced at McDonald's or you know, working at the booth in a parking garage but there's no way. I told them I would not be coming back out because I was afraid of what was going to happen, blah blah blah, until I got situated and figured out my PTSD and not to call me. I still get fucking calls every fucking week to go out on these jobs begging me, what will it take to get you there? What can we do here? What can we do that? But I just can't handle it. I'm scared to death of what'll happen when I get there. Plus, I'm still in talks with the VA. The last thing I want to do is fuck that up. But if you're in some type of skilled industry where it takes a skill, there's typically not enough people. Everything from truck driving to fucking millwrights to carpenters to RNs, LPNs. There's just not enough people.
Responded to the child satanic ritual abuse.
That's a good question. What does fully mean anyways? They keep coming up with shit.
And they sat back. They can bullshit whoever's sitting beside
Super
them.
boosters.
Guess what? The creator of all things, the universe, sees it all. Christ, as Christ's consciousness is now rising.
Factory workers are kind of screwed, but they still got to have people to train them. Like even the few very, very, very short runs I had in the factory, still had to have somebody to train you on this line, this machine, the shit like that, which I guess they could retool slowly, but I just think they'll piss too many people off. I just don't see it working.
They see everything. Military intelligence, guess what? They see everything. And I want you to comment on this, Mike. I was told recently, Christ as adrenochrome aside, everybody will be defined in this era by how they responded to the child satanic ritual abuse, brutal sodomy, murder, cannibalism, and adrenochrome machine.
That Scott made up.
Knew it, and they sat back. They can bullshit whoever's sitting beside them, but guess what? The creator of all things, the universe, sees it all. Christ, as Christ's consciousness is now rising.
You got to answer to a made-up theory that this stuff is going on a fucking quadrillion more times as often as it actually does, and you just ignored it.
They see everything. Military intelligence, guess what? They see everything. And I want you to comment on this, Mike. I was told recently that some people that I'm going to meet with on some different things that they want to share with me on how to protect myself, you know, whether it's just different things. But this guy told me, he said, yeah, we come out to Sturgis to see you there. And we were basically coming to check you out. Said, you know, we've seen you obviously, but we wanted to see you in.
This is a guy claiming to be military intelligence. They contacted Scott and said they followed him all the way to Sturgis. They wanted to make sure he was the real deal. They watched all his shows. They kept an eye on him while he was in his bus. They followed him the whole time. They saw the way the front desk mistreated him. And a guy that claims to be military intelligence now was dedicated to the Patriot Street Fighter tour and following them around for recruitment purposes.
Person. And obviously I do what I do, you know, behind here in public, say the nastiest shit about these scumbags. And he said, but we watched you for the whole weekend. And
that's right, Jeanette.
You're the real deal. You truly love these people and care about them. So we want to help and protect you. And he said, the military has gone back 2 years to unearth everything about you to find out really who you are. And he also said, another person told me, military intelligence is watching all of us. They're watching everybody online, quote unquote, fighting a war.
There's not enough people in military intelligence to watch everybody.
Or the fake patriots and all that kind of stuff. He said they know who's
the trolls and the fake patriots. They're gathering our IP addresses. If one day I'm just sitting here and I'm like, season 2 is wild as fuck, and you see a flashbang go off behind me, just know they figured out my IP address.
And the ones who are, let's say, hurting the plan, attacking other patriots and all that, those people will not escape that. Just like the parents will not escape the actions that they took because they weren't courageous enough to stand up. Everybody's being watched by the right people to see in the new coming world.
I guess I'm off to Gitmo, boys.
who are the people
I've been being mean to Scott and his plan.
build a new world with, and all the other ones that are in that third dimensional thinking? They're certainly not going
Yeah,
to
get flushed
I don't
up.
know if I'll be able to
Also,
resist.
the Ghislaine Maxwell co-conspirator.
I'm ready to sign a plea bargain, military intelligence. Hit me up.
Public, anyone who is involved at all in any degree, the co-conspirators. So I've noticed, and this is kind of switching gears here, and I wanted to bring this up, is have you guys noticed how quiet the celebrities are? They're so quiet. They're so uncomfortable. I was watching videos of who was the one on Instagram? There's a few, Alec Baldwin, a few other ones, and man, they just look like they're not comfortable in their skin, man.
Alec Baldwin.
They know something's coming, and they're fucking itching, and they're sitting there squirming. They're just not. But what's coming, we all know, is they're gonna be going away, man. They're none of them that had any part in this, from the election steal or from the Ghislaine Maxwell, from the crimes against humanity to the election steal. Anybody involved in any of this shit? That's why they're building a new facility, adding on to Gitmo. This is why they're letting you guys smoke each other out. The swamp rats. They're letting you guys just do what you got to do. More people are guilty. You get rounded up, you get taken away. That's what's going to happen, and it's coming. The more of this shit that keeps going, the longer we're going, the more people getting smoked out. And I'm seeing the celebrities especially real quiet, either really, really quiet or really uncomfortable on camera from what
I can tell.
Yeah, I've seen the same with the MSM. So the MSM is not as vocal as they used to be as well. So everyone's seeing that, the game's about up. And everyone that's
of course, Carol,
board, like pushing, and
he's also been on Venus and Mars training
slammed
this very day.
Ruthless. So I think the top people are going to get maybe a little, instead of the noose, maybe you get to go stay in the resort for the rest of your life if you step aside right now. If not, then all bets are off, and we're going to hammer the hell out of you. And so that's gonna filter down. So all those people that are protecting this agenda or promoting this agenda, and I'm not all the way down to like the parents are like pushing their children, with they've been brainwashed, but everyone that's really pushing this agenda, and they know that this is an agenda, they're pushing anyway. They all go bye-bye. So
what do you guys think about the doctors who are administering these?
Same,
right? I mean,
yeah, it's
your family doctor. That's
death sentence.
Really? Yeah, it's worse.
If they've caused death, I mean, think about it. If you're basically promoting and pushing something is dangerous, and you're doing it because of monetary gain, or you just don't get, or orders, and you just don't give a shit, and you don't speak out about it, you're going to go bye-bye, and you deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah.
And I agree with you. They're so cute. All they want to do is fatten their pockets, man. I cannot believe even our doctor is just so pushy on the fact of taking this vaccine to my parents. My parents took it, man. They're like peer pressured into it.
Sure.
And it's like, that's a family doctor. It's like it just blows my mind.
Yeah.
That they're doing this to people.
There's always an upside and a silver lining to everything, and as we learned that we don't ascend without resistance. In fact, you look at what's the necessity of someone like a Hillary Clinton on the planet? Believe it or not, something that low frequency and that bad is by design here for us to rise against. It's a part of our spiritual ascension. It's hard to put that in the law of one. It's really hard to get your head around that. But when you look at these,
what was that feedback from?
The doctors or even pastors or people like that, I say to people, look, if they're promoting this agenda, you need to leave the church, get rid of your doctor.
There you go. Get rid of the churches.
I shouldn't say a challenge.
I would. Scott can preach at all of them.
Where things will be brought back down to a more manageable center point of how people view certain professions. My doctor told me this. My doctor said this. My doctor said, take this nutrition product. Doctors know shit about biochemistry, nutritional biochemistry. They take one credit course in all their medical training. It's nothing but allopathic. So I don't go to my doctor to learn how to lose weight. I don't go to my doctor for those kind of things. Somebody says, well, my doctor invested in this. My doctor. we have put, and believe me, nobody has more reverence for the medical professionals than I do, especially orthopedic trauma surgeons, because of what they did for me. And all the incredible staff that even when I was in these trauma centers and recovery, I'm thanking even the lady or guy coming in, sweeping, pulling the trash out. I absolutely love these people, and I always made them feel like superstars, no matter who they were, because I have that kind of reverence for them. But the idea that because that doctors say something that it's got to be 100% right, or the smartest people on the planet, there's a difference between being smart and being intelligent. They're two completely different things. These people are intelligent, but they're not smart, because they can't even see.
Makes sense.
The ones that actually have bought into it. It's like my granddad used to say, there's no shame in being dumb, but there is in staying dumb. And
don't you think it has more to do with having a spiritual awareness about you? I think, I've seen some people that are extremely intelligent that are liberal, and they're buying into this, and they're fucking intelligent. But I think they're lacking that spiritual component.
Right.
The spiritual component in all this that they just don't have. It's like being able to see in the fifth dimension. It's a gift from God that some people have that others, I don't care how smart you are. Look how smart AI is. AI is way more intelligent than a human being, but they don't have the spiritual component. That's why they will never win, because humanity has that human endeavor, that human spirit. That's why we win. And they don't, AI does not have that. It never will. That's why we can go into that later. But I'm trying to say is a lot of these people that are highly intelligent just don't have that keen sense, that intuitive sense, that spiritual component, that spiritual awareness, that when you where you can actually see your surroundings and read your surroundings and read a room and understand what's happening. I can see ahead every time I went into a fight, or I'm sure with you in the Navy SEALs. It's you see ahead of the outcome, and you meet yourself there, and you believe it, and you know it. And you know how to play the game in a spiritual realm before you even get out into the ring. Before I even got into the ring, I saw myself winning in the spiritual realm. It was all highly spiritual for me. And I can see how this is playing out and what we must do and how we're going to win. We're going to win this. But evil doesn't have that spiritual component. They don't have a long game. Criminals don't have a long game. And neither does AI, or it's all now, here, now, here, now, here, now, here, now. And that's how I see it. And a lot of people that have these high IQs, and I've seen them that are liberals, they don't have that spiritual component. That's all I'm basically trying to say.
I've never heard that theory before. I think it's more than a theory. I think it's a reality. I've never heard that. That's a brilliant point. I think you're dead. I think you're dead on with that. I think you're dead on.
There you go.
He's hammering.
Brilliant.
Basically,
brilliant.
Trained analytically with knowledge.
He's always been brilliant, Scott. You just never gave him the credit. All right, I'm skipping ahead, guys.
We're like working both ends. Both ends were like.
Oh, let's see where he went and why. Hold on.
How they run women's
on that, but
White House.
That's enough.
Damn, he left right after he was watching it, I guess.
And now
go bad. Absolutely.
God called him brilliant. It scared him to death.
Oh fuck! Well, I love you guys, man. I'm out of it and saying, no longer am I controlled by this.
Good. Perfect. I believe it. You're right. And it does work that way. I've seen it. I've been part.
Just let them blow your load as soon as they get into the map.
This Operation Mockingbird in other countries. So it's definitely the way they do it.
Come to think of it, though, it was really weird at the conference. I did. My pants was down.
That's not on.
The hypnotist is right next to me. I'm like, what are you doing right here?
That's not unusual. I hear when you go out every night, that always happens. So you must be hypnotized all the time.
Oh fuck! Well, I love you guys, man.
All right, I love you too, man. Good talking with you.
All right, guys. Hey, Scott, see if you can send me the file of this with you guys as you guys keep going, because I'd love to put it on.
You got it. In fact, you can.
All right, guys. Love you guys, man.
Say hello to Papa Nino for us.
All right. Thank you. And
yeah, definitely.
Obviously, Scott, I talked to you today. Always my condolences, man. Godspeed on your healing.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, guys.
Hey, brother. Have a good one.
Have a good one, brother.
How do you not want that kid to be your son? I just like he's such an endearing, enlightened soul. It's like, man, I want a little kid named Nino.
Really?
Like him.
It's so funny when Juan.
I don't know about that.
Anyways,
I'm gonna jump back ahead.
I got to ask you this because I know the audience has to think the same thing. I've asked because we like to know that many years in battlefields. What was the most amazing mission and then I'll let you get back to your life. What's the most amazing mission you were on, and how that played out, where it might have looked like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. It's like boom, boom. It just explodes, and it'll happen so fast. We'll be shocked by it.
That's great. I'm all fired up.
Jaco calls him a whiny
We're
bitch.
that way in the SEAL teams. Every place we go, we leave it better, and everyone looks on us as being, great and stellar guys. And coming into a mission, you're shooting, you have to like rescue like a baby. You're holding a baby, you're blasting the bad guys, and because you're so smooth and so good at what you do, you don't even wake the baby in your arm. So
I'll go back in a minute. Let me finish this story.
To the deep state guys right now, there's very smooth operations that are going on. If they're so smooth that people don't even know they're happening, and they're like, "Is anything going on?" And you and I are looking at it like, "Yeah, these guys are getting destroyed."
I got to ask you this because
You and I are looking at it. I swear, I still think Jaco, for some reason, thinks Scott was in the military. Scott's not correcting him either.
The audience has to think the same thing. I've asked, because we like to know, that many years in battlefields, what was the most amazing mission? And then I'll let you get back to your life. What's the most amazing mission you were on, and how that played out, where it might have looked like we're not getting out of this one, but then there was this incredible, spiritual performance. If you had one of those that you can point out and say, yeah, this one was when you were done, it's like, that was an unbelievable, performance or mission. Do you have one of those stories I'd like to hear?
Yeah. We had, I was in a compound where we were getting mortared pretty much every night. And we built up a system where we were counter battering them with a Mark 19. It's basically a grenade launcher. You can like rig that up so it operates like a mortar. You can direct it and up or down elevation, move it around, and then pop those grenades out there. We were very effective at those, and we had like the high ground in this one area in Iraq where we had the hospital. We basically taken the hospital, and it was safe. We'd made it safe, and the bad guys are running around out in town, shooting at us. I got on the M60 one night, and they were shooting at us from this one gas station, and I lit it up, and I was like, I'm gonna blow that thing up. And I was like, and I could see my tracer going into the gas, like big storage tanks. And I was like, why isn't that shit blowing up? So we went there the next day, and the owners come out and was like, you almost blew up our station. And fortunately you weren't hitting the canisters that had the gas. And I was like, which ones are they? And they're like, it's those. And I'm like, well, if anyone shoots from your station again, I will blow your station up, because now I know where to shoot. And they're like, no one ever taken a shot from there again. But there's one night we basically been mortared, and we were very good at counter battering them. We put a bunch of them in a hospital, and the Spanish were supposed to come pick them up. They said, we're gonna go arrest them. They never did, and then they escaped. And I was like, damn it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take things in my own hands, So I was setting up ambushes for them and all kind of crazy stuff. But they hadn't mortared us this one night, and I was like, because we were like working both ends. We're like staying up half the night, fighting these guys, and we get up early the next morning. We're running our people around in town, keeping them safe. Security detail. So I told my guys to, go ahead and hit it, because it looks like they were going to hit us this night. And so I go to the little, I had like my clothes in a laundry thing. It was like out in the middle of this compound. And it was just a shack, tin shack. And so I'm like folding up my clothes, and I could hear the mortars go out the tube. And I got so good at knowing I could hear the mortar go out the tube, and like, we're good. And it wouldn't even hit our compound. And then I would hear it go out the mortar tube, and I was like, take cover. So I was like insane with my ability to know how when that tube sound, if it was going to hit us or not. So our guys are coming down from the roof of the medical center, and I could hear poof, poof, poof. And on the radio, all right, take cover. Everybody's running, And so I'm in this shack in the middle of the compound, and I'm like, I can't run because I know these are about to hit the compound. And then boom, and I could hear it come and hit a bunch of vehicles. We had Dominican Republican guys that were guarding our compound, and it hit their vehicles, and I could hear the tires explode when the shrapnel hit them. I was like, this is going to be bad. And I could hear the next round hit, and then I could hear shrapnel hitting the tin. So I got down on the floor. I got under the table. I'm like, this is not going to be good. And I could hear the next round hit, and it like ripped into the tin in the higher spots and ripped through. I could see holes in the walls. I was like, if they put another one in the compound, it's probably going to be the end of me. And then I started praying. I was like, imagine a big wall of love. and I just put it up there. And
God.
I was like, thank God. Whew. So yeah, that was one of those ones.
That was one of those ones that scared. I like, as anybody would be scared of that, but one of the ones where you know this is not going to end well for me, and then
calling in the forces, of the Creator and for protection, and it happened. It was cool.
The angelic realm, man. It's that's the part that will inspire people the most when they actually come to grips with the fact
the angelic realm.
About it. That's a possibility that exists, but I'm sure people like you that have been right there, knowing it's now that D-Day moment for you, that you're probably going to be, you're going to transition into the next chapter, and then
and we're all like that right now. Mm-hmm. We're pretty much all of us. Our country is like that right now. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have that prayer, like I just described, like 107 says, we all need to pray. We don't make it, so we need to pray.
Yeah, all of us. Yeah, that conscious energy. Call down the thunder.
Absolutely.
Angelic realm. Call down the thunder. Anyways, brother, it was great to see you again. It's been way too long, so maybe we'll see how things go coming up here in the near future. Maybe we can, get our round table going back again.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah. Florida's good.
Yeah, real good.
All right, good.
I look forward to you making your tour again. I'll join you on a couple of them.
Yeah, we'll I think Florida's probably going to get out of here. 24th, we're working on putting this together. 24th is going to be, that's the launch. Since they're here in Dallas, it's going to be right down the street, Daily Plaza. Working on getting permits, set that whole thing up. And that one's going to be a free event. That's going to be not ticketed. There'll be a VIP tent, possibly ticketed, to come in and hang out with us. But
nice.
If you want to be around that day, great, come on in. If not, we're going to do a certain track to get to the Plain States before the weather comes in, get to the West. And I forget exactly how that's going now. We changed a couple times, but probably about a month or 6 weeks into, be on the 24th of September, we'll probably be rolling to Florida. I think we have Jacksonville and Tampa on the list, but
just finished, dude.
Have you come out and mix into. Love you, brother. Hey, gang, thanks for listening to this broadcast.
Anyways, back to here.
Close or even
all the wavelength, alpha.
Some people. That's not on.
The hypnotism right next to him. Like, what are you doing right here?
That's not.
Man,
say hello to Papanino for us.
Thank you. And obviously, Scott, I talked to you today.
There we go.
Always my condolences, man. Godspeed on your healing.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, guys.
Hey, brother. Have a good one.
Have a good one, brother.
How do you not want that kid to be your son? I just like he's such an endearing, enlightened soul. It's like, man, I want a little kid named Nino. Look just like him.
It's so funny when Juan comes on. They're talking, and
it's weird that neither of you guys have sons.
Dave is always like, Juan, why?
Poor kids.
And Juan is like, oh, you're such a downer. Stop it. Reminds me, like when in the SEAL teams, we'd have that one guy who was always like, why? We're like, shut up. Focus on the operation. It's going to happen. It's going to happen how we want it to happen. And it always did. But there's always that one guy. But he's great. He really focuses. He really cares about people. He's really putting himself out there. So like all of us, and he comes in with his own little beautiful, way of doing things. I love him. I watch him every day. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he has that spirit about him. I always know when he talks to Juan, because sometimes we're talking about you, David. Just get ready. Here we go. Here it comes. You wanted to download this right before let's start. How about it?
Yeah, we'll give you something really good to talk about.
Yeah. Work off, man. Here we go. So he early on, he was worried to get down, and then I'd see him next time. He's all revved up, and then kind of a little bit of seesaw. He and I talked about that once, but I'm like, man, he's on the upswing today. He must have talked to Juan. Juan's like, hey, calm down. Here's what's going on.
Exactly.
But I think what's interesting about David is that, I think the guy certainly come from the boxing world, celebrity status. And he shunned the Hollywood bullshit like early on because he kiss your ass. And not only that, I had discovered him probably like you did. And it was like probably the first time he just started to roll like a live stream on his phone, walking around his backyard.
Oh, where he I gotcha.
Yep.
Found out about
I thought you were talking about Jaco and Scott.
And started just basically coming right out against it. And of course, I think that's.
Yeah, we're talking about you, David. Get ready for this one. You can fork off. I got you.
Just kind of boom, mushroom cloud. And then you put together his nature, how it is. You can't not love the guy. And also you look how vulnerable he is, because he'll show you his mood swings. He'll show you when he's nervous. He's most men don't have that kind of spiritual fortitude to, hey, I'll fall apart right here crying, or I'm going to tell you I'm really scared or whatever. But he just.
But then you'll also, in the same breath, accuse someone of wearing their sister's clothing and crying at their computer. But you'll break down and cry right here, just like a manly bitch. What?
Wears it on his sleeve,
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he's a pure soul. But
and meet him in person, you see him, he's a big guy. I've been around, big guys being big guys, we've been around big guys, and seeing him, you can tell someone that's got spirituality, that's tapped in. And I've been around a lot of guys who are like not even close to that. They're intimidating, and they like that,
Yeah, I knew they were going to say something about him and Nino, or I'm sorry, him and 107, because 107 is like the fucking takes over the show. I don't know.
Walk macho and steer you down and stuff like that. He's not like that at all. He's like just a gentle giant and really, really cool to be around. So
a gentle giant that you want around to get pissed off if you actually need him to get pissed off.
Oh yeah. You want him on your team if things go bad. Absolutely.
Yeah. So there you go, David. We're talking behind your back.
All right, there you go.
So military. So I got a text from a girl that cuts my hair out in LA, Erica, and she sent me a text, Mike, probably 3-4 days ago. She said, hey, there's like a lot of aircraft flying around here, like helicopters with UN on them. So, and I also got my contact out in Vegas.
Oh, sure.
That's what he just gave me. And this was on Monday. Said, got some interesting stuff. Special ops Chinooks flying in and out of Nellis and Henderson Airport. They're all black, no green or desert paint anywhere. Windows are blacked out. So he mentioned that. And he mentioned that the German ambassador to China, Hecker, died at 54 years old, only a few weeks in that position. And so I was kind of curious that we know this UN apparatus is inside the wire. We know that.
Right.
I remember
Scott did an interview with Robert J. Gould and then tried to fight him. And it's like, oh, he can handle himself. Like, how the fuck are you the person who decides whether somebody can handle themselves or not? Like, well, you trained in some type of combatives, or I mean, like if Nino says, oh, he's got a good guard, I think I could slip him, but still, he's got a good natural guard. That's one thing. Well, when Scott's like, oh, he knows what he's doing because I did one of these, and he was right there with me, knew exactly what he was doing.
Maybe something like that. I saw shit tons of UN vehicles, four-wheeled vehicles on those trains coming out of like Yermo, that right in that area where Yermo is, coming down from Vegas. But I've seen these trains rolling with a ton of UN vehicles. I'm like, where the hell are they going? They're not going to San Diego. They headed for Texas or whatever. So you see all this massive equipment in this country. We know what the UN's plans are right now. Why do you think all of a sudden that you see this kind of special ops activity and
he's the badass that's going to be fighting to the end. He'll whip anybody's ass. He'll fuck you up for just showing up. He warns people to leave his show if they don't believe what he's saying, because he'll handle them personally. He won't even let security jump in. But he couldn't walk from the entrance of the airport to get on his plane. Now, I understand he's got an injury or whatever, but are you the guy to be running your mouth about kicking everybody's ass and you won't even let security jump in? You'll handle yourself and you'll take care of this and fuck you, I'll handle you myself. And you can't walk from the gate to the plane without having someone come pick you up in a wheelchair?
In Nellis and then down in Southern Cal, you're seeing UN aircraft. What do you think? Are they playing something out, or is there really something going on here?
Yeah, I think there's something really going on because the deep state knows that they're not going to keep our military. Their military is about ready to switch on them hard. So they want somebody to protect them and keep them safe. That's why they're having UN troops and so forth filter in. Now, there's been a lot of talk that all those vehicles are like, well, we make UN vehicles here and ship them out. It's like, yeah, you can get away with that once or twice, guys, but there's there's way too much of that. So I think that some people have been disclosing that, putting that out there on purpose, to let us know that, hey, these guys are.
I honestly don't think they ever came and visited him. But I have heard him say that.
Posturing, getting in positions. And if we're seeing that, that means there's a lot more going on, because there's definitely masking of operations that happens. And I know, because when you bring your stuff in, bring your crew in ready to kick some butt, it's you don't see it unless you're on the end that's doing it. like I have been on many occasions, it's like they don't even know what's coming for them. And then when that trap gets sprung, it's devastating. So if these UN people, which I believe some of them are here for a reason, it's going to get real ugly for them. So they, just like we're talking about for people that are pushing these different agendas, they need to back away from that, or, find a way that they can, safely and effectively argue their case of why they did what they did, because that's coming. It's coming for all those people. And if there's someone here trying to take down America on the inside, militarily, they will be punished severely.
And you're talking like even U.S. senators and congressmen, these people that are collaborating, they're considered enemy combatants, which means they're going to get the full
traitors.
force to get Mo treated.
Yeah. That more than just hanging out down there. They'll probably go bye-bye.
Yeah. So, Juan's talked about this October the 15th timeline whenever we get the corporate reports coming out. I can't remember. I don't think he told me not to share that kind of stuff quite yet, but I don't think he would say that. But I do know that seems to be when that happens. And my theory on it is whenever this goes down, whenever this hit comes from these reports, and we have a repeat of 2008 all over again, but in my belief, it's going to be way worse. That's going to cause enough pain for the guy that's maybe losing his job, some losing a house, losing their cars, all this shit happening again, just like 08. They're going to get pissed off. The ones that are still hanging on to this theory, that this insanity, that this is all good and righteous and the good people are protecting us from whatever's coming at us. My belief is that is when they're going to start feeling the pain enough to get pissed off, to say, what in the, who did this? Why is this happening? And they get mad enough. And then the drip keeps coming at them. Even the drips that we've seen coming out months ago, last year, drip, they start hearing like, I never heard about that. Drip, drip, drip. And I think that's when we start to have that shift in consciousness where people are waking up because they're pissed, they're emotional, and they want answers or heads, and they're looking for them. And then we start saying, oh yeah, this, you didn't hear about this? You kidding me? Oh yeah, and this too. You didn't hear about this? And now start to expand. Just like when any of us learned a little bit about the true depravity of the satanic order and what they're doing on the planet, what did? We were tunneling down into everything we could find, looking for more. And the deeper we went, the more passionate and vocal we became. I say the same thing happens to them once this ignition point takes them off in mid-October. So from the economics side, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it seems like there's going to be some kind of crash system that gets.
The cough sounds rough, dude.
I've heard that was.
He's got some of that long haul shit.
That they're waiting for that, to come down. So it remains to be seen, when that's going to be. If it goes all the way in October, or it happens sooner. I've seen some people say it's not going to happen. I predicted it would happen. I think that if it does happen, I think it's going to be not catastrophic on the level that could possibly be another like 1932 event. Although it would be if someone didn't step in on the other side of that and fix things. As we know, there's no one can fix something like that in the current state of things right now. It's been propped up like crazy right now. At some point when that propping can no longer be accomplished, it collapses on a level that we will probably has never been seen before. And that's, like you're saying, that will shake all those people that are still, because there's a lot of people that are very rich, very, very rich, that knew that their 46 was going to be in the White House. So they supported that. They put that agenda forward when they see that, he was supposed to like protect them, and you don't make a deal with the devil. Hello. And when they see all of their stuff collapse, that's the last straw. So they'll withdraw, and all of the minions that are on that side withdraw their support, and it would be a very quick collapse if we don't see it before. Because
he's called Scott a Marine twice.
Both sides.
I don't know why.
Right now, so I think that.
But Scott's never corrected him either.
Biden's last few weeks, he gets impeached, or he steps down because I think, like I've said with that one guy that was in a little meeting with Trump. They said that there were negotiations going on. So there's something happening where they're dealing with these people, and they're going to like give up their stuff pretty soon here. Otherwise, we're going to see them get taken down hard. So that could happen too.
You talk about 1932 event. I don't think we need a 1932 event for people to respond like they did in 1932, because they were hardened back then. They had tougher lives, and our lives are obviously pretty soft compared to what what they had to do to.
Oh God, yeah.
So I don't think we even need that for these people to think it's completely catastrophic. It might be the trigger point. Afghanistan, I do want to talk to you about, because I was talking to Gene the other day.
Yeah,
on a Monday, and I course corrected what my thoughts were when I talked about Afghanistan last week. Obviously, once again, talking about $85 billion worth of equipment left there, just like they did in Syria. So it went in ISIS hands or in Iraq, all the same thing. And so here was my philosophy on that. But I want to know what you know from your sources on Afghanistan. My philosophy on that was that this was a controlled demolition, an alliance operation, forcing or allowing the cabal to do what they do with their hand. The alliance has them having their hands on the governor to allow them to go so far, but not be cataclysmic. So, and letting the process play out like we know would. I don't think that the alliance is going to sit back and let 10,000 Americans get brutalized and butchered. There's going to be some that they can't get. Yeah. But I'm thinking that they controlled this demolition, and it's a demolition of the left, the bankers, the war machine, the MIC, and the Biden administration. So then when it does come down, obviously, or when it does come out, then people are going to be so pissed off, even on the left are pissed off. Blood Treasure, Pat Tillman, incredible people we lost in this war that wasn't righteous, and now we're just going to hand it over. So that
I don't think you get to complain that much.
To happen, even they're ideologically opposed because they're self-centered and they're self-righteous. They would never let that happen because they know it's political suicide for them and their party. It's no different than Gavin Newsom, allowing this freak, this 7 foot tall, skinny pedophile freak in the legislature, put forth legislation in California that as long as you're having sexual relations with an underage boy, as long as you're within 10 years, it's not considered pedophilia. It went to the freaking floor. It passed, and that clown signed it. I'm like, trust me. He was from Gene that the Taliban are working with the alliance. They're all part of creating the image that needs to burn.
Oh, it's such a shitty fucking narrative.
With the Taliban.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure all that out. And when Gene came in and talked about that, I was like, there's the missing pieces. So while I was there in Afghanistan, we work with Taliban generals. We started to turn a lot of those guys, and a lot of those guys were going to their buds, and they were turning. So that was a process that's been ongoing for a long time. Now, ISIS, Al Qaeda, they're the baddies. They're the dark side of the CIA. Built those guys up. Taliban basically is cracked down on those guys, and also the drug trade. So the drug trade, the opium that was coming out of there, from what Gene was saying, and that's kind of what I got too. It was taken down. They burned all those fields. So the deep state under Obama and Joey basically were transporting a lot of those drugs through military aircraft.
For sure.
To the United States,
there you go.
Started by military soldiers and CIA and the reporters that.
I just don't understand how some of these people stay on an FBI watch list for making threats to a sitting politician with a bladed weapon, saying you either smoke with me or I'm going to chop you down with the blade of war, and they still just fucking say here like cool as shit. There's got to be some type of protection.
And they show these reporters
deep state, CIA, something bullshit.
That's some really good you guys put some makeup job. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, the makeup job was pretty spectacular, and we've seen a lot of these in some of these mass shootings around the US, and I was like, I've seen those in some of the war games I've done. That's it's not the real thing, because real thing bleeds a lot, and there's no blood coming out of there. So there's definitely a lot of manipulation that's going on in this country, in this world for a long time, and the lid's about to be blown off of that. It's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, we look at all these drug runners, the clowns, and all their minions. Most people don't. And again, we know everybody's a deep state criminal since Kennedy, except Reagan and then Trump. But when we went into Afghanistan, or 10,000% or whatever that would be, and that's when we first started seeing. And I think you might have seen this, where you got soldiers patrolling these fields of poppy fields. You ever see that in person?
No, but I actually had some guys that flew in that and actually worked in Vietnam. Special forces guys. Special forces officer, and this guy was like a Fruit Loop. We're like, what is going on with this guy? This guy was like heavily mind controlled. It was so obvious. And he came in and he's like, take me to the poppy fields. And we're like, what? It's like, oh wow. And he was totally unsafe. He had a pistol, and it's like, you were special forces, and we had to teach him how to load his pistol. I was like, wow. But yeah, this guy was totally mind controlled. And we're like, that was my first indoctrination into the deep state CIA and how they run these programs to make money, and that's one of their big profit fields. And then now we've seen movies, Mina Airfield in Arkansas, with the Clintons and so forth. American Made, all these movies that came out that show the CIA basically doing drug running into the United States and making a profit out of it.
I'll tell you, one of the best books, if you really want some amazing reading on that, the people that are watching this, go find the book called Compromise. It's about this thick paperback. It's Compromise, Bush, Clinton, and the CIA. You'll learn it all from Clinton's governorship, from the time he won that governorship as he might have been 28, loses the next election for governor. And I talked about him being on the floor in the back seat of a car, crying his eyes out like the little bitch that he is, a milquetoast pussy, and because he lost.
Oh,
and
God.
Winning again.
See, listen. He just said that he'll break down on camera, bawl his eyes out because he's that strong of an emotional leader. But now, Bill Clinton was crying, and he's the little bitch that he is in the back seat crying like a little bitch. He'll come up behind him, get it all hard, stick it in his ass because he's a bitch. What?
He gets the governorship again. And then obviously he sold his soul to the devil either there or before that, because we saw pictures of him with H.W. Bush when he was really young, like at a barbecue. There's Clinton really young, looking like the doofus more so that he is.
Yes, every governor is there, including Bill Clinton, newly elected governor of Arkansas.
Even back then, like this guy's really going to be the governor of even a place like Arkansas. Nothing against Arkansans, but back in the 70s, it was the worst economy on the planet. I think even Koreatown in LA had a bigger economy than they did back then. But so anyways, what was the point I was making about that? What was I talking about? Was I talking about
H.W. Bush?
Yeah,
so H.W. Bush, as we know, big into CIA
drug. Yeah, exactly.
He ran the CIA. He was the head of the CIA.
Yeah, all that stuff's in that book, by the way. Even Bush's involvement trying to tank Reagan's presidency with that drug running operation, that was all Bush, H.W. Bush, all of that shit. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Barry Seals, Terry Reid was the asset that was laid this whole thing out. It's just so hard to believe. It's such a massive criminal empire. We thought that it was, the black leaders in the country bitching about all the drugs being pushed into South Central LA to start helping wipe out the black community and all that stuff. Back then, we were like, it's just a bunch of liberal bullshit.
So when you have a compound like that, depending on how late you're in country, if it's like later on in the country, so a lot of times you'll have Ugandans, Dominican Republic, some countries that want to be allies but don't really have a military force. They'll work like guard duty and shit with some American forces as well, but still.
Then you find out it really was a war.
Yeah, they were right.
Wow. America. Yeah, no kidding.
So let's all gang up, guys, on these evil people. Now let's work together and take this whole program down and make America right. So that's what we need to be focused on.
Yeah, we're going to. I mean, I'm excited. I know you talk about it too, that people focus on the things that they don't like and whatever that may be about what's happening. What people need to do is focus on the magnificent opportunity we have to build this planet in the spirit of our creator and the way he always wanted
it. That's right. You got him, Scott. Get him.
Divinity, I don't really care what you call it. But we get to be part of building this entire new world. It's going to be so magnificent. It's going to be kind of like, living in that state of bliss. All the time, like just constantly. The greed goes away, the selfishness goes away, the self-centeredness goes away. Everybody is working as hard as they can to do what we're here to do: serve others. That's it. Love others, serve others. Period. And that's probably one thing I learned from the general. No doubt, my whole life, always serving others, doing shit for free. Somebody's washer breaks. Can you come fix it? No problem. Never charge a thing. Sometimes he'd go buy the small parts with his own money. All his life, it was always about, and I didn't think about it until I read, studied the law of one: service to self or service to others. Right. The examples he taught me were not what he sat me down and said. I mean, he'd say things like, there's the right way, wrong way, army way. In this house, we do the army way. He would say, the only thing I hate worse than a thief is a liar. Or he would say, do better than a good job. He would say, do the job right the first time, so you never have to do it again. Those are the verbal things that he taught me. And they were basically, they were tyrannical dictates is the way they were fed to me when I was growing up.
And that's every euphemism of every fucking dad ever.
But watching how he was with doing the right thing, being honest, being honorable, his name is bulletproof. That's the stuff that for me, it carries every part of my whole world. It's always been that way. Now think about having a world we live in through this consciousness shift to this massive wake up punch in the face and wanting a better world. All of a sudden, we're now working as hard as we can to serve the next guy, to do what we can to help the next. And you know what that does? I mean, just like, we've done it in war zones. You're such a small crew against a shit ton of people. You're serving each other in that operation, looking out for each other as you conduct it. You're taking down, 100 men. You got 6 of you guys. It's that same thing: service to others, servicing your team, making sure everybody's good, etc. We're going to get there. I have no question in my mind. That's what I'm working for, and that's why I hang on, because I don't see this darkness we're going through. I'm like, man, we're just inching closer and closer to that whole ignition point, that what you call critical mass. Because when critical mass hits, it's not growing; arithmetically 2, 4, 6, 8. It's growing 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. It's like boom, boom. It just explodes. It happens so fast.
Okay, that's where we left off, guys. All right, guys, that's it for me. I just wanted to hear if you had any more bullshit. He actually didn't. I hope you enjoyed exposing Negative 48. I do not think he's a Kennedy. I don't think his son's a Kennedy. I don't think they look like Kennedys. I don't think they work like Kennedys. I don't think they have Kennedy's money. I don't think they have anything to do with Kennedy. I just think they're pulling a 107, which is now my new favorite phrase for pretending to be JFK Jr. Again, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for the donations tonight. Q Idiot with $100, Al Capone 20, Praying Maga Mama tip 50, Bucka tip 30. That was yesterday. Okay, let me go to Buy Me a Coffee because I know there were some coffees that come in tonight. Buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. I had Jeanette bought you 5 6-packs. Heather from Dallas bought you 3 6-packs. Patsy bought 5 6-packs. John Frank bought 5 6-packs. And I think that was it for tonight. Sean Lee Jones, 10 6-packs. That was from Saskatchewan, Canada. That was last night. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm still working on shows as stuff pops up. Trying to. I got a bunch of shows that are probably 3/4 of the way done. I'm just waiting for another little clip or waiting to finish something or waiting for something to happen. So they fucking lied because I'm waiting on dates and shit. So we might move on to a little bit broader topic, whether it be like swindlers or people within multi-level marketing and stuff like that. But we'll figure it out. If you send me an email, I'll make sure to get to them till tomorrow because I'm fixing to go to bed. But we'll get you in the Telegram group or whatever. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. And, we'll see you guys on the next one. Everybody have a good night and try to stay safe. We'll see you in the Telegram. See you guys.
Teach me how to ducky. Baby like what? Will you teach me how to ducky? You know why? 'Cause all my bitches love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you to back it up and dump it.
Pump it out.
Put your arms out front, lean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with thunder.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my ducky. Break it down.
你好吗？你好吗？真长你好高，现在真快乐，没过来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas, but I D-town boogie. I show my moves off now, everybody trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me. Now you just do you and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my ducky.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Help us.
Say what?
All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you for joining us and hanging out so long. Over 200 people stayed. We have over 300 at the peak. Over 200 people stayed for basically the entire show. Numbers are going up. Thank you guys for joining us, hanging out. Hope you had a couple good laughs tonight. We'll see you on the next one, guys.